members of NASI and all the distinguished participants. A very good morning to all of you.
Please come closer to the microphone. We can't hear you properly.
Very good morning. Am I audible, sir?
Barely.
Better, but not much.
शुरू करिए अर्चना.
Yes, sir. So, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the National Academy of Sciences India, I extend a very warm welcome and my greetings to everyone on this very auspicious occasion. So, before we actually get started, I will just like to brief about NASI and the program on technological empowerment of women, because some participants might have joined for the first time. So as you all know, the National Academy of Sciences India, the oldest science academy of this country, founded by Professor Meghna Saha, is the oldest science academy. And Professor Saha was not only an eminent scientist, but also a great social reformer who used to believe that in a country like India, the problems could be solved with the integration of science and technology. And that is why he coined the mandate of NASI as science and society. And NASI has been effectively pursuing this very mandate through its various scientific programs on technological, on skill development, capacity building, and various programs on science awareness throughout the country since its inception in 1930. The programs are basically meant for the science students, the researchers, the teachers, the tribal people, the startups, entrepreneurs, the defense personnel, and also for the women who constitute 50% of our human resource. But the statistics reveal that women in science still comprise a small percentage of total working women in India, particularly at senior levels of science, teaching and research, and also in administrative positions. There are several barriers and drawbacks, but the most important is the motivational barrier. So it's very important to motivate them right from the early stage of their career and also to retain them in their profession. So realizing this very fact, NASI started a nationwide program on technological empowerment of women in the year 2012 under the chairmanship of Honorable Madam Dr. Manju Sharma ji, the chairperson, NASI New Initiatives, and former Secretary, Government of India, Department of Biotechnology, who made concerted efforts to implement this program and coordinated several eminent women scientists all across the country. And under the guidance of Madam, NASI organized several women's sensitization workshops all across the country and covering several states. We have covered almost 16 states all across the country and several regions. Almost all regions have been covered by NASI. Several issues were addressed related to women as urban as well as rural women, and all these are the few glimpses of the workshops you can see that were organized by NASI. All the programs were very well responded and came out with fruitful recommendations so that NASI, the scientists, could actually identify the problems faced by the women, and these recommendations were further implemented by NASI. So, like we had separate
incredible efforts.
The urban women, the science teachers, the women researchers, as well as for the rural women. Particularly for the rural women, it was observed the issues like malnutrition need to be focused, and the efforts should be made to reduce the drudgery of women, because a lot of drudgery is involved in agriculture and post-harvesting activities. And also they need to be encouraged to develop a small enterprise or entrepreneurship so that they could be self-reliant. These recommendations were also published by NASI. Now, as a follow-up, these recommendations were further implemented as a major program. So NASI joined hands with the government agencies like ICAR, ICMR. With ICAR, a program was developed how to encourage the youngsters who are actually working in this area, that is making or designing the women-friendly farm implements, so that could that their drudgery could be reduced and the efficiency could be enhanced. Further, NASI joined hand. This is a meeting that we held before the start of ICAR and NASI tie-up, and then we joined hands with ICMR to start a project on malnutrition that was implemented at 3 places. Report was also published. These are the glimpses. And the other the recommendations were also implemented in the form of major initiatives, like we executed entrepreneurship development program under the chairmanship of respected madam, teachers training program under the chairmanship of Professor Khurana ma'am. So these all initiatives were actually the follow-up of the recommendations that was actually observed during organizing the Women's Sanitation program. NASI further collaborated with Department of Science and Technology to implement Societal Research Fellowship Scheme of women, particularly for those who had a break in their career, so that they could revive their career and make a comeback in science, and by providing them 1-year internship. NASI further elaborated these programs, joined hands with other 2 science academies, MD, IASC, and INSA, and formed an inter-academy panel on women in science. This panel has now been reconstituted and renamed as Inter-Academy Panel on Women in STEM. Several other distinguished women scientists have been included in this panel, and several representatives from government departments like DST, DBT, ICMR, and CSIR, and also ISRO. So we have different representatives from different government departments. So this panel is very much expanded now to include more and more women in science, with the objective to include more and more women in science and to strengthen the application of science and technology for the welfare of women. We also organized mega event technological empowerment of women recently that was supported by several government agencies and attended by more than 1,000 participants from India and abroad, and that included academicians, scientists, technocrats, and several other eminent persons. These are just some highlights of the event you can see. We also organized an exhibition on this occasion to showcase government women's work in science and application of science for the welfare of women. We had several startups, young startups that represented different eminent institutes from all across the country. The proceeding of the event was also published and it is available on the NASI website. So for this entire program, we are very much thankful to Honorable Madam, who actually took this initiative and made tremendous contribution to this program on this auspicious occasion of International Women's Day. I express my profound gratitude to Honorable Madam for giving us valuable guidance always and supported tremendously to this program, not only to this program, but all the programs of NASI. And we are very much thankful to the presidents of all the 3 academies who are very much instrumental in implementing these programs, and to keen interest, and all the women scientists from all across the country, as well as from the women scientists and faculty members of Prayagraj, and also the NASI family for all their support and contribution, due to which this program could be successfully organized. And we are very much grateful to Department of Science and Technology also for all its help and support. And now today we are organizing this event on the auspicious occasion of the International Women's Day to recognize the contribution of women scientists. The theme of today's event is Break the Bias. This event is also a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, a government of India's initiative to celebrate 75 years of country's independence. We have very eminent speakers with us, and including our Honorable President, the past President, and the Vice President, General Secretaries, and many other eminent fellows to share their expertise on different aspects. And we look forward to a very fruitful event and also the enthusiastic participation of everyone. And now, with these few remarks, we are going to start the program, and I am honored to invite Honorable Madam Dr. Manju Sharma ji. She is the chairperson of NASI New Initiatives, former secretary to the Government India, Department of Biotechnology, She doesn't need any introduction, and but for those who have joined for the first time, I would only say she is a role model for all of us, and she is recognized for her manifold scientific contribution and maintaining a chain of biotechnology all across the country. And she has been honored with numerous awards. There is a long list, and most importantly, she was awarded the Padma Bhushan by the Government of India. With these few words, may I now request ma'am to please say a few words and give your blessings. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar, Honorable President NASI, Professor Ghatak, Professor Chandrima Saha, the President INSA, Dr. Paramjeet Khurana, our chief guest for today's function, and all my very dear, very distinguished women scientists, colleagues who have assembled here to celebrate this International Women's Day. I extend a very cordial welcome to all of you and also warm greetings on this International Women's Day. This is a day to rejoice and think of what are our future endeavors going to be, what is our vision for the future, and also what is the ultimate goal of doing very best of science and getting engaged in networking, in all sorts of teaching programs, social programs, just hardcore basic research, all the programs of science and technology. And what is the ultimate goal we have towards this? And this is what all over the world, the women scientists assemble on this day and discuss many of these issues. The United Nations started the celebrations on 8th of March during 1975. And it was in 1911 that Copenhagen took the initiative, and the first International Women's Day was celebrated there. And then world over, many countries like Austria, Denmark, Germany, Switzerland, they held rallies. It was very important at that time, and they wanted to flag some of the issues like rights to vote, holding public office, working on the vocational training programs, and most importantly, to avoid discrimination on the job. These were the many things which they were trying to flag. And after that, several international events followed. And finally, we came to this date. 8th March was decided to be celebrated all over the world as International Women's Day. The theme for this year's Women's Day, every year they give a theme, and for this year, the theme is Break the Bias. And how they have said this theme, I just want to read it. Imagine a gender equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together we can forge women's equality. Collectively we can call Break the Bias. So that is the theme of International Women's Day. And we are going to have some very good lectures today in about half a day or maybe 3/4 of a day. And from across the country, I can see many distinguished women scientists. But as we have always desired, that it should not be a celebration only from the women scientists. So we have invited very, very distinguished may other scientists also, including our president, vice presidents, and many other dignitaries. As Archana said, women constitute half of the most precious human resource. And what is most important, and all of us agree, that inclusiveness of women in all developmental activities is absolutely essential. This is one point which we have to always keep in our mind as a message, as a mantra, not only because of the gender parity issues. Many people think that why we want inclusiveness is because of the gender parity issues. No, it is when we involve the women in very many programs, they bring a new outlook, an entirely new innovative ecosystem, which is really very productive and rewarding, so relevant. It has been noticed that in all mega projects, mission-oriented programs, there is some sort of a sincerity, some sort of a initiative which they want to take and create an ecosystem which will really lead to the success of the program. And that is the reason we must ensure inclusiveness of women to bring this new outlook. Their involvement in S&T activities, especially in the mega projects, as I have said, is very important. Not only that, also the application-oriented science and technology interventions, where we need to take the S&T interventions to the grassroots level. The involvement of women is very, very helpful, whether it is the health issue, whether it is the nutrition, whether it is hygiene, prevention of various epidemics, etc., etc. Everywhere, when the women are involved, the impact on the grassroots level population is very clearly visible. They can contribute to the efficiency of the whole program and increase the productivity and, most importantly, improve the overall governance. This is what we have noticed. There is certainly an improvement in the overall governance. And that, of course, is because of the nature of the women, the perseverance, tolerance, as also very polite and gentle in dealing with other people. Leadership role for women is absolutely critical. And this is where now we have to pay more attention. All of you are aware here, most of you are the members of the Inter-Academy panel. The three academies together have constituted an Inter-Academy panel, and the presidents, in fact, are constituted. And this Inter-Academy panel is constantly working on many of the important issues. The previous panel had produced a vision document, and the present one, the reconstituted one, is really moving very fast on all important aspects, like creating a database in the country, or connectivity of the women scientists, or rural development. How do we take technologies and benefits of the science to women at the grassroots level? So one issue which we have all trying to discuss always is the leadership issue. It is critical. Also, the involvement of women in decision-making process. Decisions are taken by different committees. If women are not involved, it really doesn't benefit them. But somebody has to keep track of this, that what is happening to the women scientists. I would also emphasize one very important point, that is the mentoring of women from the early stage and guide them for the relevant S&T endeavors. Government of India has many programs for women in science and technology and application of science and technology for women. It is equally important as we look at the women scientists and their activities, which are supported by Department of Science and Technology, DBT, etc., that there are technological empowerment of women at the grassroots level. As Archana was also mentioning, this has been our theme, NASI's theme in most of the program. The 32 events NASI organized, a basic theme was how to reduce the drudgery of women, particularly the farm women, how to improve the health conditions and the overall quality of life of women, including some economic gains. These have been the focused areas of all the 32 programs which the NASI has organized as part of the science communication program for women scientists. Government is making full efforts to support women, particularly the education. Initially, we had Sarv Siksha Abhiyan, that is to give all girls and boys training. That was earlier, but now with Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, the emphasis is more and more on the girls' education and how to make them reach every strata. Everybody, whether it is rural areas or semi-urban or urban areas. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao program is gaining popularity day by day. We have to also ensure that S&T interventions and benefits, when they reach every one of the society, it's not that we don't want these benefits to reach the other members of the society. It must reach the entire family, and that is what best is ensured by women. They ensure that whatever benefits are accruing by harnessing the science and technology efforts or the technological progress, these reach their children, their family members, and everybody. In this context, the role of academies has become extremely important. And keeping in view the recognitions, the fellowships, awards, and many other issues which concern the women in STEM. And academies I think, are trying their best on this subject of women in science, women in STEM, and many programs, many activities, many issues are under implementation. We have to remember one point which is very important, and since Chandrima is also here, I would like to say that we must increase the participation of women scientists in agriculture. I have noticed that there are still not too many women in going for agriculture, and that is the most important area. All the farm operations are done by women, and if the women scientists who do agriculture, who do PhDs in agriculture, and if they can take up some programs to help these women in grassroots areas at the farmers level, it will be really useful. So agriculture is one very important area. We know that medical, large number of women are going. That's one area which they like, including biology. Biology also, if you look at physics, chemistry, engineering, more numbers are coming in biology, and especially biotechnology. I would like to thank our council of the academy, and also the president and all other academy presidents for this their kind participation in this event. My only message is that we must bring out something very concrete, something very effective, something which is visible from the efforts of women scientists and technologists, which will help in the nation building task. That is the most important thing. If women scientists are just going to help themselves, it's not enough. We have to do something which will spread across the country. And in that situation, networking of various institutions, various women scientists, they're coming together, and as we are doing in Inter Academy panel, has become a very, very important and a relevant issue. I want to conclude and once again welcome you, first of all, and say that women are essential for capacity building, for global capacity building. They are excellent teachers, they are excellent mentors, and they can really perform in all the areas of capacity building extremely well. This is not just because I am a woman scientist, therefore I'm saying, but this is my experience of visiting a large number of institutions, going across the country, in India as also abroad. I have been a chairman of the inter-academy panel which was created internationally, and we prepared a report on women in science, and there all the women, they said that they are extremely good as far as the capacity building is concerned, educational programs are concerned. So what our father of the nation said, when a man is educated, an individual is educated. But when a woman is educated, a family and a country are educated. That's the most important. If we really want to take the education across the country and make India as one of the most literate countries, most cultured countries, and very advanced in science, I think we have to involve, I say again and again, we have to involve more and more women, and their inclusiveness in all such activities would be extremely important, as well as relevant and productive for the nation. And also then we can think of a very strong indigenous nation in science and technology, and our efforts giving the best results. Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome and greetings to all of you once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for showering your blessings on us and giving a very inspiring message, portraying the true picture of women in science. Why the inclusion of women in all development activities and decision-making activities is a must. They should be nurtured right from the beginning of their career, and why it is important to increase the participation of women in all the developmental activities so that our country could progress, and their visibility must be ensured. Thank you so much for all your support and sparing our precious time. Now, as I just mentioned, that the three academies have joined hands to form an academy panel on women in STEM to include more and more women in science and convey this message that there is a need to include more and more women in science and application of science and technology for the welfare of women. So we have with us Mr. Shubha Toleji. She is a distinguished neuroscientist working as a senior professor and dean graduate studies in the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai, who believes that communicating science is as important as pursuing it, and actively engages in public outreach via workshops in schools, colleges, and several other institutes. Before joining TIFR, she worked at the University of Chicago as postdoctoral fellow. She is a recipient of several prestigious awards like Infosys Science Foundation Award for Life Sciences, Research Award for Innovation in Neurosciences from Society of Neurosciences, and the Sargenti Fellowship Award by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and the Wellcome Trust Senior International Fellowships, to name a few. Request you, ma'am, to please enlighten us and say a few words. Dr. Shubha Toleji.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak in this forum. I will be brief. The content of my presentation, I would like to sort of introduce my take on the problem, and then I will talk about how the Women in Science panel of the Indian Academy of Sciences has taken some initiatives and steps to work at solutions. So I will just share screen. May I? So I'm going to open where I think our struggles begin. And epitomizing where our struggles begin are the oh so familiar Women's Day messages that many women must have already received. Indeed, from today, my WhatsApp is full with these. Okay, so here we are. Is my screen visible?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I won't do a show of hands. I get these every year, and I'm sure all women do. And on the face of it, aren't they positive appearing? So, right? Somebody who wants to appreciate you in their life or thinks they want to wish you Happy Women's Day sends you these very trite and very deeply sexist forwards. Okay, I don't need to belabor the point to this audience, but indeed, look, we play the roles of loving mom, caring sister, understanding wife, and lovable daughter, as if we are defined only, even on Women's Day, only by our relationship to others in our lives. Okay, it's more often men send us these because, you know, they want to tell us they value us as loving mom, caring sister, whatnot. Another somewhat older one is, you know, apparently deeper. Whatever you give a woman, she'll make greater. If you give her, she'll give you a baby. If you give her a house, she'll give you a home. I mean, my God, right? My God. I'm showing these because to my mind, they epitomize what we are up against. We are up against a pervasively sort of programmed sexist society and culture. We are part of it. We are part of it. Okay, we also have been programmed, and I think it is for all of us to continue to sorry, excuse me, for all of us to continue to identify these biases within us, because only then will we be able to make decisions and policies and programs to strike at the root of the problem in our communities. Now, one can't in one fell swoop sort of mandate that now you shall not have bias. Okay, it doesn't work that way. One has to work actively at sensitizing people, but then, you know, grown adults need to be held accountable for actions. So to that end, the Women in Science panel of the Indian Academy worked very hard to come up with gender policy guidelines and implementation items, which was accepted by the Council of the Academy and appears now on the Council. I'm going to share this now. So I'm going to talk about two initiatives of the Indian Academy of Sciences. This is one. And I'm not going to read all of this, but I just want to show highlights of the kinds of efforts that are needed in order to strike at the root of the problem. Okay, so this is a lot of text. I just wanted to say that this is on the website. And here we have gender policy commitments, okay, that the Indian Academy of Sciences is committed to these gender policies to, for example, to identify potential risks and hindrances to women, to engage with the government of India to sign in scientific institutions, society to promote gender equality. These are very, very broad and fundamental issues that the Indian Academy of Sciences is now committed to participating in. So to identify and eliminate practices that create systemic and structural impediments. So these have been very thoughtfully sort of formulated by the panel. And these are the kinds of commitments that I think any organization needs to make. If we don't have this stated in whichever organization we are in our universities, in our institutions, in our societies, if we don't actually acknowledge that this is what we have to do, I don't think we're going to move. And naturally, then such commitments lead to implementation measures. And for the Indian Academy of Sciences, we have recommended specific implementation guidelines. And again, I'm not going to read all of them, but focus on two general ideas. For example, you know, that the Academy should aim for more significant representation of women in leadership positions. Okay, we all notice in conferences and so on, either the entire symposia are males, or they have women, but oddly not recognize that women scientists are, you know, equally deserving of getting the extra glory or honor of giving the plenary talk or the keynote talk or the special lecture. Those tend to be sort of reserved more for men. These kinds of biases creep in everywhere. And here the Academy has acknowledged that it will aim for significant representation within its core leadership as well. And this one is a very, very far-reaching here. We have recommended that the Academy should invest in designing an awareness test that may be offered to all of its fellows and associates and staff and new inductees. Okay, now this is in the future, because we are not experts in designing tests for this. We will need to liaise with agencies that are experienced in doing this. But unless you have a way of identifying internal bias, it's going to affect everything you do. And what we think is that we need to empower and enable the fellows and the associates and the staff and the new inductees of the academy to be able to look into themselves and identify, this is what I need to work on. Because, you know, at the end of the day, if somebody does not know what they have to work on, they aren't going to. Once they know what they have to work on, then if they are in societies or committees or institutions where certain benchmarks have to be met, then actions will come. So these are the two things I want to highlight this particular initiative. And I will close with another very focused initiative that we took in the WINS panel. We began noticing, of course, as many have pointed out, that the honors or the awards in our collective community, our Indian society, are disproportionately male dominated. So what we began doing is identifying as and when we see them, just you know, members of the committee. So one such award we noticed was offered by the Kurukshetra University, the Goyal Prize. There are two, the Rajiv Goyal Prize and the Goyal Prize for junior and senior scientists. And we noticed, and there is money associated with these. So when there is money associated with these, it dramatically shifts the proportion of awardees to not being women. So we wrote to them. We said that we're going to help nominate more women in each of these categories in multiple subjects. And we did. Then we identified talented, qualified, eminent researchers in the two different categories in multiple disciplines. We basically found scientific experts who were willing and happy and delighted to nominate. We mediated the process and we managed to send in maybe a dozen nominations this way. It was hard work, especially during the pandemic, but this is the kind of action we need. What struck me was many of the women we contacted were self-effacingly touched and delighted that we had reached out to them, because they never imagined that they could take a proactive step and throw their hat in the ring. So this is another feature that we need to counter from both sides, from internally with each woman and externally, senior people can help. All of them were uniformly touched and, oh my goodness, okay, really, it never occurred to me, was the general response we got. At the end of all of this, we had modest success in the entire slew of awards in junior and category in all of the scientific disciplines. They a long gap of not very many women ever. They managed to recognize one fantastic woman scientist for one of their awards. This was clearly not enough. Well, so we didn't give up. We wrote back. And now we're going with their senior management who have kindly agreed to come to the table with us. Okay, so continuously engaging does, so come to with us claiming that they are very sensitive to women's issues. So we would like to then lead them into a collegial conversation of how their own selections could be improved. Do they have enough women on their committees, for example, their selection committees? Do they maintain tabs of how many women nominees they have? So these are the kinds of suggestions we will make. And we really appreciate that they have agreed to come to the table and discuss with us. So one by one, these are the kinds of actions we think necessary. So we need policies and we need procedures, of course, but then we need to actually take action one by one. And I will close with a plea to all members here. If you see a conference, if you see a group, if you see any kind of an organization in which there isn't adequate representation of women, I think it's completely reasonable to write a collegial letter flagging it. Typically, you will get a response saying, oh, it's too late now, we'll do it next time. I would say, let's keep records. Let's keep a record and keep writing to people, keep calling them out, because unless we do this collectively, we're not going to raise our level of sensitization and actionable participation of women in fora which they richly deserve. Thank you very much. I will stop.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your views portraying the gender policy guidelines initially formulated by Indian Academy of Sciences and which needs to be in fact implemented in all the science academies, and with emphasis of women in leadership position, and your message that it is very essential to empower women. Thank you so much for sparing your time and joining us. Now,
thank you very much. I have to also excuse myself because I'm double booked today and there is a DST panel I have to speak on literally in 2 minutes. So I really apologize. It's awful to do this, but I think on this one, women get double. So I will leave and come back.
Thank you so
I really
much.
apologize.
Now we have Professor Chandrama Shah Madam with us, and she doesn't need any introduction. She is the president of National Science Academy in New Delhi. Earlier, she was the director of the National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi, and also J.C. Bose Fellow of NASI. J.C. Bose Chair of NASI. And I'm very briefly introducing her as we are running short of time. So it is honor for us to that Madam Shah is with us. Ma'am, I request you to please deliver your keynote address. Over to you.
Yes, can I share my slides?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
So, okay, yes. Can you see my slides? Can you see my slide, Archana?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So, yes, now if, yes, respected Dr. Manju Sharma, Professor Ajay Ghatak, Professor Paramjit Khurana, all other distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to congratulate all women on this day, and also NASI for organizing very relevant women's programs. You know, science gives us a very unique identity that is unrelated to gender or nationality. Despite the fact that we have come a long way and we have been discussing in creating a more equal world for both men and women, gender is relevant on how society values and rewards achievement. So in the backdrop of importance of diversity in scientific innovation and research, we really need to be more inclusive. Increasing diversity and inclusion among scientists is also better for science itself by introducing broader perspectives and means of approaching research. Now, having more women in science means having more scientific manpower. So with that, I would like to start. Yeah. So see, what I wanted to say here in this particular presentation is that with decades of global conversations on acute need to escalate women's representation in sciences, why are we still facing such an issue? I think maybe somewhere we have failed to really identify the actual issues that need to be corrected. And we need to, and there are not enough data by which we could go by. So maybe there is more research needed on what are actually women's needs and what do we require to actually do to improve this situation. Because in reality, it's been decades that we have been discussing this, but why it is still not corrected. Now, if you look at, this is a UNESCO Institute of Statistics slide where they're showing how much is the percent of women employed in science. Only the United States and Australia is not represented here, but it is shown here that it is very strange that in the Central Asia, the Middle Eastern countries and South America, most women are employed. Whereas in other places, in the United States, it's 32%. In Central and Eastern Europe, it's about 40%. Central Asia, it's about 50%. So this also is, there is no analysis as why is this. So we really need to look at the data and see how culture, how countries, how environment is also affecting this issue. So is it because of gender differences or social inequalities? So strangely, Finland is a country that excels in gender equality because there girls actually outperform boys in science. As such, Finland should have less of gender gap in STEM fields, yet the opposite is true. Finland has one of the lowest proportions of women earning STEM degrees, along with Norway and Sweden, which also rank high in gender equality. In Algeria, the reverse is the case. So with this kind of data, we really need to look at where we are going wrong. Because even if there is and excellence sort of in gender equality, those countries are not employing enough women in the STEM fields. So why less women? As I said, we need to look at this problem more critically, as it is complex in nature and varies according to culture, countries, and social situations. And why is it important to encourage more women to pursue to be in science? Because a nation needs talent, and as Archana pointed out, that 50% of our workforce is women. So the nation will need their ideas, their creativity, and the participation will vary according to field. But now it's only 30%, so we should be having more. This has been said over and over again. Now, what does diversity do in the scheme of things? Diverse teams actually could generate different ideas and innovative solutions to problems. In the context of COVID-19, this issue has been proven by widespread collaborations bringing people from diverse backgrounds and diverse countries that led to many that led to the improvement of many lives. Now, sorry. So for the future of women in leadership, we have to look into the past, as some history is important. So the questions, there are stunning examples of women as leaders. Is it true that women always face problems? The women that we look up as role models, are they very different from us? Did they face difficulties? Or what kind of struggle did they have? And what made them succeed? So the most celebrated example or role model is Professor Marie Curie, the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, the only woman in history to ever win it twice, and the only human to ever win a Nobel Prize in 2 different sciences. She said that I have frequently been questioned, especially by women, of how I could reconcile family life with a scientific career. Well, it has not been easy. This was said by Marie Curie. And what did Marie Curie do? She made discoveries that changed the world. The Russian government prevented her from going to college because university education was forbidden for women. She was not allowed to present seminars, only her husband could when they moved to France. Nobel Committee wanted to give Nobel to 2 men and not Marie. Never elected, she was never elected to the French Academy of Sciences. Not offered professorship till Pierre died. Second Nobel Prize came in controversy because of the Langevin affair and was almost withdrawn. Now, what did she do? She coined the term radioactivity. She did groundbreaking discoveries regarding uranium rays, discovered the radioactive element polonium, isolated radioactive element radium, started the use of radium for cancer, paved the way for extensive use of X-rays for medical purposes, created mobile radiology units during World War I. You can see her achievements, yet she faced so much discrimination. But what was the end point? The end point was the most inspiring thing, that she had determination. And this is what is very important. While we could keep on facilitating women, one needs determination. Closer to home, if we look at some of the women leaders, Dr. Muthulakshmi Reddy is a legendary medical practitioner, social reformer, and legislator from Pudukkottai in erstwhile Madras presidency. She is the first woman in the world to become vice president of a legislature. And she created the Adyar Cancer Center. Now, some parents threatened to withdraw their sons when she was going to school because she was born in the Devadasi community. Eventually, with difficulty, she studied medicine and scored 100 in surgery. She fought for increasing the marriageable age and abolition of the Devadasi culture, and it took 17 years to do that, where she argued with a erudite person like C. Rajagopalachari to bring about these changes. And she established the Adyar Center in 1952. So there was again a huge determination. And the Adyar Cancer Center is now being led by an equally competent Dr. V. Shanta. The Vellore Christian Medical College and Hospital was established by Ida Shadar, who came to India and adopted this as her country and stayed here. So here is another woman who could create an institution which is so famous today. So here also she faced so much um, difficulties in establishing this, and in those early days, and anyway she did succeed. So here again is the determination. About the lady who established the formidable healthcare system in Kerala is Mary Punen Lucas. She was the first female surgeon general in India. She was the founder of a tuberculosis sanatorium in Nagarcoil, which eventually became the Kanyakumari Government Medical College. She founded X-ray and Radium Institute in Trivandrum, and she was the head of health department of the princely state of Travancore, and was the first woman legislator of the state. What I wanted to portray in these few examples, that determination and organization is ability to organize is a very important character that that women should have, and we can go on, facilitating women, which is important. And remember that they came from an era that things were very difficult then. So there is gender inequality in sciences all across the sectors as provided by the various data. And this includes higher education, career placement, mid-career gaps, promotion to leadership positions. Low in numbers are the institutions practicing science, institutions teaching science, and agencies employing women for administering science grants and general management. So these are all there, but I would take a sense of pride in saying that the women in science actually are many. Women in science administration, women teachers of science subjects, women technicians in science laboratories, women entrepreneurs in science, women researchers in science, and women students in science. So we should be talking about all of these together, not only the researchers, but all of these people who are in the different different platforms. So if we look at data generated by Niti Aayog, it shows that slightly older batches are more in the science as science workers. But here I think why the graph is so low is because women are entering family life here. Maybe that is why it is very low. And in about middle age, there is an increase somewhere. So this is a picture in what is in India in the scientific workforce. And here, if you look at this women enrollment in higher education, it has increased. Even, I mean, we are just looking at from 2010 to 2018 and 19. If I looked from the days that I started doing science, it would be enormous. But the improvement has been quite significant in these 10 years. And in the PhD, in the postgraduate, from 41 to 56%. In the undergraduates, it's 37 to 43%. So there has been an increase. So there has been an improvement in women's situation in higher education. Higher education, we know, makes a vital influence on sustainable development through generation and dissemination of knowledge. So if you look at women in STEM, you will see that the graduates, Madam Manju Sharma mentioned that in the medical field, there are more women. It is true. It is 66 women versus 33% men. So it's a huge improvement here. And then female enrollment in top scientific institutes has also increased. And if you look at number of PIs in the DST, this is a study done by DST, and the number of women PIs have also increased. So all around, the women are doing advances. So this, if you look at this graph, it's graduation and post-graduation. You can see that female per 100 male students in key programs. You look at Bachelor of Arts, the Master of Arts, the Bachelor of Commerce, the Master of Commerce, Bachelor of Science and Master of Science. In all, the women are actually more than men. So this is a very encouraging picture. But what happens is that if 44.2% science PhDs we had in 2015-16, but scientific workforce became less in 14.9%. Now, so this is why this happens. Now, if you look at the career gaps, what you see here is that, so in the career gaps, you see that there is no career gap, about 38% in women, but explainable gap is 15%, but 47% are gap without explanation. In comparison to men, Interestingly, they also have a gap without explanation, and it's about 30%, and no career gap in 31%, and explainable gap in 39%. So it is impossible to know from a resume that what these gaps mean or what the individual was doing at that time. It is also interesting to see that how many men have this similar gap. And this element of this topic is not given much academic attention in the existing literature, and we should be actually analyzing such data to take our future steps. This is also a Niti Aayog data where they have identified where the women actually career breaks occur is after the second child. It's 17%, pre-marriage 14%, after the first child is 37% more here, and before the first child 30.6%. So these are the most reasons for a career break. If we can actually enable women to care for their child while they're working by facilitating both men and women, I'm sure we will see an improvement here. And similarly before the first child as well. So it is not only in science. I mean, women are doing very well. You see women voters, it has increased so much, and it's only this data is only till 2014. And if we go in the current, if you look at the current values, I'm sure it must be higher. And India has the maximum number of percentage of women pilots in the world. So women are not only doing well in science, they're doing good everywhere. So in the current policy of the government, with quality education and gender equality being components of the sustainable development goals, the science and technology policy, and also the national education policy, they both have clear and precise commitments to gender equity and universal inclusion. So this is very good that has happened. And there is one more thing that has happened, is that there is a charter, the Gati Charter, which is actually something similar to Athena Swan, which is followed in Australia. That the Gati Charter is based on 10 key principles, and each institution as a signatory to the charter will have to there will be a moral imperative for all the institutions to provide equal opportunity to women, particularly those in science, technology, engineering, medicine, and mathematics. By being a part of this progressive charter, the institution will commit to adopt its guiding principles within our policies, practices, action plans, and culture and transformative change. So the possible recognitions, the problems of women in different layers of society in joining the science stream should be analyzed and addressed. Schools and universities should take steps for gender sensitization in the field of education. Exposure to role models is essential so that young women can identify themselves with the inspiring individual. Counseling should be done for women coming from poorer and underprivileged sections of the society that Madam Manju Sharma alluded to, and implement policies making it easier for women to make career choice both by central as well as state governments. Financial support should be given as fellowships. Women to be involved in leadership positions in science. The private sector should attempt to enhance opportunities for women, promote a mentoring system, and gender inclusive work time benefits are necessary. Gender-friendly facilities at all organizations practicing science should be initiated. So I would finish with my tribute to all the women Nobel laureates who broke all barriers and became the Nobel laureates, and also to those who almost reached the Nobel Prize but didn't, like Rosalind Franklin. And my tribute to them for their contribution to society and science. Thank you very much. I think while women should support each other, we need all kind of support to improve upon the facilities that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very informative talk on celebrating women as scientists and leaders, and why it is essential to encourage women to pursue their career in science. You have very nicely portrayed the pictures of women stalwarts in science who made tremendous contribution to science and technology that really encouraged all of us, particularly the youngsters who have joined us. And also the statistics on women's enrollment in science, and which is, of course, gradually increasing day by day, which is very good. And but the other side of coin is that we still need to nurture the women, which is very essential. And that is why the National Academy of Sciences India implemented this nationwide program on sensitization of women under the overall guidance and supervision of Honorable Madam Dr. Manju Sharma ji. And with the core message of your talk that women must have the determination and ability to organize. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your time. Dr. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw is very well known to all of us. She is a pioneer of the biotechnology industry in India and the founder and executive chairperson of the country's leading biopharmaceutical enterprise, Biocon Limited, that was started in the year 1978. She was actually to join us, but due to some urgent tasks, she couldn't make it. But however, she has sent the message to us, and I'm just going to read that message. डेस्कटॉप में है क्यों नहीं देखो ना बताओ जल्दी आगे
पढ़ दीजिए जरा। अर्चना पढ़ दीजिए।
The message goes like this, and I quote, on the occasion of International Women's Day, I would like to celebrate women in STEM who are building a new India as knowledge-led economy with no gender device. Jai Hind. So this is the message that we got from Dr. Kiran Majumdar Madam, and a very inspiring message focusing on two very important aspects. The knowledge-driven economy, which is very essential and especially that contributes to the advancement of science and technology, and particularly in the innovation era of ICT. And it has to be, there should be no gender divide, which is of course the theme of today's event. So we are very much thankful to Dr. Kiran Majumdar ji for sending this message and sending her greetings to everyone. Now we are coming to a very important part of today's meeting, the presidential address by Honorable Professor Ghatak sir, the Honorable President of NASI. Dr. Professor Ghatak sir needs no introduction but to say a few words about him. Sir is a renowned physicist and currently the President of the National Academy of Sciences India. He has several publications, more than 180 research papers, 20 books, and his book on optics has been translated to Chinese and Persian. I'm just reading it for those who have joined us for the first time. And his monograph on inhomogeneous optical wave guides has been translated to Chinese and Russian. Recipient of several awards, there is a long list, but most importantly, the prestigious award, the Optical Society Sang-Soo Lee Award 2020, Spy Educator Award, Galileo Galilei Award, SS Bhattacharya, and several awards. And most importantly, he has always contributed us and inspired us to organize such programs. So we are very much thankful to you, sir, for joining us. And over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Can you see my slides, Archana?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
The
Thank
first
you very much. Thank you very much. It's I will take 2-3 minutes, 4-5 minutes to give my address. Today we are celebrating the International Women's Day, and my hearty congratulations to all the distinguished women in the panel and to the attending and all the fellows and members of NASI who are associated with this. I sincerely thank Professor Manju Sharma, who is the NASI Distinguished Women Scientist Chair, and all her colleagues at NASI, particularly Dr. Archana Prant and Dr. Neeraj Kumar, for putting in tremendous efforts in organizing this very important seminar. I will use the slides that I had used in my Science Day talk, During the past 75 years, we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. We have achieved so much. We have a flourishing nuclear energy program in India, which is primarily due to Professor Bhabha and Raja Ramanna. Then our Professor Meghnad Saha, who is the founder president of our academy, played a major role in making Allahabad University a world-class institution. He wrote a book on heat and so on. He set up Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics and also Central Glass Ceramic. He was truly a tremendously great person. And whatever we are today, it is because of people like Professor Saha and Professor Bhabha. And then we had people like Vikram Sarabhai and Satish Dhawan, who are the great Indian visionaries and founders of the space program. And people like Dr. Abdul Kalam, because of which we could send 104 satellites in a single rocket. And then we had the Green Revolution by Professor Swaminathan, the White Revolution by Verghese Kurian, and the solar energy revolution that is taking place today. And then we have a tremendously inexpensive and extensively used internet service and the mobile connection, which has revolutionized life in India. And then recently, COVID vaccines have been supplied to 98 countries. And apparently 1 in 3 vaccines in the entire world are made in India. So we have achieved so much, but then 30% of our population is still below the poverty line. Slavery still exists. How do we remove that? We remove that through education, science, and technology. And in 1869, the great visionary Dr. Mahendralal Sarkar wrote that the prevailing backwardness of the country was due to backwardness of science, and the solution was in the vigorous pursuit of sciences by original research and, of course, empowerment of women. Throughout his life, Swami Vivekananda strived to empower Indian women, and there is a very famous quote that there is no chance of welfare of the modern world unless the condition of women is improved. It is not possible for a bird to fly on one wing. In this workshop, we have already heard a few talks detailing the enormous contributions by our women scientists and introducing gender policy implementation guidelines. We had heard Professor Manju Sharma, Professor Shobha Tole, and Professor Chandima Shah, and then a very important message from Dr. Kiran Majumdar Shaw. And we are going to hear, our next speaker is Professor Paramjit Khurana, Professor Shubhra Chakravarti, and Professor Priyadarshini, who will be delivering the 2019, 20, and 21 Professor Archana Sharma Memorial Award lectures for their enormous contribution in their respective areas of research. And then we have Professor Padma Srivastav will be delivering the Professor V.P. Sharma Memorial Award lecture. And what I want to say about this particular lecture is that it is a tough competition between men and women. And of course, the NASI chose Professor Padma Srivastav, which shows that in India there is no discrimination, and that is the greatest plus point that we have. And then we have Professor Madhulika Agarwal will be delivering the Professor B.P. Pal Memorial Award lecture. Professor Lata Raghavan will be delivering the P. Shield Memorial Award lecture. And Professor Annapurna Subramaniam will be delivering the NASI Bhuti Foundation Award lecture. Today we are very fortunate. I just saw that Professor Bimla Bhuti is also participating in this important seminar. And she had an extremely successful career as a plasma physicist at Physical Research Laboratory. And after her retirement, she is doing philanthropy, promoting science and technology, and created so many awards. And she is one of the role models that we have in our country. And then we have Professor Chitturi and Professor Nitu Mishra will be delivering lectures on a very important area of empowerment of tribal women. And the concluding remarks will be made by Professor Madhu Dikshit and Professor Shobna Narasimhan and Professor Anindita Bhadra on inspiring women in science. This is the very important part, that how do we inspire women in science and also in technology. Yes, thus women scientists in India are doing really the very fact that so many of our women scientists have won so many awards, award lectures, and are doing incredible research work. And we are very proud of them. They are the role models for future generations. But the most important part, as has been mentioned by previous speakers, that we have to have greater number of young women needed to participate in research and development. This is a slide from Professor Chandrima Saha, and I took a screenshot of that. And Marie Curie, of course, faced the tremendous discrimination. And it was her husband who said that I will not accept the Nobel Prize unless Marie Curie is also given the Nobel Prize. So that was, fortunately, I would like to make a comment that fortunately in India, we do not have such discrimination. And our women scientists, although very few in number, are getting more and more recognized by different academic bodies of our country. And she has also mentioned very important possible recommendations, which were, I thought, were extremely important, and I thought I would repeat. So under the leadership of Dr. Manju Sharma, with support from people like Dr. Paramjit Khurana and many others, NASI is in tremendous efforts in encouraging and empowering women scientists and teachers in India. And this is, in my opinion, an extremely important contribution, and generations to come will remember their efforts in creating, in empowering women scientists and teachers. So empowering women is to building a future we want. This is quoting Amartya Sen. And my final slide is a very important slide, in which I quote Mahatma Gandhi. Man can never be equal to a woman in the spirit of selfless service, which when nature has endowed her. So that is a very important aspect of a woman's character, in my opinion. I have seen that myself, the selfless service to which a woman is associated. And therefore, whether it is raising a child or whether it is doing research or involvement in R&D, the selfless nature of their service makes them outshine all the men. So with that positive note, I look forward to greater participation of women in our research and development of education, science and technology. And I'm sure NASI will play a very important role in having that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion and sharing your very inspiring and informative talk, how to empower women, by portraying very nice pictures on the scientific achievements made by the stalwarts in science and also women scientists, how they have tremendously sacrificed and made the country reach new heights, with the core message that empowerment of women is the key to building a future. So thank you so much for sparing your time. Now, we are coming to the last part of this inaugural address, inaugural session, and we are moving towards the inaugural address to be delivered by Madam Professor Paramjit Khurana ji. She doesn't need any introduction, and she is a very eminent scientist in plant biotechnology, molecular biology, and genomics, who is presently the head of the Department of Plant Biology in the University of Delhi and the former General Secretary Outstation of NASI, recipient of several awards, Professor Archana Sharma Memorial Award, and also the J.C. Bose National Fellow. And with this very brief introduction, and we are very grateful that she has joined us, and she is also going to deliver Professor Sharma Memorial Award on this occasion. So I request you, ma'am, to please share your expertise and enlighten us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Archana, for a very nice introduction, but I'm unable to share my screen. I think Dr. Ghatak needs to unshare first, then I might.
I did unshare.
I'm still getting your.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see.
Yeah.
Share, cancel. Is it now available?
Let me just check. Not yet.
Let me log out then, and I will log in again.
But it's available, means I checked that it is working for me.
It's not working for me. because I can see his screen coming up.
Sorry, share.
Ask Archana if she can do it for you, Pawan.
If you can just do that.
Can you do that now?
Just send it to Archana.
That will take time, ma'am. If I can just share it, that would be much better. No.
Let me log out then. Let me log out and I will log in. Can you share now, Dr.
Really
Khurana?
sorry. But meanwhile, I'll take time to thank everyone for this kind invitation, especially to, it's a pleasure to speak in front of the President, Ajay Ghatak from NASI, Dr. Chandrima Saha, and of course, Dr. Manju Sharma, who's been a mentor through and through for loads and loads of women in our country. And to each and everyone, I still cannot share the content. I never had a problem, but today seems to be like one of those glitches day. Screen, I'm still getting Dr. Khatak's screen.
Let me log out then. But I want to hear you.
Well, please do come in as soon as possible. No, yes, that is not coming. I'm cancelling it, but other applications.
But Anirban just now shared his slides. So
why? Sorry, I'm really sorry. We've been grilled with Zoom and other links so well. We've been taking all the classes. I don't know why this error is up.
Professor Khurana, can you yourself log out and log in again? You might not solve the issue.
let me leave. Let me leave. Let her remain.
No, sir, I don't want it. My screen is still. I think I might have to log out and then come. That may be the only way out. It's stuck somewhere. Okay, just give me a minute. I'll try to re-log in. I'm so sorry. If we can go ahead. One of these days.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see.
Can see
Your screen is already visible.
Is it?
Yeah, your screen was visible. You just your entire screen is visible. Just go to the slide.
It's better now. You can see now.
We can see now is the slide. Okay, just make it full screen. Fine, absolutely fine.
We can see now.
Okay,
can see.
Thank you so much, everyone. I don't know what we would have done, but it's on the auto mode, I think now. Okay. Anyway, I'll try to hold it. So the title which I took for the presentation today is Confronting Inequalities in Science. I think we've all been hearing some wonderful presentations by the previous workers touching on different aspects of what are the reasons and what could be the solutions towards this. Today, as I think the present International Day, the theme is breaking the bias. I think it's a very important theme because it tells you that the bias is inherent. And it is only this bias which needs to be broken. I always say that it is important to change the mindset. And it is only individually that we are all responsible for our thoughts and action, not only today, but every day. And I don't mean only the women folk, I mean the men also. I think everyone is equally important. And sometimes I feel it is more important for the men folk to change their mindsets than for the women to be considered equal in other ways also. So the theme is the breaking the bias, and as mentioned earlier, it is important to imagine a gender equal world. We are trying to reach, imagine this kind of a situation where the world would be free of biases, stereotypes, discrimination, a world that is diverse, equitable, and inclusive. a world where differences are valued and celebrated, and it is only together that we can forge women's equality. But it is very important that before we can break the bias, that we need to first understand what the issues are and then to be understood as to how to encounter it. Okay. So it requires valuing of diversity, and diversity requires understanding, acceptance, and inclusion and celebration of this diversity which exists. Instead of being a negative point, we need to make it into a positive aspect. Another thing which I do want to mention is every year we celebrate the International Women's Day, and the color purple is very important. Why? Because it stands for justice, justice for everyone, and justice with dignity, and that is what symbolizes the International Women's Day, and that is why the color purple is important to all of us. The UN also, about 10 years back, established the UN Women Establishment, and they celebrated the 20th anniversary when they took a resolution on women, peace, and security. And what was emphasized was generation equality for every person. I think that is important because here, irrespective of your age, your race, your gender, your religion, your hometown, and even your sexual preferences, it's about achieving equal rights and opportunities for everywhere, anywhere. If you look at the sustainable goals which have been given by the UN, the sustainable goal number 5 talks of gender equality. And this means that we need to achieve gender equality to end discrimination against women and girls, to eliminate any sort of violence against women and here, to eliminate all harmful practices which are present in our society, to ensure that women's participation in leadership and decision making is important. A very important point made by Dr. Manju Sharma also, that this is it. And to have universal access to reproductive health and other sexual and other health rights as well. And that is very important. Yes, since we come to science, we're talking about women in science today. So if you look at the women researchers which are present by the regional distribution, this is a UNESCO statistics which tell you that women are less everywhere. The highest number of women and researchers are present in the Latin America and the Caribbean, highest in the Central and Eastern Europe, followed by Latin America. But South and West Asia is where we fall. It's about roughly 20% or so. So women are underrepresented. But one area which is very dear to me, that is agriculture, and because I feel that agriculture has played a crucial role in the civilization of mankind. Because agriculture and civilization have gone hand in hand. Any advancements which have been made in agriculture, because man turned from a gatherer to from a wanderer to a stabilized farming thing here. So any improvement here would increase our civilization. And yes, women are the backbone of the agriculture economy. I think this is a very understated statement. It is not appreciated enough, especially in the developing countries, because there is a big force of women in agriculture, yet it is the men folk who receive greater credit, the land rights, the training, and the information compared to women in science. And in fact, agriculture is one of the important sources of employment for women in rural areas and in most developing regions. And when the World Bank report says that gender inequality in agriculture would lead to falling in, if we reduce the gender inequality, then it would lead to reduction in infant and child mortality. It will lead to improved nutrition and, of course, higher economic productivity. So this is very important because the implications are such that there is a gender upliftment. And mind it, it's a big number, 79%. I would say close to 80% of the economically active women in developing countries, they say that their source of income comes from agriculture. And that is why I think agriculture needs to be pushed forward in a big way for causing equality in. And why we need to empower women in agriculture specifically? Because yes, of this big percentage of women which are present in the sub-Saharan African region and the South Asian. But yes, we do acknowledge that women's productivity in agriculture is lower than men. And this is because there is a lack of training, lack of access to finances and cultural. So despite their increased presence in the agricultural workforce, their productivity remains low. As a result, women often cannot access modern inputs like crop protection products, the fertilizers, the seeds, and so forth, and it all adds up to lost production. In fact, it is said that if you empower women in agriculture, make them more informed, then you could produce more, 20 to 30% more food on the farms can be produced. And this is very important because by empowering women farmers, we could be able to feed additional 150 million people. I think that is a significant increase where we can do. So yes, empowerment of women in agriculture is important. It is important not only for gender equality, but also for food security. We come to a bigger issue, and women empowerment is a major tool to fight the hunger which is present all over. So gender equality can make substantial contribution to the country's economic growth and is the single most important determinant of food security. So we must be celebrating also simultaneously the role of women in agriculture. And the Women's Day, we should take a quick look because we see 78% of India's employed women working in agriculture. 70% of the farm work is led by women. 50% of all rural women are agricultural laborers. And 60% of the food grown worldwide is grown by women. So there are lots of good things and lots of not so good things present in this slide, but it's a indicator that yes, their status needs to be up. We are fortunate because in India, some of the policies are very progressive, and we have a Central Institute for Women in Agriculture, specially dedicated to this in Bhubaneswar. And they often, they've not only bagged the Best Agricultural Award by ICAR, they've also bagged the Best Women Empowerment Institute in Asia Award a couple of years. So this shows that yes, we are appraised of the problem and we are working towards this. And NASI also has joined hands with ICAR to reward people who make innovations and do research on farm implements. This is important because this is what will reduce the drudgery of the farm women by development of their women-friendly farm implements. So there is need to encourage researchers and innovators to develop farm implements, especially for the women farmers of our country. Besides Women's Day and Women and Girl Child's Day, I think it is equally important to be celebrating the International Day of Education, which goes little unsaid all over, which is actually on 24th of January. I think it is very important to celebrate this day also because it is education and education alone which empowers them to fight for their rights. It empowers them to know what is their due and what is not due. It empowers them to learning to read and write, not only which helps them in gaining access to information, but also makes them informed about their rights and their identify to challenge the inequalities which are present in the system. Across 54 countries, when a survey was done with women who had only primary education and secondary education, the women who had secondary education were 4 times less likely to lack control of their household resources, domestic abuse, and other instances as well. So you can see how far education can lead to empowerment of women and to reduce the inequalities which are present. Informed women is much better as compared to others. And for that, we need to also look at our educational system in our country and how Indian education is viewed from the global perspective. We're doing very well. We have some excellent institutes, IIT Mumbai, Delhi, Madras, Bangalore, so forth. But when we look at the universities are pretty low. If the Bombay, IIT Bombay, this is QS rankings, 2018, ranks 34th, Indian universities, the topmost being DU, from where I come. So my bias towards the slide also is ranked 72. So there has been a decline in the position of our universities, even of our top institutes with time. I think this is important. And if you look at global ranking, we are very happy that we have the IITs, so many IITs, excellent ISC, Bangalore, and so forth. But if you look at the global ranking, from the global perspective, how are we placed? IIT Bombay is 177. Imagine, in amongst the globe, okay, amongst all the countries. It's not a very good figure, I would say. Although we are very proud of that. And look at the Indian universities. We are less than 100, 500. We barely managed to creep into the 500 band pattern here. And a big university like Jawaharlal Nehru is even further. So I think it is very important to take a look as to what are the reasons for this and what is important. How can we empower the institutes in providing education, quality education? And also important simultaneously, I would say, if one is the left hand, the other is the right hand. What is the Indian expenditure on research and development? If you look at this graph, Indian bar is much low number of researchers per million, although we have lots of millions with us in numbers, in human resources, but the amount which is spent per head is very less. If we compare India and China, we are roughly equal in population. Our GDPs do not match, definitely, and even our contribution of percentage of GDP which goes into research is dismissively low as compared to that in China. China is doing far, far better than us in promoting research and development. Similarly, if you look at the country-wise research and development expenditure, some of the latest figures which I could get, India is at the bottom, sitting less than 1%. And who is doing the best? Israel, 4.3%, imagine. And all the brain is there. Japan, followed by Japan, Germany, US, even lower. UK, yes. Brazil, and even Russia, they're doing much better. So I think these are the gaps which need to be increased, need to be enhanced, so that there is a quality education and quality research which comes in, because they will have the long-term implications for empowerment of. Yet, I would say, despite the suboptimal conditions in our country for education and research, the Indian science is changing, and women are responsible for the changing of this Indian science. This happens to be a postcard picture as of now. The ISRO female scientists when they celebrated the Mars orbit. I'm sure you can see the joy not only on their faces, but everyone else's. Tessie Thompson has become a picture postcard to represent Indian women. But let's remember, science knows no gender. And that is why it is important to have many more of these type of achievements for us. Although all of these earlier achievements were from ISRO, it's only 8% of the ISRO scientific and technical staff which is present here. And ISRO is a very small percentage. And if they've been able to contribute here, I would say hats off to them for this particular. Yes, we have made some good, we have seen some very good figures given by Dr. Chandrima also and others, that we are improving in technology, we are improving in medicine, the women's participation. Yet, when we look at the faculty position, we all agree the percentage is very low. So what is required is that although we have enough women trained in science, their involvement in doing science is considerably skewed. So we need to have more of them coming up at a high level. I was surprised to hear that there was this workshop conference on Future Women Conference, and that was held in India. So we are quite progressive in our thoughts and other things here. And the theme also for this conference, maybe it was the early stages of the pandemic had not started, but it was for the next generation of women to looking at their equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal participation. And I was amazed that this was very futuristic mode, and this is what is needed. So what actually can be done? We need to address this gender biases, not always actively, but even the passive gender biases which are existing in our society. And for that, we need to engage the parents also. Why I'm saying the parents, especially the girl child in STEM, because it is primarily the parental attitude which gets percolated during the developmental phase of the women, of the girls. And that has a far-reaching consequences also. If the parents have a right attitude, if they don't distinguish between a male and a female child, then that will go along. We need to encourage participation in extracurricular activities, have more museum visits, competitions, extracurricular activities, more on robotics and coding camps, where girl child also needs to be an important participant. We need to feature more female role models. I think this is very important because even at the early stage when people can relate to the role models that yes, I can be like her. We need to provide a template for the behavior which is needed. Okay, not only for the male but for the females also. And of course, more partnership with the private sector, I think, because partnership with the private sector will increase our educational quality and others. In the other countries, we've seen private enterprises getting into giving a boost to education and research and technology, whereas in our country, that is not the case. I think that is one big lacune which needs to be fulfilled also. And the private sector needs to take up this responsibility onto them also. They do whatever little bit they do, but they do it very superficially. It is here that I'm very happy to be associated with NASI for the last decade or so. Some of the NASI's initiatives are tremendous. Not only did we have the big celebration with a foreigner also coming in here, NASI extends and undertakes lots of workshops and lots of programs, not in the metro cities, but in the smaller cities. Okay, NASI takes its team to the smaller cities and talks to them, interacts with them, tells them what is the latest, what are the ways out, and also listens to what is their problem. And that is why women in science listening to their problems and finding solutions to them also is very important, because the problems of a metro woman and the problems of a rural woman would be very different and they need to be addressed in a different way. Yes, there is recognition by way of various records and other things, and NASI wherever possible ties up not only with Elsevier, it ties up with Reliance for giving the Reliance Awards and others, and many other things also. So it is doing multi-front approach. And yes, even our government is doing little bit, yes, I would say, in recognition and creating chairs for women in science. I think this is a very good initiative by the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Did go passing through a lag phase, but yes, there are certain things. Why I brought in this picture is to say that nearly 40% of them are biologists. The others are physicists. So there are some major scientists are Indian scientists, be it physicist, an anthropologist, or a doctor, or even a cytogeneticist. And today I'm very happy to share that Dr. Archana Sharma, who was the Indian women botanist, a cytogeneticist, a very good cell biologist and a cytotoxicologist, was often considered as the leader for chromosomal techniques and chromosomal visualization. It is important that people like her be recognized and honored. That is an important part. I think this practice of recognizing and honoring women scientists need to be continued. And today, I think I'm very fortunate that I'm delivering the long overdue NASI Archana Sharma Memorial Award as well. Very happy to be associated with her because I knew her personally also. I interacted with her when I was just started my PhD. And I remember what a remarkable memory she had. She met me when I was doing my message dissertation, and later, when I met her later, she asked me what aspect I'm working on research. She says, I know you had started this work. What happened to that? So not only was she a passionate teacher, she was also a dedicated researcher, and she was instrumental in mentoring a lot of female scientists. So it's indeed an honor and a privilege to be accepting today the Archana Sharma Memorial. So I would like to end on a simple, very simple note that the equation for equality is what will advance the participation of women and girls in science. Nothing else. There has to be equality, and only then you will be able to. Lastly, I just got this wonderful message from someone as Chandrima started with, not Chandrima, Shubha Tole started with some of the messages she was receiving. I thought this was a rather good one. You cannot have a hero without her. Thank you very much, all, everyone, for your attention, and wish you all a very happy Women's Day, not only today, but I would say each and every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your time and delivering a very informative address, very inspiring address, highlighting the need of and importance of gender equality, which was very much coherent with the theme of today's event. That one need to think of a gender equal world which is free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. Thank you so much. And as ma'am has already mentioned, I would also like to just brief that NASI, the National Academy of Sciences India, confers every year the prestigious award to the distinguished scientists to recognize their outstanding scientific contribution in different areas of science and technology. So in this event, we are going to have different lecture awards, memorial lecture awards. So this was Professor Rachna Sharma Memorial Award that was delivered by Madam Professor Khurana ji. So I would just like to read the citation for this award. Is going to share.
Thank you, Archana. So,
ma'am, I'm just reading the citations.
Pardon?
Citation goes like this. The National Academy of Sciences India.
Okay, sure.
Rachna Sharma Memorial Lecture Award 2019. The National Academy of Sciences India NASI felicitates Professor Paramjit Khurana, JC Fellow, Department of Plant Molecular Biology, Delhi University South Campus, for her pioneering work in the field of biotechnology, molecular biology, and genomics, and her manifold contributions in the field of sustainable agriculture. So NASI congratulates you, ma'am, and we are very much grateful for all your contribution to NASI's program, especially the women's program. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Archana.
We are moving towards the plenary session of this event that has to be chaired by Madam Dr. Manju Sharma ji and co-chaired by Professor Jaya Tyagi Madam. And I'm very much honored to invite the Honorable Chair and co-chair. And I would just like to very brief about Professor Tyagi ma'am, that she is NASI Senior Scientist in the Department of Biotechnology, All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi. Earlier, she was the head of Department of Biotechnology, AIIMS, New Delhi, and an honorary visiting professor in the Center for Biodesign and Diagnostics, Faridabad, Haryana. There is long list of her awards and all that, but we are very much thankful to you, ma'am, for sparing your time. And now I request Honorable Chairperson, Madam Dr. Manju Sharma ji, to please take over.
Thank you, Archana. But before that, before we start the session and I introduce Dr. Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay, I would like to congratulate Professor Paramjit Khurana for her excellent talk and also for always being available to NASI for the programs on women in science. She is one of the finest persons who's working in NASI, and she was the General Secretary for almost 4 years, and her contributions to NASI are monumental. So, we are very happy to give you this Archana Sharma Memorial Award. I also want to say,
thank you so much.
Chandrima, your lecture was really very nice and very inspiring. And you touched upon the most important points in your recommendations. I don't want to repeat them, but I want everybody to know the points which you made in the recommendations. If we can just implement those and take up further, I think things will be much better. And the next International Women's Day will be a more happier group. That's what I say. So, Chandrima, thank you so much for accepting our invitation and giving this wonderful, inspiring lecture. Of course, our president always speaks very well, and he is always very pro-woman scientist, a great supporter of our program. Archana, you don't have to show my face, and just let's move on to the session. So, I would like to invite Dr. Professor Sanghamitra Bandyopadhyay. She is a very well-known, renowned computer scientist, and she was the first woman director of the Indian Statistical Institute in Calcutta. She has received Bhatnagar Award, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in Engineering Sciences, Strass Prize, Infosys, J.C. Bose Fellowship, and so on. Very long list. Most importantly, she received Padam Shri last year, and we are very happy to have her here in our midst. And she's been a fellow of all the academies, and also she has been contributing to NASI and other academies through her participation and giving very valuable suggestions. So, Professor Sangamitra Paddopadhyay,
Thank you very much, Professor Sharma. I'll just share my slide. Just hold on. So, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it full screen now?
No, ma'am, not it. Yes,
Now?
ma'am, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone in NASI. It's been a long and very enjoyable association with this academy, and in particular with Dr. Sharma, who has been such a senior and such a loving guidance from her. Thank you very much. I'll just touch upon a little bit. I think most of it has already been said, women in the world of science, and also my own journey in this area. Kindly do stop me or give me a flag me about 2 to 3 minutes before I am supposed to end. I'll try to make it fast. So women in science, women and science, actually in many experiments, in general, gender was never considered a variable in earlier times, at least. In fact, in many experiments were conducted on average sized males, ignoring the fact that women show different symptoms, react differently to drugs, but that was never really studied because the sample did not have enough women. It's funny, but even the rats and other animals were primarily male. So, but that was why diseases have often been misdiagnosed, symptoms were misread, medicine dosage was wrong, which resulted in quite a bit of damage to women's health, which has now been, of course, acknowledged, and awareness is there, and gender is now a variable in many experiments conducted these days. The question is, why should we have women in science? Is it just because we need to have gender parity? Certainly not, because anything which does not make economic sense is generally not sustainable. Of course, we know that women look at problems from a different perspectives, but what about the economics of it? So it has been actually quite a few reports are there. I just picked up two from two different times. One in 2014, it said that there were half a dozen global studies conducted by the likes of Goldman Sachs and Columbia University, which have found that companies employing women in large numbers outperform their competitors in every measure of profitability. So this is pure economic sense. Also, Harvard Business School review of 2018, it studied venture capital industry, which is very, very highly male dominated. There, it was found that diversity significantly improves financial performance, and the VC firms, the venture capital firms, that increased proportion of female partners hires by 10%, had an average 1.5% spike in overall funds returns per year and 9.7% more profitable exits. So on many of such studies, it has actually been found that it makes economic sense to have more women in the workforce, and therefore it becomes very important for all of us, not just for the women, but for all of us, to give that space to the woman to come up and do what she likes to do. The scenario is that women earning their PhDs in STEM, it's quite less compared to US and to and in decision-making positions, percentages are still down. We also know that women in general are older than men in comparable positions. If you look at the situation in terms of Bhatnagar Awards, it's not pleasing. It's not pleasant. French Academy of Sciences did not elect Madame Curie in 1911. because women were not allowed for about 3 centuries. They were not allowed into the French Academy of Sciences. But of course, I think in India we've fared pretty well. We have been very, very open from quite a long time. And of course, in engineering and mathematics in particular, women are underrepresented. But in mathematics, I must say, it's not just women, even the men, the boys, girls, both, they sort of have a fear. There's a general fear of mathematics. Certainly, there is nothing to fear about in mathematics if one just thinks of mathematics as a story, not just on paper and pencil, but as a story of things around them. But in general, what is found is mathematics, very few students actually take up mathematics. And the proportion of women and men in mathematics is not that disparate. Women are less, but not strongly less. But in engineering, women are very few. We will see quickly. Nobel Prize also, we know that very few women have won the Nobel Prize. And if we look at the Nobel laureates distribution, it's a couple of years back. 17 women in Peace Prize, 14 have won in literature, 12 in physiology or medicine, 5 in chemistry, 3 in physics, and 1 very recently, of course, we have another one in economic sciences. So we also know that, as you can see here in mathematics, so this is about doctorate degrees, it's quite a little bit away back in time. We see that engineering, there's a huge amount of difference between the proportion of men and women. Mathematics, not too much actually. Life sciences also, which is expected. In social sciences, women are more than in men. But in computer science and allied fields and in engineering, women representation is very less. If we look at the workforce of women in STEM, 1970 it was pretty less, but 1990 to 2011, it's not been a remarkable increase. It's remained around 25%, which also needs, it's a matter of concern. So this we've already seen. Now, if we look at the total enrollment, again, we see that PhDs, the percentage of women is very less in science and engineering, and women employed is slightly more in R&D industry, but of course it's very less than what is desired. Now, here, if we look at the women in the corporate sector, this is a World Economic Forum report, the Global Gender Gap of 2020, so relatively recent. Percentage of women in board of directors is quite high in France, actually. It's about 43.4. In India, you see it's about 13.8. And you see in the Asian countries, it's consistently lower than in other countries. So this needs, of course, these are facts which wake us up. So about my experience, now I have been on the wrong side of all these numbers. I've earned degrees in physics, in computer science, and in engineering. With a PhD in computer science, joined in Indian Statistical Institute, moved up to the position of professor, and then currently I'm the director of this institute. But given that, still I have a family. So that's quite, I mean, not a correct combination, but somehow it has happened that I managed to still have a family, which of course the credit goes to my family more than it does to me. But what did it take to be on the wrong side of all these numbers, yet sort of managed all around? I think nothing extraordinary. It required sincerity, commitment, sort of a no compromising attitude at certain levels, not to fight all battles, but to pick the battles to fight. And of course, the acceptance that not everything one cannot get everything, that a price has to be paid. That several things which I would have liked to do, I had to let go. So these essentially, this is what it takes for anyone, not just for women. It takes for everyone these sort of commitments. So I would say it did not take me, at least, too much more than what it would have taken any man to be in the same position. But of course, I believe and I think I was quite fortunate. I had great support from parents, particularly my mother, who never told, I mean, I've never heard this word that you are a girl and therefore you cannot do this thing. Of course, as a girl, I was expected to do certain things, expected to help in the family on certain home chores, but I was never told that you cannot do this. That was very helpful. And then as I grew, I had a family of my own. Again, I was fortunate that the family stuck to me rather than me sticking to the family. The family actually stuck to me despite all the troubles, all the what should I say, all my idiosyncrasies, and a son who accepted my absences without too much of a complaint. So to me, I think change has to start right from the birth of a child, boy or girl, doesn't matter. That social conditioning, which is, of course, we all know this at this level, we all know social conditioning is something which is very difficult to come out of. We are only a very small percentage of the women of this country who have been able to come out of that mindset, that stereotypical mindset. But most of the women are unable to come out, and most of the men are unable to come out of that social conditioning. So we have to probably a great deal of attention needs to be put to the children books, the books of the children, that they start reading from a very young age, from where the stereotypical mindsets get created. When we look at the picture of a doctor, we always generally see the picture of a man. Of a nurse, we generally see the picture of a woman. If it's a car, we see a man driving. If it's a kitchen, we see a woman cooking. Nothing wrong with that, except that if it could be made more gender equitable, in the sense that if the young children's books have pictures of men also cooking and women also driving, or women flying the planes, etc., that would probably lead to a better mindset, and it would be easier to accept the change in the society, which is inevitable when the women start coming up and coming out and demanding their rights in all spheres. So there is bound to be an instability in the society, but that instability may be more easily tackled if that conditioning happens from a very young age for both the girls and the boys. So the women in science have very good characteristics, because women have a greater ability, I think, of multitasking, of accepting failures gracefully, more empathy. They are more accommodating. They do take, when in leaderships, very often take a participative model. They adopt a participative model. Of course, at some points of time, you do have to put your foot down, but then that's after a lot of discussion has happened. Some characteristics which pull the women back is they are often found to lack in confidence. They accept that women are not just physically but weak and lack stamina. There's a general acceptance that that is true. Less ambitious, less demanding. And again, another report in 2014 found that in studies, men generally overestimate their abilities and performance, and women underestimate both, although their performances do not differ in quality. So what I found is generally men try to think what qualities or how, what given a problem, what they know about that problem, while a woman sees that problem in terms of what we do not know about that problem. So that way of looking at life maybe is slightly different, which often pulls a woman back, but that's being overcome. And I see a lot of more women now with very high confidence levels, which gives me great hope that things are changing and things will change in the in not so distant future. And in particular, technology has been a great leveler, I should say. It's a great enabler for women, because with technology, there is less reliance on physical strength. In terms of physical strength, it is the forte of men, where women are in general, in terms of strength, of physical strength, they are lacking. But technology helps one to have placed less reliance on physical strength, but greater reliance on creativity, imagination, collaboration, attention to detail, which are the forte of women. And traditional sectors are actually getting blurred, with technology playing a major role in every sector, with a lot of data coming up in every sector, and data sciences coming in a big way in everything that we do. And there's really nothing masculine about machine learning, about artificial intelligence, about data science. So these areas are actually opening up opportunities for women in a very big way. But we all know that the critical age, around 20, 21, 20, up to 25, 26, 27, that's the age when the career takes off. That's the age when child birth happens. And what I have also found in some studies, that marriage very often does not create too much of a barrier, but more barrier is created by a childbirth. So that is what we as a society, we as science leaders, as administrators, we have to come up with ways. Flexible timings, very important for women. Flexibility in place of work, because now we see that with technology, the pandemic has taught us that we can do a lot without actually being in office. So if the women are given that flexibility of when they should be in office, and even from home or from other places, if they are allowed to do their work, as long as there should be no relaxation in the quality of work which is demanded, or no relaxation of the quantum of output which is demanded, but make that situation more conducive to the women. The workplace, as well as in general other places, have to look at more safety and security aspects for women, so that more women can come in. The examination system at this point, our general, all the different tests, the examinations that we have are biased more towards men, because the boys, they are able to take those tuitions at odd hours in odd places, but girls very often are not allowed to go to such take up such tuitions, where they actually face a disadvantage. If our examination system actually makes the testing of a different skill, right now it's testing like how fast you can go from point X to how fast can you run. That is what is being tested. In contrast, if we test that, okay, when going from point X to point Y, what are the things that you've observed? If that, so testing skills, what skills we test, if we can really test for innovation, if we can really test for creativity, that is where probably women will come up in large numbers. But at this point, we are testing how fast can you run. So that is where, so how much do you know? That is what is being tested, where tuitions, etc., come in a big way. So we have enough, I think we have quite a few role models. It has already been covered. I will not take time for these, but these are people who have been role models to many of us. These are in the early 1900s, Kadambini Ganguly, etc. Many of them, actually, they have had also very, very strong male support. For example, Kadambini Ganguly, who was the first medical practitioner who passed out of Calcutta Medical College, she faced huge amount of criticism in her time with what she called in the newspapers, etc. When her husband took the case to court and won it on her behalf, because she was called very ugly names, filthy names in local newspapers. So we know that these things have happened, but these women have shown the way, and we are now treading those paths. We have contemporary senior women scientists here. Of course, many of them are present here today in this meeting. Contemporary women scientists of my generation here, also my later generation. For example, you see Neena Gupta here. Just today, she received from the President of India the Nari Shakti Puraskar. She is in mathematics, a fantastic mathematician. And we have already seen Tessie Thomas, etc. Shubha has spoken just a couple of about an hour back. So this is a 2015 report in Economic Times, which said that not a single IIT or IIM has a women director, and by 2020 the situation had already changed. So we have President INSA, a woman. We have Director IIM Bodh Gaya, Director IIM Sirmaur. We had also Director IIM Calcutta, a woman. We have many women now who are in leadership positions. And in 90 years of ISI's history, it has chosen its first women director. So things are changing. Things are changing for the better. And from the first women director, I just want to introduce the Indian Statistical Institute to you very briefly in a couple of minutes. 1931, on 17 December, it was established in Presidency College in Calcutta. to undertake research in various fields of statistics. Mahalanobis actually was a physicist by training, he taught physics, but there was a chance encounter with journals of statistics, with articles there, Biometrica journal, which gave him this realization that statistics is going to be extremely important in human development and national welfare. And that is how, with a group of people, he established this institute. He's, of course, very well known for many, many contributions. He's considered the father figure of statistical science research in India. And the first computer in India was brought to the Indian Statistical Institute in 1956 by Mahalanobis. So great visionary, I must say. And our institute is spread all over the country. It is a single institute with headquarters in Kolkata and centers in Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, and Tejpur, with a branch in Giridih and smaller units in Hyderabad, Mumbai, and Pune. So we have a pan-India presence, but it's altogether single statistical institute. And besides statistics, mathematics, we have biological sciences, computer communication sciences, physics, earth sciences, social sciences, and we do a lot of very deep research as well as teaching. So very quickly about the research that I do. I develop methods. I'm a computer scientist by profession, and I take pleasure in developing methods and also want to see their applications in real life domains. I've developed many methods of single and multi-objective optimization, methods of classification and clustering, graph theoretic methods. Right now, we are working more on graph neural networks, which is like you have a graph, and on graphs are not numbers, right? It's just a structure. So if we can embed the nodes in a graph in a number space, in a real space, so then we can apply the methods which are out there. So graph neural networks is some such thing which actually works with embedding of graphs in a real space. Of course, theoretical analysis, and I do last couple of decades, I've been working heavily in computational biology, doing gene expression data analytics, studying the role of microRNAs in cancer, in Alzheimer's, studying the molecular basis of co-occurrence of HIV-1 and cancer, again through the several molecules, including microRNAs, trying to explain why this co-occurrence is happening. And right now we are moving on to single cell data analytics because technology has improved dramatically, where information is available from single cells. And this challenges the computer science algorithms because now the data has different characteristics. New algorithms are required, and that is where we come in and develop these methods. And also, very interestingly, very importantly, I'm now trying to help my students, some of my PhD students, set up their companies, advising them because they are now setting up startups in artificial intelligence and healthcare. So industry in that area, the startups in that area, which I think is also extremely important for also the women to come up and start these industries from job givers to become from job takers to become job givers as well, if one can. So with that, my acknowledgements to my family, to my teachers, and to my mother in particular, who is no more, to my institute, the Indian Statistical Institute, to DST, DBT, NASI, INSA, everyone. I remain grateful to my funders everywhere, the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, ICTP Italy, the Infosys Foundation, and of course, my earnest gratitude to all my students and collaborators around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay. This was a very well articulated and very well presented lecture, and I'm sure all the younger students who have assembled here, they must have really enjoyed this and learned a lot from it. Thank you very much. Jaya, will you take up the chair now and introduce the second speaker?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I will be happy to do that. It will be my very pleasant duty. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is really a pleasure for me to introduce the second plenary speaker of this morning, Dr. Sandhya Kaushika. Dr. Sandhya Kaushika is a cellular neurobiologist, and she has been associated with TIFR, first at the Bangalore campus, and then now she is presently at the Mumbai campus. It is really nice to see that she has, after completing her postdoctoral research in USA, and she also received a HHMI early career scientist position as a fellowship. She has come back to India and she is working in India. And I think this is something which is also it can be very motivating for youngsters to be able to come back to India after getting training abroad. She has been a very collaborative scientist who works in interdisciplinary areas and also engaged in community building activities. For example, convincing and attracting young scientists who are working abroad to come back to India through the young investigator meetings. And she also organized the first Indian C. elegans meeting. Her success and mentorship, I think, is evident from the fact that she has many of her mentees and trainees have gone on to have various careers in academics, in industry, in science communication, and science editing, as well as entrepreneurship. So it gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. Kaushika to please deliver her address. Dr. Kaushika.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
So let me just share my screen. So what I'm going to talk about is actually covering ground, which has, so I've attended pretty much the entire session so far and been really lovely talks. So thank you to all the speakers, all the people who put in effort to put this session together. It was enormously educational for me because they had presented, for instance, data and perspectives, which really deepened my understanding of what are the problems that we face. I would start with just one slide of the kind of work that we do. I'm a cellular neurobiologist. I look at biogenesis of synaptic vesicles and movement and anchoring of mitochondria and neurons. And I thought I would just start off with a slide of some amount of science, where here what you're looking at is synaptic vesicles moving along neurons in a living organism, which is C. elegans. And I think I will come back to some personal perspectives in the end, but I thought I would jump right in to ask the question. Today is Women's Day, and I often like to say that every day should be Women's Day, and women are not the only underrepresented minority in science. There are many large underrepresented minorities, especially in India, of socioeconomic. Gender is, of course, one of them because women are about 50% of the population. There's caste, there's class. There are so many of them that as a community, we need to address. So why bother? Why bother doing this? I think there are several speakers who have said it, and I shall say it again. There's just a general idea of fairness. We no longer are hunter-gatherers driven only by a most next recent impulse of maybe getting food or being dependent on upper body strength so that men do certain kinds of jobs and women tend to do other kinds of jobs, either as hunter-gatherers or early societies. And there's just fairness in the way we treat each other. There's been a long march in that direction of humanistic thought, which is both inherent to India and also externally in the West.
Sandhya, may I ask you to go into full presentation, please?
Oh, it is not? I'm so sorry. You're seeing it in a...
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Is that better? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
The other thing is to think about is talent is broadly distributed, but opportunity is not. And really, so far, there's not been a single person who has had any prediction of who will make the next big discovery or the next big impact in science. And in addition, having a broad base of scientists who look at a lot of different things gives you broader perspectives. Let me give you one single example. Aspirin was used to treat heart cardiovascular disease, basically for heart attacks in males, and it took years, I mean, over a decade of use before people figured out that it didn't do anything for women for heart attack, but instead helped with stroke. But it didn't seem to help males with stroke. These are the kinds of perspectives in terms of the people who come in, their driving motivations, and what are the things that they will put their energies in, which in turn will benefit all of society. And since we are all scientists, it's our responsibility that along with all the fun that we have in science, we also leave behind a body of knowledge which benefits all of society, including, of course, our country and nation building, as Manju Sharma very nicely said. This slide has been presented twice before today, but it's still worth looking at, that the gender gap in science in India is, despite remarkable progress which has been presented by all the women speakers today, still leaves something to be desired. Here is India, and I hope you can see the marker. And there are several countries in Asia which are doing better than us. And I think that requires some reflection on our part as to how we can change this and how we can improve it for the betterment of our science, betterment of the scientific enterprise as a whole, as well as our country. Let's see if I can get the slide to move. So I just thought I'd start very simply with presenting this data, which has also in some form been presented today. If you look at the number of PhDs awarded, there is a large number of women who are getting PhDs, either in science or in engineering. It's not very small. But I will show later on a recent study which comes from Bias Watch India, which shows that the number of faculty do not match. So we have a very strong leaky pipeline, and that leaky pipeline continues to be present to this day. There is debate now, especially after the COVID pandemic, that actually many more women are leaving the workforce and are finding it difficult to hang on and stay. I like to at this point also say that if you are at all fond of of comedy, which sometimes holds up the mirror to truth, you should follow Ayyo Sharada on Instagram or Twitter or YouTube, where she has this very nice skit where she talks about a man and a woman working. And, she talks about a husband being able to go off to the office, but she has to work from home and support the family despite, because someone is needed to sort of watch over the kid and do that kind of stuff. So I think that the COVID pandemic is going to bring an impact. Some of it is being put together, and data is being assimilated and collected by the India Alliance funding agencies with Monk Prayogshala and also with Deepa Subramaniam and Deepa Agashe, who are part of that effort. And we need to look at the numbers. But regardless, when you look at the number of PhDs in India and how many people are in faculty position, there isn't a one-to-one match, or there isn't even close to one-to-one match. There's a far fewer numbers who are coming through. One cannot expect that every person who gets a PhD will aspire for academia or will want it and, wants those long time scales to progress. But nonetheless, this is something for us to reflect, to try to correct if possible. So I mean, we have covered here social conditioning, but I still thought I would share with you. I just put out a tweet. This was actually some time ago when I was asked to give a similar talk. Are you an undergrad, grad student, or postdoc in the sciences? What would you like young people to know about science careers? What are the difficulties, and did you get any encouragement? Right. And here are some of the responses. And, some of the responses is that people care about how much they will earn and what their working hours will be, and how long is the training period, and where the training period is. And both internal motivation, as this person says, who's actually my former student and who's an entrepreneur, said you need both family support and internal motivation to head out. So he's saying there is a lot of encouragement to study, and it's reflected in the data which says that how many people get a master's degree or even how many women go on to get a PhD. But the pressure really starts as you reach your late 20s, right? And issues still arise of who will marry you, how supportive will your mentors be, what about having children, and those pressures have still not changed. So the difficulties women in science face often once you enter the profession, and we're not even talking about the PhD's case, because I think the pipeline problem we can, and I think we've had quite a bit of success. In fact, I would say we've had the greatest success in making sure that women get in at the get-go. You know, there are way more people get into undergraduate degrees and master's degrees, but far fewer going through all the way. So once you sort of make it through some point, the problems become there's isolation. You don't have a very large peer group inside the profession or even outside the profession. So it's changed a lot in the past 20 years, but nonetheless, the number of people you will have, many institutions, for instance, like the institution that I work in has less than 10% female faculty. Pretty much most of the female faculty that are there are in biology. There are departments in TIFR Mumbai campus which don't have a single women faculty for the entire time that I have been working there. So the other challenge, which was very nicely mentioned by Shangamitra Bandyopadhyay, is balancing work and family. It's been extremely challenging and many people struggle with it. And women often, due to social conditioning, take backseat or try to combine the two to the detriment of both. Because they want to do really well in that, and often their mentors, often their role models for what is a good family person is someone who did not perhaps work outside the home. So, and I say over here, especially for biology research, but quite true for many other research, the career tracks in science, the training period is long and the earning potential during the training period is very small. Bias, both implicit and explicit, and a hostile workplace place environment is very much on par for the course in many places, not always, but it is there. It crops up in interesting places, for instance, in committees or in what people expect you to do. One of the things that we try to tell our students is that you should be comfortable saying no to if there is a discussion happening at 10 o'clock at night and you don't want to do it at that time, or you have meetings. This I've heard from many young faculty in which they might only be maybe the only female faculty in that department, that they will hold meetings at 6 or 7 o'clock after they finish their entire work day, and it's really hard for me to be part of that. Evaluation in professional settings still have bias. There are expectations of how you will present yourself, which is difficult. And there's lack of informal mentorship and networking, often lack of recognition, and sometimes frank harassment. But these issues, the really good thing is these issues are increasingly being talked about and changes are happening. But to me, as sort of a mid-career person, what is striking is a young woman who's in her late 20s and early 30s expects more from her environment than someone who started off 30 years ago or 25 years ago. And I think that's a really good thing because they are going to be the drivers of change that we all want to see. But therefore, we also have the challenge of making sure the environment is inclusive to retain this talent instead of them saying, it's not good enough. Why should we put our efforts here? Maybe we could go somewhere else and earn a better living or be our own bosses. And, that would be a better outcome for me. So if I briefly consider what does it take for a woman to succeed, we've had a few stories, and Shangamitra Bandyopadhyay's story about how she had family support was really very telling. But early and continued family support is often necessary. Support comes from mentors, peers, and collaborators. And of course, last but not the least is institutional support, which you can, of course, make policies for and, think efforts like Gati, which are very important, which I will come to again in the end. So I just thought, you saw this 40%, 40% of the PhDs in all sciences, but biology is actually even higher, But you look at the base rate of faculty, this comes from biaswatchindia.com, a very nice effort where Vaishnavi Anantanarayan sort of collaborated with Shruti Mullaridhar to set this up. And I should say Vaishnavi actually used part of her EMBO grant to set up this data collection effort. And you see that nowhere is it 50%, right? Even if you have attrition taking place, we can expect numbers to be way better than they are. And this leaky pipeline where you transition from being a trainee to a trainer needs to be really addressed. And I think that institutional policies and societal view of these careers itself needs to change. So I take a step back because I think all of it starts with the family. And the reason it starts with the family is because those formative years are extremely important for building self-worth. It has been mentioned in several talks here about women sort of second guess themselves. They don't, always view themselves as being successful as much as men with similar levels of overall success. And that sense of self-worth is something that families can really contribute to nurturing. It is important for families also to nurture their interests, but most importantly, the support is necessary not only in the early years. It's not only, padho, and then you're 27 years old, shadi kahan hai, you're 31 years old, 33 years old, where are the kids? And once the kids are there, come on, you must be spending time with them. You have to do, a mother has to do what the mother has to do. So I think that sort of view has to extend from the earliest years of support to support throughout the professional career, where you don't expect professional women to be super women, getting it right in every place. It's equally important to prepare boys for the fact that you are entering an educated workforce, and there will be men and women who will work together, and there has to be equality and equity in both the workspace and home space. And build a sense of self-worth needs to be built early so that when women grow up, they and the environment around them have zero tolerance for any sort of harassment. This is still a difficult thing. This is still a moving goalpost. I've been the convener of the women's cell at TIFA for several years. And when you get, when women come and speak to you, young students or people who have complaints, they will often say, I don't want to rock the boat. I know this is bad, but I don't want to rock the boat because I know that it will hurt me. So there are some systemic changes that need to happen, and to address these issues. I think, though, personally, that things are improving. In the time I've been in India, there have been amazing changes, even for the time, I've been working here since 2005. So in the 15 years, I have seen a lot of changes. People are a lot more vocal, people are more engaged, more of them are considering science as a profession, but we still have areas that we need to work on. The second thing is mentors, peers, and collaborators. Mentors, peers, and collaborators are essentially informal mentors. They support you while you find your path, train you well academically, but are also willing to suggest opportunities. You will find often, and this is something that I think women need to recognize, where they need to reach out so that they can gain the mentorship that they need. And men need to recognize that it's perfectly okay to sort of stretch out their hand and mentor women. And it can be a tremendous source of support as peer men and women to sort of move through the ranks. And this is particularly important because many people who progress in science at the upper echelons of science have some form of this mentorship support available so that they can be at the table where decisions are made, or can watch the way decisions are made, and are themselves then mentored to be leaders beyond what they might do in the research groups. I just thought, in regard to this, the entry problem, but the continued progress problem, we should really look at what Soumya Swaminathan said. And I have actually heard her say it in more than one context, but here's where it is in print, that she never felt she was treated differently as a woman or a girl. Perhaps it was unusual, but she never felt it. But when she got into a government research institution, especially when she said when she got to Northern India and she, and she was, I guess, head of ICMR at that point, she felt that she was being talked down, almost made fun of. She was, became difficult to express your opinion. And she just found that working environment to be difficult. This tells you what the barriers to progress are. So it is insufficient merely to get people in and then expect somehow that they will flourish. Each of our institutions need to make the effort that the barriers to progress are actually lowered. So one of the barriers to progress that you will face is in just your science. I showed you the base rate which is present, and this is again data from Bias Watch India. This is actually a screenshot which comes from Vaishnavi Anantanarayan's talk, which she gave on the International Women, associated with the International Women in STEM Day last month. And what she'll say that nowhere, in no place are you meeting what the base rate is. There are a large number of conferences. Let's look at biology. There are a large number of conferences which are below the base rate of faculty of our country. So 39% had no women speakers, and in 60% of the conferences, the speaker ratios were below base rates. And I should say that here, at least in biology, organizations like the MWO or NIH-funded or big societies are making an effort to make sure that this is not an issue. And I think India also needs to sort of step into it and make sure that we have enough representation in our meetings with giving opportunities to women scientists at all career ranks, not just students. We get some female student talks. We need to also expose our male students to get talks, but across all stages of the career, we need to make sure that we are meeting the bar. And that's something I think as a community, we need to take on. I would say finally that the institutional support is critical, and it comes in many forms, and many of this has been taken care of in terms of dual career hiring practices. You should not have ageism in hiring. Often women are delayed for a variety of reasons. They wait for their significant other to finish up. You need good daycare. But I would emphasize two things. One is excellence takes many forms. It's not just science and cell papers alone. Recognize and appreciate them. Recognize and appreciate the contributions of every individual that makes them. The DORA guidelines are a great way to sort of get inspired by and develop our own internal Indian standards. And what's important if you want to make a change is have the majority be involved and engaged. Otherwise, you fall into tokenism. You will have 10 committees and they'll say, oh, we need to have a woman, and the same 10 women will be put on those committees, increasing the burden of work. So we cannot make these changes as an underrepresented minority alone if we just talk to each other. We need to have the majority be involved and engaged. I want to end with couple of slides. One is what are the unintended consequences? And some of it is inspired by this article from Nature. Unintended consequences of trying to set up, say, something like Gati, where institutions sign up for equality for underrepresented minorities, or women-related issues that you take on. One thing is there can be an undue focus on statistics and numbers, although being a scientist myself, I think the numbers have their story and they're very important, but sometimes they don't capture the underlying difficulties that people face. And that in this age of social media can really sort of turn the equation around and present the entire profession in a very negative light. There are other underrepresented minorities, and we, as one of the large underrepresented minorities, need to find ways to carry them along. Often the issue becomes their box ticking. We have to tick the box. I talked about committees. They are unfair burdens on a small amount of women. And there can often be an unwillingness to talk about or address what are really persistent, difficult problems of the kind which Soumya Swaminathan being talked about in committees, being talked down, not having your voice heard. They can often be virtue signaling, saying the right things in public, but internally in the institutions, you don't see the change you want to see. So there are stronger feelings of hypocrisy. Often the focus is on entry into the profession, which is very important for the health of the profession itself. But we also need to make sure that the people who are in it, we have attracted even beyond the postdoc stage into young faculty, mid-career faculty, senior faculty, that we support them at all stages. And we have to be careful about backlash, which not in India, thankfully, still a good place to work. But certainly in the West, there has been some amount of backlash in this direction where people say, are we going too far? It is still a fringe element, but sometimes it's worthwhile to look at the fringe element to say, well, how are they marshalling their arguments and can we counter them? So I have a few musings, regardless of who you are, how you got into science. I think for any person to be successful and for women in science to be successful, what really helps is to be a little engine that could. And it's actually the little engine that could is a children's storybook. And you just have to keep putting one foot in front of the other, doing things that you really enjoy and not be sort of bogged down by the fear of failure. Sometimes you fail with your projects, sometimes you fail with your grants, and sometimes you fail with, with people. Sometimes you're not as good as a mentor as you want to be. And regardless of whatever the expectations might be, that women might be, better mentors, they are just so good at it, they might be multitaskers. Maybe you as an individual may not have that skill or may lack it. But don't fear failure. I think just putting one foot in front of the other will make you a little engine that good. And the final thing is everyone can make a difference, whether you're a PhD student, young faculty, and many of the community building efforts that I did as a junior faculty who did not even have tenure just because I believed in it. And I think having that approach will make our scientific environment a more welcoming place for everyone. And of course, since I'm a woman, to other women as well. I have actually come to end. This is a very small subset of the many heroes who have done a lot of work before me in lots of settings. All of today's speakers, thank you all. And here's a group of people, and so incomplete, because these are the people whose work I am familiar with. And I wanted to end with a poem that I wrote last International Women's Day. I have a dream of equal opportunity, of equal respect, of equal rights and equal responsibility. I have a dream that in my lifetime, we will have equality. And I really think we will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandhya. That was a very passionate, from the heart talk and very enjoyable. You started on a very positive note by saying that things have really improved, and so really we have to see the rainbow at the end of the horizon. But you flagged very important issues, and so I really like this combination of realism and what we really need to do to reach to see that rainbow. And you flagged a variety of issues, starting from leaky pipeline at the level of students to becoming professionals. You talked about the real world problems that we face as women and what it takes to succeed. So really, I think it was you covered a large number of very important and practical issues. And importantly also that the mindset has to be set in the early life, and one has to get over the stereotypes of male and female and kinds of jobs, etc. So really preparing the boys, that was also a very important point that you made. So overall, I think it was a wonderfully inspiring talk, and as I said, you were very passionate, and I really wish to say that I thoroughly enjoyed your talk, and not only yours, I also enjoyed the talks of the previous speakers. Without naming them, because I think when women come together, we really come out and pour our hearts out, and that's what makes these sessions so very, very meaningful. Thank you once again, Kaushika.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya, for co-chairing this session of Plenary lectures with me. And you have already summed up very well the last lecture. So I think we will not have a lunch break now. We can have little later, 15 minutes break. And so we continue with the next session, which is the Archana Sharma Memorial Award Lectures. And I will request Professor Shobna Sharma to kindly come and chair the session.
Yes,
along
sure.
With Suchitra Banerjee.
Yeah.
Suchitra join?
Yes, madam. Yeah. Okay, so 2 o'clock, right?
Yeah. We can start now without the lunch break, or we want a lunch break?
What about the speakers? I think let's have a 15 minutes break. We'll come back at 2 and start.
Okay, so let's have 15 minutes break and we assemble at 2 o'clock again.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
হ্যালো 15 মিনিটের মধ্যে খেয়ে আসতে হবে।
Good afternoon, Padma ji, Dr. Padma ji.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
कैसे हैं?
मैं ठीक हूँ. Actually, it's the OPD day, ma'am. So sorry about this attire.
Yes, yes.
So I came from the OPD.
After this number, I searched for the Google and I contacted.
So I apologize for the time because I have to go back. So I didn't want to waste the gown. If I take it out, then I have to wear it again. I'll be wasting one gown. So I thought I
Plenty of time.
Hello, Padma.
Madhu, ma'am. Great to see you.
Hey, you. So happy Women's Day.
Yes, ma'am.
Namaskar, Banerjee ma'am.
Padma, how are you? This is PK Seth. Namaste.
So good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. Archana, are you there? Yeah, okay.
But I think
Manjuji is not there.
yes, ma'am.
We'll just wait for a couple of minutes and then we can start.
We'll start in about, I think most of the people have joined. Hi, Padma.
Namaskar. Yes, I think we could start in a minute or so. Maybe Archana can tell how many people are there. So the speaker is of course there. I can see Shubhra.
Your speaker is here, Shubhra.
Yeah. Shubhra is there, and
also Indira Priyadarshini.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there?
I'm there. I'm there.
Yeah.
I am very much there.
And I see Pratibha. Long time I've seen.
Yeah, namaskar, ma'am. I talks to give, so just joined. Yeah, just joined.
Yeah,
Hi,
and hi.
seeing you on stage.
Yeah, hi Pratibha, seeing you after a long
I know.
time.
Ma'am, we go back to school.
Yes, I know. It was such a wonderful
Shobna,
time.
will you start now the session?
Yes, I will start. We'll have memories later. So, so let me start with. So this is. I'm really honored to. So is Archana there? Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm honored to give this, be the chair of this session for the Archana Sharma Memorial Award Lecture. And this is for the year 2020. And the recipient is Dr. Shubhra Chakrabarti, who needs no introduction. She is an eminent plant molecular biologist and biotechnologist. more important, she is the director of the National Institute of Plant Genome Research, New Delhi. We were just talking in the morning as to how few directors and prominent level people are there, but she is clearly an example. And she has various, she's of course huge number of publications in internationally reputed journals. And she has a whole lot of awards. So I won't go into the list of that. What I just want to point out for her is that on behalf of the Inter-Academy panel, which has been newly set up, she is actually going to, she is in the process of compiling, along with Dr. Renu Swarup, compiling a database for women scientists of India to begin with, and maybe, international later on. And that, I think, is a fantastic task that she's taken on. And we wish her all success. So we will now hear from Dr. Shubhra about, we will listen to her talk, and let's go ahead. Dr. Chakrabarti.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Before I start, I wish all of us and everyone who is with us online a very happy Women's Day. I don't want to say that we should have only one happy Women's Day. We should have 365 days and all happy days. And I'm sure all of us always have that. So what I thought is that we have heard about all these issues of women, what all was the starting from, I think, 1900s and then up to now, what has happened. So while I was thinking, how do I prepare my talk? Because I have to do two things. One is justify I'm speaking in a Women Day, and also to justify my lecture award, which is in honor of my own teacher. So I tried to mix both, and I'm not going to reiterate of any of those issues or where we are, because we have heard this from the morning from very, very eminent scientists, women scientists, and also our president, Professor Ghatak, about all these things. So I thought I will speak to all of you about few of the women scientists in my field and about their credibility and their contribution to the plant science, and because I'm giving today the lecture award. So with that, at the outset, I would like to thank also NASI for this Professor Archana Sharma Memorial Award Lecture 2020 that NASI have bestowed on me. I am really humbled, and also I'm deeply honored to deliver and accept this award lecture and dedicate my lecture to my very fond and very beloved teacher, who is Professor Archana Sharma. Very fondly, we used to call her always Archanadi. So it is to her. And with that, I'm going to share my screen. Just a moment. So is my screen visible?
It's just opening, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Just go to the slide mode. Slide view mode.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Okay,
You're set.
so to start with, I must say that from where I am, so this is a very nice institute. Many of you know, if there are any younger students or somebody who is there with us today, for them, this is a very, very green campus in the heart of the city of New Delhi. That is the National Institute of Plant Genome Research, and that is where I started my career, and I'm still continuing over there. And this is a very green campus with lots of flower right now, which has bloomed. And, in the institute, if I look back to the scenario of the women, how many women we have in our institute? We are today almost 28 faculties, of which we have 8 faculty who are women, including me and my younger colleagues. We have more than 60% students who are women, and also in our where we lack is actually technical cadre. So I think Professor Chandrima Shah pointed it out in her talk today morning that in all strata we need to look into it, how we engage women. So one thing that I have observed, at least, not only possibly in our institute, but across the technical cadre, we do not have many women representation. However, when I speak about biology, we have lot many students, we have lot many teachers, we have also many others, colleagues and staffs, but where we lack two places. One is the technical cadre, and another is, if I look into it, because we work on plant and we go to the field, so there are many field attendants and many of the people who help us in doing the field work, we do not see women presentation there at all. So these are two areas I think we need to get more and more women into it. So in having said that, let me go into my presentation. So what I thought that I'll talk about little bit to all of you, although it might be knowing the things again and again, but since I'm giving a Archana Sharma Memorial Lecture Award, so I would like to talk to you about the evolution of plant science and the new biology and how it happened from riding the waves. So, if we see, and this is to acknowledge and learn and engage and celebrate the pioneering contributions of Professor Archana Sharma, Archana Di. And first, let me take you through to this memory lane, how plant science started worldwide. And if we see, I think that we had the 15th to 18th century was a time when the formative years focused on the specimens and speciation. And from the work of the father of taxonomy, and that was Carolus Linnaeus and Charles Darwin. When we moved to the 19th to 20th century, that was a period, I feel, it is a transition period where speciation to heredity and chromosome and genetics comes in, not only worldwide, but also there in India, we see the role of women scientists coming into this domain. And then we have middle days with genes and genomes, and now the new era of genomics and many other things. So when we move from this thing, then let me first show you that we had, starting from Rosalind Franklin to Barbara McClintock, and I cannot give a lecture without mentioning Barbara McClintock when I talk about genes or plant biotechnology. And that was one woman who got the Nobel Prize in her discovery. We all know about the jumping genes. And with that, now let me share with you the landmarks and the milestone in plant science, where I find two very coveted Indian women connection. And who were they? And they were, first, if I talk about, it was Professor E.K. Janaki Ammal, and we all know she was the cytogeneticist and the first women PhD. Of course, she got it from US, and that was E.A. Janaki Ammal, who was the botanist from our country. All throughout her life, if we read about her, we find, and she is well known as the, the sugar lady of India, and she worked hand in hand with C.D. Darlington. If we look into her book, that is Chromosome Atlas of Cultivated Plants, and she worked on chromosomes and she counted all the chromosomes in the cell. And that was where she was in the Michigan. She moved to the John Innes Center. John Innes Center now has the fellowship of Professor Ammal, and that's quite prestigious when we hear this as Indian. So she was one, and then when we move to the next lady, who is actually Professor Archana Sharma, and my teacher, and who was there, worked all throughout her life. So I'm going to share with you few of the very old photos that I could collect for Archanadi before, because I'm talking here. As you could see over here, it was actually 1932, the year when we see that Michio Tujimara, and she became the first Japanese woman who earned a doctorate degree in agriculture. It was so coincidence, actually. I was reading about it and I just find it out and try to put it into context. And that is the year in the family of another Dr. N. Mukherjee in Rajasthan, who was a chemistry teacher. A child was born who was no else than our Archanadi. As you could see, she is there with her mother and her another sister, whom many of us would know. And I definitely remember, who is Professor Geeta Talukdar. And she was in many of the DBT task forces, many other things. So this is a very, very old story. We see that this girl was born who later became the renowned cytogeneticist of our country. And, she was born and obtained her BSc from Bikaner. So this is her degree photograph that I could share with you. And she did her MSc then and PhD and of course DSc in 1960 from the University of Calcutta Department of Botany, from where I also belong and I come from. And she remained Professor of Genetics, Center for Advanced Study in the Cell and Chromosome Research in the Department of Botany and University of Kolkata. Now, when I talk about Archanadi, I cannot forget about somebody else, and that is, she was the first Indian women plant scientist who contributed originally in the area of systematics, cytology, and cytogenetics, if we go through the literature. And she contributed to the foundation of the modern genetics through her work associated with no else than Professor A.K. Sharma, our very beloved sir. And you could see both of them here. And possibly this photo of Archanadi is very, very familiar to all of us. And this celebrated partnership between a Pune-born cytogeneticist, that is Archana Sharma, and her husband, Calcutta-born cytogeneticist, Professor Arun Sharma, led them to share the credit of consecutive papers in the journal Nature in those days on cytogenetics. The first paper came on fixity in chromosome number in plants in 1956, and then later she discovered some more work, and that she got one paper in another Nature paper in a span of 3 more years in 1959. And we should not forget, this time was very, very vibrant in the biotechnology field when we saw all this, the discovery of gene and many things. And before that, she counted numbers of chromosomes, she and Janaki Ammal. And sometimes we say that plant science is at the back seat in comparison to the animal science. Let me tell you, if you read the literature, you find when the human people were doing the chromosome count, much before that, these two ladies of Indian origin counted numbers of chromosomes across species of many, many crop and many, many plant species. So somewhere she talked in this paper of tumor production in plants by plant extract. That was her original contribution also, which published in Nature. And she went on, and she was the first women plant scientist to win the most prestigious Bhatnagar Prize in 1974, and the highest, which is the highest science honor we all know in India. And also she went on to win the Padma Bhushan in 1984, one of the highest civilian awards in India that we have. And if I now switch over that from here, what was her contribution as a teacher? As you could see, Archana, actually, this is in a corridor of botany department. Some meeting is going on, and she is looking at the poster of some of the students. So here, I would like to talk about Archana as a teacher. And since I was very, very lucky student that I learned chromosome, I understood what is a gene, and that is from both she and Professor Sharma. Then I can tell one thing. I think many of us who studied at botany department, who at that time as a student used to wonder, because we used to see in her room at the back of her table, she used to have a periodic table, and there used to be two color of bindi on each of the metal, one red, one black. So we never had a courage in those days to go and ask Didi, what is this meaning? But we learned it from our seniors that red are those where she already has tested the metal's activity onto a plant extract and see that how that metal thing works. And black means another PhD can start with another new student to understand that metal effect. So that is how she was so jovial. And then this was her thing that I remember I wanted to share, and these all motivated many young students and young girls as well as students, and aroused interest to so many botanists who all we are today because of her in the field of cytogenetics. Now, what I can also think about it, that when this, we talk about Archanadi and Sir, then I must say that we learned how to see chromosome because of one technique, that is chromosome technique, and which they made a book which still is the single book, and that is the theory and practical use of the chromosome technique, and we can't forget about that. So with that, since I'm giving a talk in her memory. So I'm sure if Archanadi would have been there, would have asked me, Shubhra, what's going on and what are you doing? So I'm just a little bit telling that what is my interest, and we are interested in a protein nutrition, which is very important. We are also interested in a plant health, and which comes from multi-host resistance, where we use basically a system science. How I developed this whole thing is that my journey started, and I should remember here few of my teachers who aroused my interest in the plant science starting from my school days. I should mention them. So one was Mitradi in my school, who first in my class 8 told me beads on a string, that is the gene, that is Mendel. So being a lady, girl at that day, beads on a string means a necklace of pearl. So I was wondering at that time how pearl can be equated to a gene. And later in my presidency college, there was Professor Alpana Bhattacharya used to talk about plant genetic engineering and talked about Professor Anandamohan Chakrabarti. And that was the thing that, can I understand how this thing happens? How do you do genetic engineering? Thereafter, I went to botany department, and I have already told about Archanadi and Professor Sharma, many other teachers. And from there landed to JNU, and there I then actually saw what is a gene and how do you do a genetic transformation. From there, I landed to this National Institute of Plant Genome Research. Again, I cannot give a talk without saying who gave me in this institute the job is no else than Madam Sharma. And as we all know, she has actually handholded many of us to climb and to excel. And so therefore, all credit goes to all my teachers, all my mentors. And I just mentioned only the women mentors, women teachers, but nonetheless, I had the opportunity to have many, many good men teachers as well, men mentors as well. So with that, this is where we are interested in. And if I want to say why we are interested, there is a lot of global climatic change that's happening. And therefore, there is a problem in coming up, which is an increased frequency of high complexity diseases, not only in agriculture, but also in human disease, which are because of the infection. So we work on fungal disease, and fungal diseases, as you could see, both for the animal as well as the plant, is very, very problematic right now. In India, we have more of the plant disease in the agricultural field. However, it is a very different situation if we think about the across other side of the globe. But now in this case, we were interested in the fungi because fungi has total 1.5 million species on planet. However, there are 10,000 fungal species which can infect plant, animal, human. In the crop, we have more than 20% crop loss due to the fungal infection. And there are 5 pathogens. This paper came from
Shubhra, we are not able to hear you, Shubhra. Shubhra, the audio is not working.
No,
Now it is.
you must have pressed the button of
Yeah, did you mute yourself?
Yeah.
Now I
Can
think.
you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Can
Yeah,
you?
now we can. Now we can.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't know what happened actually. So, okay, so I'm not going to go back because we will waste time. So you have seen my slides. I'm going on from that slide. I hope that's okay. So we are interested in this kind of a connection between the human and plant health. As you could see, the ecosystem, there is a lot of connection with the emerging disease in the last 30 to 40 years, so as in case of the animal. And when we talk about human health, 60% human health have origin in animal. So we know that human health, animal health ecosystems are very much linked to each other. So we are interested in this fusarium disease, and fusarium is that the chickpea where we work and worm as animal model we work, they came much earlier in the history of evolution. But what happens? So I took this title of my talk as decoding the multi-host resistance. What we understood, I'm not going to go in very deep into the all technical slides, few technical slides, that we found out divergent regulatory network that function in the animal as well as the plant cell in order to resist or have an immune response against this devastating multi-host pathogen, which is fusarium. Now, this is how the fusarium conidia comes through the plant, and it actually makes a wilt disease in the plant because pathogen moves through the vasculature. When we started to set up a screen using the C. elegans as a model, we use this. You see the same pathogen can kill the C. elegans, and what very interestingly you see that the pathogen goes here through the intestine. So the channel through which the pathogen is going in the plant or animal remains a similar path where the plant or animal gets their food basically. We were interested in order to understand the organelle role in such kind of stress adaptation. As we know, all animal and plant cells have different organelles. We worked out on the perception that happens on the cell wall and the nucleus that dictates. So with these two organelles, what we learned, we developed these networks, and from where we found out that DAF16, which is a 4-kit transcription factor and SAR2.1, they actually possibly regulating this kind of immune response in the worm. Now, with that, DAF16 has been implicated many of the other responses in the worm. However, we first show its role in the fungal infection. With that, we understood that there are 6 isoforms of DAF16. The intestinal isoform, when that moves upon challenge to the nucleus, that starts the whole pathway, and it actually activates some of the lipid metabolism genes as well as some of the receptors in the cell membrane. And this is the model we came up where we shown ASC and ASI neuronal genes are important for DAF16 mediated immunity in C. elegans. Let me just quickly go through the what happens to the plant. So this is chickpea, which is second most important legume. India is the largest producer. Still we have to buy import chickpea. Why? Because of this fusarium disease, which is impediment for 10 to 15% of the crop loss. Now there is a chemical compound chitin. We know this is a PAM, that is pathogen associated molecular pattern, but when you deacetylate it, it makes a chitosan, and that chitosan basically we found out the pathway how that gives the immunity. So if you grow this fusarium on a chitosan plate in vitro, it can restrict the pathogen growth. Same thing happens when you treat a chitosan with the plant. It comes back to an immune state upon the pathogen challenge, and there is a lot of remodeling that happens in the extracellular matrix. We then found out, unlike to DAF16, which is a 4-kit transcription factor, here there is IRF1, IRF1, immune responsive factor 1, which we found to be a BHLH domain containing transcription factor. That is the main key regulator of the immunity in the plant. So I say there is a divergence in the regulatory pathway in both the animal and the plant. And this BHLH is also known to have many other functions, and we tag it with the fungal infection. Now, we also found out the interacting partners, and like what I see, that no women can work without a man. We need to work hand in hand. Similarly, within a cell, no gene can function alone. They have to work hand in hand. And there are so many genes and proteins with which IRF works and then bring out the the phenotype, where you could see here, if you complement Arabidopsis plant with this gene, you see a reversal in its ability and it rescue the hypersensitive phenotype. So with that, I come to my summary of our work, where we found out the divergent pattern and all the molecules. I'm not going to take you to all these details. And with that, now I come to the end of my talk, and I quote from Marie Curie. We heard about her many in every presentation possibly, but I like this quote very much, which I also think that it's the most important for all of us to understand, that life is not easy for any of us. But what of that? We must have perseverance and, above all, confidence in ourselves. So this word of confidence is, I think I would like to flag on today, that we all should have confidence in ourselves, and we must believe that we are gifted for something, and that this thing must be attained. So confidence and what we are gifted for, we need to understand that in order to go ahead and do things. And the next thing is that the last slide, what happened that I was preparing a program for Women's Day celebration in my institute today, which will be starting after some time. I gave a quote of our day today as together we are. Always believe neither the women nor the men can do anything in isolation. We need to work together, and we said together we are. I was going through this, and just by chance today morning I see there is a lyrics which is written by actually an American audio engineer, and this is a YouTube movie which says and he is Chris James, and he talks about that together we are. Lyrics says, call on me, I call to you, reach for me, I'll be the one you can hold on to, and it's you I see, and it's you I believe in, and it's you and me. Together we are, stronger and stronger, together we are, stronger and stronger, together we are. So with that, we kept, and I think united we are. So as long as we all are united, be it men or women, we all would succeed, and we will all make our way wherever we fit the best. With that, I end my talk, and this is my present lab, and this is my older lab. These are the people who contributed whatever little science I taught. And if you see, I had in my all career most of the girl students. I hope I could mentor them and they got something from me, and I'll always be happy to mentor all the girl students. We are trying to do that. So with that, I will stop here and thank you all for this hearing. And I again say that I'm really honored today to be able to deliver a lecture in the memory of my favorite and most respected teacher, who made me learn what was that bits on a string, what was that gene, and what was a chromosome, which actually dictate all of our phenotype, all of our action, all of our thinking. So with that, thank you again. And
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti.
Thank you, Professor Shobhana Sharma, for your kind introduction and mentioning about this, website that we are together creating. Hopefully by next year, Women's Day, it will be ready. Thank you.
It would be a wonderful thing. So thank you so much, Dr. Shubhra. And I think your final words in terms of confidence and in terms of, so it should go a big way for moving high. I also just wanted to take 1 minute. Somebody has got the mic on, which is Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so what I wanted to point out is Shubhra talked about Barbara McClintock, and she is extraordinary. All her papers are single author papers.
Absolutely.
It is something totally unbelievable, you know. I mean, there are scientists, I don't think any other scientist really matches uh, that kind of production.
But
So
you know
now
that,
I hand over
you know,
the mic to Dr. Suchitra Banerjee,
one
who will
point.
introduce the second speaker. Suchitra?
Yes,
One
please.
point before Suchitradi takes over, Professor Shobna Sharma, actually that possibly was a reason that her Nobel came very late at the age of 83, although her discovery was much before, because and I think I'm not criticizing Barbara McClintock. I can't do that, but we can take a lesson from there. We cannot run singly. We have
Yeah,
to have
yeah,
a joining hand.
yeah, yeah. She was different,
She
definitely.
was very different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Suchitra?
Okay. Yes. With my deepest regards to my teacher and my mentor, Professor Archana Sharma, I feel honored to co-chair this session in her name. And it's my great pleasure to introduce the next awardee of Professor Archana Sharma Memorial Lecture Award 2021, Dr. K. Indira Priyadarshini, who is a renowned scientist working as DAE Raja Ramanna Fellow at UMDAE Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences in University of Mumbai. She joined Chemistry Division at BARC in 1983 and continued till her superannuation in July 2019 as the head of the department. She was also a senior professor of Homi Bhabha National Institute. She has worked in the multidisciplinary research area of chemistry and biology on development of antioxidants and radioprotectors from natural products. She has published more than 250 research papers in peer-reviewed journals and is listed as one of the top 2% scientists in the Stanford University 2020. She is a recipient of number of awards, among them Young Investigator Award in International Congress on Radiation Research 1991, Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award 2003, Indian Nuclear Society's Outstanding Service Award in the field of radiation and radioisotopes technologies 2015, DAE Group Achievement Award 2018 and 2019 consecutively. Recently, she has also been awarded Professor this award, particularly this award in 2021. She is an elected fellow of the National Academy of Sciences India and the Royal Society of Chemistry UK. And I would like to invite you for the very interesting topic of today, that is the rejoicing my scientific journey in DAE. Did I have to break the mic? May I request Dr. Indira
Thank you very much, madam.
Priyadarshini?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like, can I share my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet. It is still not ready. First of all, yeah. And still not ready.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah. Thank you very much, madam. In the meantime, I'll speak. Thank you for introducing me, for these very kind words about me. First of all, I would like to thank NASI for giving me this opportunity and also for selecting me for this very prestigious award, for which a person like Professor Archana Sharma, Padma Bhushan, Professor Sharma, has been who had worked all throughout her life for a particular scientific field for which she believed, and I'm sure many of you belong to the same school of thinking. But I come from a different field. I come from chemistry background, and and where you can see that there is a lot of problem. Because the number of women in chemistry and physics are much less than what you see in physics in biology. So coming from that background, what I have joined and what I have achieved is something that I would like to say. And first of all, I'll thank Professor Sharma, Professor Manju Sharma, for selecting me for this award and for inviting me. And I also thank Archana for responding to me all the time very fast and giving me this opportunity. Can I now share? I think I'm still not ready for share. Can you enable me to say share, please?
Archana, can you look into it?
Archana, can you look into it? I'm not able to share.
I'm actually
Share
it for we don't have your
You have to make me co-host.
first, so then we can share.
Yes, you said something?
Yes, ma'am. If you can please send share it. Otherwise,
No, I'm unable to share my presentation.
Archana, why don't you
Archana, why don't you
now, yes.
now? Yes.
Yes. Now it's available.
Now it's available. Yeah.
It went off again.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see. No.
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see. Yeah, I will open.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I don't know why my presentation is not coming. There is some issue. Why my presentation is not coming? It's only sharing this screen. It's not.
Can someone help, Archana?
Can someone help? Yeah.
Maybe you should open your presentation and then share.
I have opened already. I will.
It's coming just for a moment.
Anirban, are you there?
Anirban, are you there? No, he can't do anything. I have to do from this side only.
You can always email your.
You can always email your. Yeah, I will just email. Wait a minute. I will email the presentation. Why? I don't know.
Once your email,
What should I do?
maybe you can just start.
Maybe you can just start. Yeah, I will do that. Wait a minute. I will send the. Yeah, I have emailed her.
Archana, please acknowledge when
Archana,
you get
please
it.
acknowledge when you get it. I have sent now. Yeah, now I think I am getting
Yes,
it.
ma'am. I got it. Just Yes, ma'am, I got it.
Yeah, you can share.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah,
So
sorry,
Dr.
madam,
Indira,
for
maybe you
the
can just
delay.
start. Dr. Indira, maybe you can just start.
Yeah, I'm starting. See, my work. I thank you for giving me this opportunity. But as I have been as since morning, we have been hearing about this women's role and women's problems and the situation and the statistics and the improvement and madam's efforts and several other scientists' efforts to bring what we are today. And having understood that, I thought I will present, since I am a Archana Sharma Memorial Award lecture this is. So I will present my work first and then I will speak about I'll speak about where is the whether I had to face any bias or not. And the first thing I would like to say is my own career. I started in as a trainee scientific officer. I joined a premier research institution called Baba Atomic Research Center. Are you able to share my presentation, madam?
Yes, ma'am, just getting it uploaded.
Yes, ma'am, just getting it uploaded.
Just a minute.
Just a minute.
Let's stop.
Let's stop. Yeah, and I'm so happy today that we have so many women who participated in many activities and who are the achievers, and including Professor Archana Sharma. And I like to thank Professor Archana Sharma for what she is and what she has been. And let me start my presentation. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Can you make it full screen?
Yes, madam.
Yes, madam. It's not full screen.
Is it visible now?
Is it visible now? Yeah, visible, but there are so many files opened actually. You can close all of them. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not full screen. And there are two more files opened.
Don't save kali bas.
Don't save kali bas. Oh, you close the file again. I'm so sorry about it. Yeah, please go to the second slide and then in the full screen mode. Yeah, I'll continue. Please try to put it in the full screen mode. So I joined my career started after my education in 1982. I joined BRC training school, and the advantage that I had was I joined a premier research institution having a mandate to do basic research in nuclear sciences. And thank you so much. The slides are fine. And it has a societal applications was the main thing in it. And I joined as a trainee scientific officer and then left in 2019 as an outstanding scientist and head of the department. Then I was trained mainly in the high energy radiation chemistry and photochemistry and study of fast reactions in solutions using electron accelerators. I did my postdoctoral work as a Marie Curie Fellow at Grey Lab, UK. Then after that, I had taken independent research and I developed, my research was to develop antioxidants and natural products from plant extracts. I am sure Professor Sharma would have been very happy to see such work going on all over. Then I contributed quite a bit to the curcumin chemistry, and we also developed the nutraceutical formulations And I also initiated selenium research, which is a very unusual element in biology. Not many people are working on this. And I had done the chemistry and biology of that. And we developed one compound as an agent to reduce radiotherapy. And now for that, US patent has been granted. And the molecule will be entering phase 1 trial soon. And then I have, because of this all throughout work, in addition to that, I got an opportunity to work with several international laboratories, including IAEA. IAEA is an UN organization for Atomic Energy Agency, where gender sensitivity is very highly followed. And I also visited several important laboratories. Can you go to the next slide, please? So my first contribution was, next slide, please. Yeah, the first work that received a acclaim was on curcumin. If you all know, curcumin is a major constituent for the turmeric, and it has a ketoenol tautomerism, and there are two sides. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, the question that was at that time was, which part of curcumin is the most important important site for the reactive oxygen species, because reactive oxygen species reactions was the most important activity as far as the antioxidant is concerned. So we did, next, go to the next slide. We applied our radiation chemistry knowledge using electron accelerator, and that was a unique system because not many people were having this facility. Being a part of DAE, I could use this facility to study some reactions of ROS with curcumin. Go to the next slide. Then there we showed very clearly by comparing, synthesizing another curcumin derivative, and we showed that the phenolic OH is the most important site for free radical attack in curcumin. This paper I published in Free Radical Biology Medicine, and it is being quoted even now also, and we had citations of about 457 citations for this work. Then next slide is where I studied the photochemistry of curcumin. Photochemistry is something very, very interesting. Curcumin, in addition to its medicinal property, the important aspect is its photochemistry. It shows a very large Stokes shift, that is, the absorption spectrum which is there is largely shifted to red side, and this shift is very, very sensitive to the medium, and also the system it is working. So this paper, there are a lot of photochemical aspects was published, and I published a review on this, and this is being cited even now also. Go to the next slide, where we showed using the same property of curcumin, where the polarity effect is there. Using that, we showed how it is localized in different cells, and we could show that depending on the type of the cell, curcumin is loaded separately, and its uploading is different, and its localization is different. And we could show that fluorescence imaging, that curcumin gets localized both in the cell, different parts of the cell. And this paper is used as a method for determining curcumin content in cell, and it is now also being used as a method by many scientists all over the world. So then next we went to, next slide. There was a requirement for the bioavailability problem, so we also contributed to this, and we did nano formulations for curcumin, and we generated protein nanoparticles and gelatin nanoparticles and albumin nanoparticles, and we prepared several nanoparticle formulations for the lozenges. You can see they are shown here, and they are used they have the advantage of being used in the easy administration, and they are being marketed. They have been transferred to, technology is transferred to an industry, and the industry is marketing them in the form of lozenges. Go to the next slide. So we also made several, next slide please. We also made several other formulations. We have made hydroxyapatite nanoparticles with gelatin combinations, so that it can be used for some other applications, and we have also made nasal formulations for curcumin, and this also is available in our BRC, and we got an Indian patent recently. It was yesterday only it was declared. And we also made magnetic nanoparticles for dual drug delivery systems using doxorubicin and also curcumin, and the effect is found to be in cells. We have tested, and it was found to be very effective in delivering curcumin to the cells. And next, go to the next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the publications. You can skip this. I will not waste my time in this. Go to the next slide. These are the technologies that have been made by me and my group members. We have developed alginate beads loaded with curcumin, liposomal nanoparticles, and also for salts, for mainly for nasal preparations. And we have also developed formulations for health drinks based on the turmeric. And these are all technologies available in our BRC website. And many technologies have been transferred to local industries in Bombay and Gujarat. And many of them are coming out with curcumin-based teas, and all the things are coming out based on this. Then we went to next slide. Next slide, please. My second part of the talk is about selenium, where I will address a few issues on that. Just go to the next slide. Yeah, the main problem in why we thought selenium could be a better alternative for our research is because if you see radio protection, the only compound that is used as a radio protector is amifostin, which is a sulfur containing compound. And selenium belongs to the same group as sulfur, and selenium is a trace element. And it shows a very interesting activity, that is glutathione peroxidase activity, selenium compounds. And it has been shown that it is an important role in DNA repair and also plays an important role in chronic inflammation. So, and it has also been found that during radiotherapy, blood selenium levels are coming down. So we proposed a project and studied. Go to the next slide. We studied, just skip, this is also my publications. Can we skip this? Yeah, we synthesized many selenium compounds in our group, and we made even platinum selenium compounds also. And these compounds have been tested for different activities. Go to the next slide. Yeah. This is one important slide. What we have studied is all those synthesized compounds have been tested for glutathione peroxidase like activity. And we also studied the radiation chemical studies. We did the chemistry, and also we studied the antioxidant and anti-cancer activity. And finally, one compound was selected and found to be very good for radio protection. And that's, I am just few examples I am giving in my next slides. Yeah, this was shown for it is protecting the radiation effect from the radiation effect. The important organs that are responsible for radiation damage, the gastrointestinal tract, hematopoietic system, and also the gamma H2AX, which is an important genotoxic parameter for that, and also the GPX, it induces GPX. And then we found this is another activity that has, I think we went to the yeah, this is fine. So this was found to be, and we found when we did the pharmacokinetics, we found that selenium goes to the lungs more than any other organ. And radiotherapy, during the lung radiotherapy, the thoracic region gets exposed to radiation, and one of the side effects is the pneumonitis, radiation-induced pneumonitis. So we thought we can try this compound for lung pneumonitis, and what we can see the CT images around radiation damage the lungs completely because of the radiation, the thoracic region. And then when we treated this compound, the lungs were protected quite a bit. And what we got is we got an extra time of about 50 days, the survival of the mice. And this is what the doctors were very happy, and they said that they can do some intervention. So we went on further, and just go to the next slide. Yeah, and then we did some other studies. We identified the mechanism for this, and it plays an important role through GPX. It plays an important role through P53, and it also a not reductive stress. It is through that reductive stress it works, because being a selenium compound, it has a unique role, and we found that the differential activity in cancer cells is about 10 micromolar, whereas in normal cells it is about 1000 micromolar. So this differential activity made this compound very, very interesting for anti-cancer, especially for radiosensitization. Let's go to the next slide. So it is protecting the pneumonitis, and this is how the lung tumors were induced, and their tumor, how that is tumor is affected by the application of that. You can see it is not preventing from the radiation treatment of the tumor, but in addition it is enhancing the kill. So there is a small radiosensitization effect also. So go to the next slide. So this work, I just briefly wanted to say that oral treatment of the compound gave us a very, very interesting results, and it is found to be non-toxic for 6 months we have given, and this could be used as a drug for the future radiotherapy. And just recently we got a US patent for this, and we also got a grant for taking this molecule for our clinical trials. Next phase of clinical trials we are taking with help of Tata Memorial Center. So this is the scientific journey that I had, and finally I come to the second part, that is, go to the next slide. Yeah, this is one book we published. Just go to the slide. Yeah, did I have to break the bias? This is the question. My personal experience is I didn't really have to break the bias. Maybe the reasons, I was very fortunate. I had a very good bosses who were supporting me all throughout. There was, in individual level, there could be bias, but that could be very taken care. First of all, I understood my strengths and weaknesses, and I decided what are my priorities within my limitations, what are my priorities, and then worked with a positive mind and did not want to give up easily and wanted to grow beyond problems. Always I enjoyed working against the problems, and I have taken this. And many times we must understand that sometimes our own actions and decisions are also biased. So we need to work on that and work over that, and then achieve whatever is possible. And then I had the advantage of working in a big national institute. The institute per se never encourages any bias. Then their individual level there can be bias, but that can be overcome by, you have a multiple layer reporting system in big institutions. So this problem could be solved because you need to be vocal, you need to be present your problem to your superiors. And I don't think any superior wants, at least in the current situation. Maybe 25 years back it was different, but now it is a very different situation. We need to understand what are our problems and whether they are really true problems, and the problem should be addressed. So just go. Yeah, this is what are the challenges. As everybody has been saying, it is the same problem, work life balance. I too had to make my own problems. I had demanding daughter. I was a daughter, I was a wife, mother, and now grandmother also. And at every stage we have a big demand from everywhere. It's a demanding role. Do we have to do the homemaker and scientist we are? And difficulty, exactly, this has been addressed by Professor Sharma. I heard her many times telling this difficulty in spending extra hours, late nights, networking problems. You have childcare breaks leading to lose may days, any fatal, if any. And then you have to overcome that. And then we have just go to the previous slide. Yeah, just go to the previous slide. Yeah, no, not this slide, just one slide. Yeah, that last but one. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, then women are good managers, and they may learn from their home. And we need to have a very good time management, and we can achieve the targets irrespective of gender and profession. And we are always having people to look upon, and we are always inspired by people like Archana Sharma, who has really dedicated her life, and who else can give us inspiration other than her? And as has been discussed since morning, collectively we should break the bias. So finally, I thank my team. Just go to the next slide. These are our team members. All are men. You can see the men are more in the team than the women, but I enjoyed working with both of them, and the women were equally competent. They always wanted to prove that they are better than the men, you know. So that was the spirit, and I had collaborations very good. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for all the troubles in my presentation, and thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Priyadarshini.
Let me just summarize very quickly in half a minute. It is wonderful to listen to both the speakers. Dr. Shubhra talked about DAF 16 and IRF1 and Dr. Priyadarshini talked about antioxidants, curcumin in particular, and selenium. And once again, congratulations to them for the award. And I would just like to mention that, you know, Dr. Priyadarshini said that she didn't face any bias and that it didn't exist in this huge institute. And I think we have to make sure that women represent 50%. And not just better than men to achieve.
Correct, madam. I didn't say that it didn't exist in the institution. Doesn't encourage this.
Yes.
The institution doesn't encourage any bias, actually.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Priyadarshini. Once again, congratulations.
Yeah, definitely, it is a small. That number of top scientists are less. That problem is still there, but this is being addressed also in the institution level.
Yes, we'll move on to the next session. We are already getting delayed. So thank you very much once again. And I'll hand over the session to Dr. Manju Sharma.
Thank you, Shobna ji, and also Suchitra for chairing and co-chairing this session. It was a very interesting session. Shobna gave a very good account of her closeness to Archana Di, and that was very emotional. I know Archana Di very well, and she even is my mentor also, and a lot of things she taught me. So anyway, both the lectures were very good, and I congratulate both the speakers. We come to the next session, which is
just a minute, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. With your kind permission, first, can I read the citation? So,
yeah, jaldi se.
Actually, this is for Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti, ma'am. The National Academy of Sciences India felicitates Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti, Director, NIPGI, New Delhi, for her outstanding research on fundamental aspects of nutritional genomics and plant immunity, as well as initiating the establishing plant proteomics and translation research facilities, which led to the identification and functional characterization of novel regulatory genes or proteins. We congratulate you, ma'am, on behalf of NASI, and thank you so much for joining us. This citation will be sent to you on your address along with the check and also token. Thank you so much. And again, I am going to just read the citation for Dr. Priyadarshini, madam. It goes like this. Professor Archana Sharma Memorial Award 2021. The National Academy of Sciences India NASI felicitates Dr. K. Inda Priyadarshini, DAE Raja Ranna Fellow, UMDES Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences, University of Mumbai, for her outstanding research contributions on development of antioxidants and radioprotectors from natural products, plant extracts, and synthetic selenium compounds, and developing bioavailable turmeric-based nutraceutical formulations and novel organoselenium compounds as new class of radioprotectors to minimize radiation-induced pneumonitis. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us, and NASI congratulates you for all your contribution. Now, with kind permission of Honorable Madam Dr. Manju Sharma ji, can I make an announcement, ma'am? Just want to make an announcement. Actually, we were supposed to organize Professor V.P. Sharma Memorial Award lecture just after this, but got a message from Dr. Renu Sarup that she has to leave very quickly for some meeting. So we would like to have P.
One moment, ma'am, please. Just a moment. Then can I come back later? Actually, I left the OPD and I've come. I came at 2. Then I stayed on, but there are a lot of patients. So what I can do is let ma'am do it. But then at 5 o'clock, I need to connect for another oration to SGPGI. Then I will do the end part of it. Let me know when. Then because I have to go down 7 floors to the OPD, then come back again. So please tell me exactly what time, and it has to be, has to finish before 5 because 5 I have to connect to SGPGI. So please
What
tell
we
me,
can do
ma'am.
is, ma'am, can we do it like this then? Padma can give her lecture because I have to log out at 4 o'clock sharp. So Padma can finish her lecture by 3:30 and then we can have Lata's lecture at 3:30, which I can chair. Padma, I'm here till 4. I can log out till 4. So since Padma has to go, I'm sure she'll finish in half an hour her talk.
I'll finish in much less time. Actually, you are all there. I'll just say,
Padma,
you
go
are
on.
all
We don't want to
welcome.
disturb the OPD. So after Padma's lecture, if it is okay with Dr. Akhilesh Tyagi, we can take on shift that session and I can sort of take the session at 3:30 so that I can log out by 4 o'clock.
So Padma, you can start now.
Okay. So shall I start, ma'am?
Dr. Kamboji will be chairing the session.
Yes, ma'am.
What's up? I hand over to you now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Just a minute, let Dr. Kamboji invite you.
Sir, you are on mute, sir.
Dr. Kamboj, you are muted. You are muted.
Sir, please unmute, sir. Ma'am, can I start off? Doesn't matter. I have actually what? I'm nothing compared to all of you sitting
Good
here.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm audible now.
Yes, sir.
I'm grateful to Dr. Manju Sharma for inviting me to participate in this women's conference and to Professor Ghatak for giving me the opportunity to be here and speak. I'm always grateful to my women, my mother for bringing me into this world, my wife for enriching my life and permitting me to stay extra hours in the lab, and Dr. Manju Sharma ji for all the honors and the awards which I have got, and to my daughters who are supporting me right now, all through this age. With these few words, I have the pleasure in introducing Dr. Padma Srivastava ji. She is Professor and Head Department of Neurology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. She is the National Coordinator for the SITS new Registry for Thrombolysis for Stroke Data from India, and the National Coordinator for the SITC Sears Registry with the Karolinska University, and is an active member of the National Stroke Surveillance Program. She was awarded the Government of India Award, the 4th highest civilian honor of Padma Shri in 2006 for her contributions to medical sciences. She is the recipient of several orations such as Vimla Garbani Oration Oration Award, Achanta Lakshmipati Oration Award, Baldev Singh Oration from NAMS, Dr. K.L. Vig Oration from API, Mridula Kamboj Oration from NASI, and Dr. V.P. Sharma Oration Award now. May I now invite Dr. Padma Srivastava to give her oration.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you, ma'am, Manju Sharma, ma'am. Actually, it is because of you I'm here, and it is such a iconic moment because I'm with all of you. It is a real honor to share the same space, and it's especially amazing. It's awesome because it is Professor V.P. Sharma's oration, and he's like a father figure to me, and I'm truly honored to do this. So without much ado, what I'm going to do is I'm sharing the screen here, and this is not so much about, I guess, breaking the bias, but what I'm trying to say here is that when we're looking at these huge problems that a country faces, then truly, like for example, the universe faced something called this COVID. It was not even in the lexicon of any literature in the last before 2 years. But then it is a human spirit which really rose like the phoenix. It's like a phoenix rising from the ashes. So when faced with challenges and adversities, the human spirit rises, and I think it is a women's spirit which really is much more powerful. That's what I'm going to talk about, is that when we were trying to look at the challenges which India is facing, and at every step of this there's been a woman empowerment which definitely contributed to the solutions. Now this has been a landmark paper, and there are a number of you who are already aware of this, that there has been a tectonic shift in terms of the percentage of what kills in the country as far as the diseases are concerned. From the communicable diseases, of course, I'm not talking about COVID here at all. There's been the non-communicable disorders which have taken the real big piece of the cake. And so also in terms of disability, there's been a huge, there's an Amazonian shift. And when they mapped out between 1990 to 2016, over a period of more than a couple of decades, in the northeastern states, it is, look here, it is stroke, which is the commonest cause of death and disability out of all the diseases of mankind. And of course, the big five were, of course, the cardiovascular, diabetes, and the lung and the kidney. And even in the other states, the stroke has climbed up, and this is what was mapped out, that there has been a huge shift from 12 to 5 when all the regions across the geographical confines of the country were seen. So India is facing a double whammy. So we do have the non-communicable disorders, and we continue to face the communicable disorders. And in terms of sheer numbers, the stroke statistics are truly staggering. As I speak now, you have one stroke happening every 20 seconds and one stroke death every 2 minutes. So that's really bad. And it isn't that it's happening to the old, it is 60, 70, and 80. It's happening in young people, defined as strokes happening less than 30 years of age. We have had our own data to contribute to this. We found 16%, but it's now known that across the country, it's around 1/4 of all strokes which happen in young people. Like young heart attacks, we have young strokes. So just take this case study. You have a 50-year-old wealthy guy, stays in Delhi. He's had an acute right hemiplegia. He knows it is a stroke. He knows that time is praying. He rushes to a well-oiled tertiary care facility, and there's a door to needle time that he gets the clot busting drug, and bang, 45 minutes, he improves in 48 hours, and he walks back into his life fully independent. Now that's a success story, and it is happening. It is happening. But we also have another case study of a 44-year-old shopkeeper. He is about 50 kilometers from Delhi. It's in the NCR. He's also had a stroke. He hires a local taxi, goes to a district hospital where the CT scan either is not there, is non-functional. He goes to a private CT center, gets a CT, spends money, comes back to the district hospital full 12 hours later. He's told, or whether there was a drug or not, he says he's well out of the time window for salvaging the clot to be taken out. He's bedridden. He's told to be good, stop smoking, take aspirin, take care of your blood pressure. The wife becomes a caregiver. The son drops out of 10th standard and looks after the shop. Now, this is, ma'am, is an extremely common thing. So when we mapped out the current status of stroke care in India, we had all these. We had a delayed arrival because people were not aware that it is a stroke, or you need to reach out in time as an emergency for stroke. There's a lack of awareness of therapeutic options which are available. So what can be there with you if you reach out in time? Acute stroke care, and also the enough centers which were stroke ready to manage stroke. And when we looked at the existing gaps, and this we did at 5 centers across the country, of which I know there were 3 men and 2 women, but the 2 women took lead. So we mapped out these, that is me and Dr. Shailja from down south, from Sri Chitra, and we looked at the thrombolysis for stroke, which was at that time a dismal 0.5%. And we looked at the fact that the stroke physicians were not available 24/7. We looked at the stroke care maps, implementation of those stroke care pathways, where the stroke units present, what about stroke teams, and of course, the IEC, but a very efficient public emergency ambulance system, unfortunately, doesn't exist across the country in its totality. So at that time, in the 2014 to 16, when we had around, say, for a nearly 1.3 billion population, there were around 40,000 strokes. Okay, so in which, if you really looked at the entire population who could be thrombolized, now look at in India, we had only this many. So there were large chunks of the geography where we either didn't have any data coming out, because even data, identification of a problem, getting the data in, retrieving the data was not there. And even in those cases, it was the North was doing relatively okay. But if you look at the entire thing, it was not the best scenario to happen. So somewhere in 2009, we looked at one biomarker about management of stroke, and one biomarker was giving the intravenous clot lysing drug or thrombolytic drug. And if we looked at that between 2009 and 2016, from something like 1600, we came up to 13,000 or 12,286. That's a phenomenal jump, which was a great thing. So this journey of and trying to address a possible gaps if we had seen, then we started off the public awareness. In this, the IEC material and the IEC part, we partnered with the NPCDCS, Government of India, and here we've gotten the National Stroke Guidelines, of which amongst the others, I'm there, and also we have Dr. Shailja. I know that there's a large big male bastion there, but we did cut across them. We broke it. And then we also developed the stroke teams, the stroke units, and then basically refining the secondary care system, and also sprucing up the tertiary care system. And then the interdepartment flexibility, I'll come to it a little later. This entire stroke network had to be addressed at each geographic center across India with all its, variations. You had to compare Manipur with Kerala and with, a Timbuktu at the farthest part of east to the farthest part of west. So you had to compare Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta to a Timbuktu, Hisar, and even more remotest areas like Lahore, Spiti in Himachal, and Leh, Ladakh. So we took all of them and tried to bridge in those gaps. And the key messages which went down, then we had to tell the Government of India that there is an enormous burden, especially in the low and middle income countries. Now, stroke shares common risk factors, whether it's heart attacks or COED or kidney or even cancer, we have common risk factors, but then stroke has its own specific treatment. It can be preventable by other measures. So the entire stroke care pathway had to be incorporated into the national program for prevention control of diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and stroke. And this time, the last guidelines which we are now refining, which is still in the last stage now, which will be released in the next 1 week or 10 days, we got the kidneys diseases also into it, and the last one to include it is the fatty liver disease, which is a non-alcoholic fatty liver. So the regimen for the clot busting agent is simple. We have 2 clot lysing drugs. We have the alteplase, which is the conventional one, which is world over, but we also have tenecteplase, which is actually DCGI approved. In fact, India was one of the first countries to approve this. And in this, the research was also spearheaded by a couple of women leaders. And then, of course, you give this clot lysing drug and we don't vanish from the scene. There is an intensive cardiovascular monitoring and which goes on, and these pathways have also been established. In the pre-hospital issues, the awareness and the government-sponsored emergency ambulance systems, please remember that Delhi doesn't have that, but we have a lot of states which do operate well-oiled 102 and 108 systems. So how do we actually bridge this gap? Now you have 1.8 million stroke patients and you have around 2,000 neurologists. Now that's a no-brainer, isn't it? You can't have a neurologist taking care of a stroke patient, especially when every minute counts. Every second that there is a clot in a blocked artery and you don't unclog or unblock it, you have zillions and trillions of neurons which are lost forever. And then you can keep thinking about stem cells and brain transplant. Well, that we haven't come to that yet. So how do we do it? So get physicians into the umbrella, the ambit of managing a stroke patient. When you have an emergency physician who deals with an emergency delivery, who deals with a heart attack, who deals with even trauma as a first aid, why not stroke? So we've got the physicians, and then this is the first time that we started establishing those standard operating protocols. Now, actually, I call them monkey-proof protocols. Well, what actually I say is, now this is a protocol which is like flying a plane. Okay, in a flight plan, you have check boxes and every box needs to be ticked. There is no room for error. So if you have a box which is gray, I don't know, or it is not ticked, you don't fly the plane. You don't treat this patient. You know, we had to make it monkey proof because it's a huge biological difference. If you just look at this, the number needed to treat is a very convenient, informative way of comparing, contrasting different therapeutic regimens. So if I treat 5 patients of acute stroke within 90 minutes, I'm going to prevent 1 death. All right. If I treat 1,000 patients with aspirin, I'm preventing 1 death. Now that's the kind of a difference I'm talking about. So this humongous biological benefit, obviously, as the time elapses, 3 hours, the number goes to 9. It's 4.5 hours, the number increases to 14. Doesn't disappear, but then obviously it's less. And in the single intervention we found in the TPA delays was, lo and behold, it is the triage in the emergency. And any of you who have visited an emergency area in any big government hospital would know it's a mayhem. Okay, there are some 500 people with harried medical personnel, harried, and in fact the caregivers, and it's you can't really even hear each other. That's the actual standard wherein most of the even the strikes break out. So the appropriate triage, that means a person with a stroke comes in, every single person in the triage should be tuned to the fact that there's a stroke and get that well-oiled system. So while there are guidelines and practical aspects, most of these are there in the world, but they may not be applicable to your own country, to my nation. So we looked at what are the rate limiting steps. We looked at, is it that people don't know it is a stroke? Is it locating a witness because time of onset of stroke is so very important to me? Is it that there's no CT scan, the labs, the neurologist or radiologist availability? And when there is no neurologist, one thing really had blown up as telemedicine, and you know how important this had been in the COVID era. And you also know that recently we published through the ICMR the tele-stroke guidelines as well. But one important thing was also that you could not give the clot lysing drug unless you had the results of bleeding parameters, prothrombin, PTT, the APTT, the INR, the platelets. Now that's no brainer, right? In the first place, a person knows it's a stroke. He has to reach you in time within 3 hours. And then you send out these blood samples, and how long does it take for the sample reports to come in? So what we did, 2002, we started thrombolysis in AIIMS, Delhi. That's the first public sector hospital to take this up. And we went in and we did not wait for our PT, INR, platelet. It was practically impossible to get those results in those tiny time window period I could. We published it. And then now the 2018 guidelines say you don't have to wait for it. So we set the guideline. The other thing what we did is we took up this little state called Himachal Pradesh, in tiny little state, got 12 districts. Lahul and Spiti are completely mountainous. The rest of them, look at them, all of them had a CT scan functioning at the district hospital level. So we launched what is called as a tele-stroke program in Himachal in 2014 with the help of the ministry in Himachal. And we included the 3 neurologists there. And me and another, neurologist, we all held hands in terms of like a hub and spoke. We were a wheel. We could make this a smartphone, totally no cost. And this is how the image would be transmitted. We had the standard operating protocol. They had to check it, and then we would see the image. And what I told them is anything which is dark or anything which is white, please don't thrombolize. It is as simple as that. Dark is an established infarct. White is a bleed. You will not thrombolize. And the first thrombolysis, the first clot lysing drug given for an acute ischemic stroke was by an orthopedician who was manning the emergency in Himachal Pradesh in the district Una. It was amazing. And we could actually see that we call them primary stroke centers, and they went in and bravely thrombolized. We published this data, and this in fact went now across the world, and this has been taken up by the World Stroke Organization, because still at such time the IT models, the tele models were very, very they were expensive, but we needed a low cost model. We needed a no cost model. And this is what is now being employed across the country. A lot of states have taken this up: Punjab, Haryana, down south, in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu. It has been integrated into their state-owned insurance systems as well. It is running well. And in the components of a stroke unit care, the stroke unit essentially is again not a rocket science. It is a dedicated group of people in a defined geographic area who know what complications may happen, and they preempt and prevent and treat them in time. Okay, so that way, very, very simple. You prevent fever, you prevent aspiration, you prevent small things. Doesn't look major, but it needs to be done and not taken for granted that somebody else will do it. We put this, and then into the stroke chain of survival, we put all of these in place. So any of the big stroke centers could do that. And then we mapped out in the country what could be done at a primary wellness clinic. You heard of them. Secondary level, which is district hospital, and the tertiary center, which could be private, could be public, what have you. You can even have partnerships there. And in the district level, practically everything can be done except major surgeries. Okay, so that's what we had done across the country, and hopefully it would go on. And in the awareness part of it, we went on. We had in Uttar Pradesh, mind you, if we can do it in Uttar Pradesh, I'm sure we can do for the entire country. It's a big, big challenge there. Rajasthan, and the whole thing is to get the right patient to the right place at the right amount of time. And in this, the World Stroke Organization pyramid, it is, it's Lindsay, Fury, all of them are women. In fact, in the national international program, in fact, now in the World Stroke Organization, we have the women in wild stroke. So we call them the WISE group. Okay, women in stroke education, we call them the WISE. So it turns out to be WISE. So, and getting these is essentially chaos into order, and I think for that we need women's empathy and patience, and with that's a great power. We also got mobile stroke units in Northeast India, of which and then that's a great program being run by the Insta group from ICMR. We've got these D3 projects in Ladakh, Himachal, and we actually also have a stroke app. The stroke app, if you download, it costs money. The biggest stroke app is by Valerie Fine from Australia. We got our own stroke app. But the trouble here is people love to download a Mintra app, they want to download an Amazon app, they don't like a stroke app. So the thing is that again you have to get back to people and say, look, don't think stroke can happen to somebody else. It can happen to us, it can happen to our loved ones. The last part of it is rehab. That's where I'm coming to now to motor science. Is you have this person, he's had a right paresis, well, he was at discharge walking with some support. There's no rehab at home. Rehab is expensive. Getting a disabled patient back and forth to even a place where rehab is free is not easy. So developed stiffness, contractures, he couldn't sustain the development he's had or improvement he had in the hospital. So getting holistic medicine. In fact, we have CIMR in AIMS, Delhi. So we have the integration of all systems of medicine with their science, and yoga is a way of life. You know, every time we talk of yoga, we're not talking of asanas or breathing. We're talking of yoga. It starts with good thoughts, right? So getting these eight big domains integrated also would be, and then we did it. And this is the last thing about recovery after a disability after stroke. Here it is both DBT, Renu Swarup ma'am is here. Big help from these major scientific agencies, DBT, DST, and ICMR, which have helped. I personally have been involved in the chronic stroke models of stem cells, and this is DST supported, where we have autologous bone marrow divided. You know, we have both mesenchymal stromal cells, which are culture expanded in animal-free serum, and the mononuclear stem cells. Now, this is one of our patients where after a period of 28 days, you see that sheets of the CD34 cells, and these are the mononuclear stem cells, which we could get within about 1 hour after taking the bone marrow. Both these have been given in our patients, and this is a visually impactful slide, where in one, where we tried to objectivize the improvement clinically seen on functional imaging, and you could see that there is increase in the activation of the motor strip for in our bold MR techniques, as well as this diffusion tensor imaging, which maps out the tracks. And this is the stroke, which is a damaged area, and we map out this track growing through, and that's being translated to the clinical benefit. We publish these, and in this, Ashu Pasid, she is being the prime mover. She's the postdoc, and she's one girl. She's actually got into a huge impact across the world, a true woman leader. And this has been published in almost all the major journals. Of course, a lot of stuff still needs to be covered. In fact, any of these questions that could be answered, and this is a slide I give to the young ones, that they definitely will win a Nobel Prize. We've also grappled with growth factors using VEGF, and also the non-invasive brain stimulation. We now have been given a center of excellence by ICMR in the techniques for restorative ability of the brain post-stroke. We're using the non-invasive brain stimulation, all of them we're using now. And the best part now is we're trying to bridge gaps between different disciplines. This is transdisciplinary, and we have IIT Delhi here. So this is our venture with IIT Delhi, and this is a model of robotic skeleton which is being developed by one beautiful young scientist, Neha Singh. Now she's got her PhD in this, she's patented this, and this has been there's spate of publications after that. Now they're working up on a robotic exoskeleton for the lower limb. Robotic exoskeletons cost 3 crores outside, and these people are working on it, and this costs $1,500. And we're also working on development of a what we call as a sensor glove. This is being developed between transdisciplines, between the departments of nuclear magnetic resonance and other departments, along with biomedical engineering and IITs. And this glove, we hope, will still be able to be very useful and can be used at home as well, with a visual kinesthetic feedback. So that what I'm trying to say here is that when a stroke patient comes in while we are attempting to prevent strokes, and that would be like what utopia to us. But while it happens, strokes do occur, and strokes can happen again to us or to someone who's very close to us. So unless something can be done to them, and see to it that irrespective of what time the stroke happens, when they are being brought into the emergency on on a stretcher, I want them to walk back into their lives. And that's been the passion amongst the strokeologists, when we are a strong force of women who are looking after stroke and neurology. And the motto is never ever give up. Thank you.
Padma-ji, thank you very much for the excellent lecture. I had the privilege and honor to chair because it was conducted in the memory of a great friend and one of world's 10 leading malariologists. Now I request my co-chair, Nisha Patro, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kambos. I thank Manju ma'am also for giving me this opportunity. And I'm also thankful, I also want to thank Professor Padma for a very, very enlightening talk on this establishing stroke care pathways in resource poor systems, small solutions and big problems. And basically you stressed upon stroke as a major or a common cause of disabilities and current status of stroke scenario and care in India. We are really thankful, ma'am, how you just presented that for this integrated stroke networks, how this can help the stroke patients across the country and can bridge the gap and can help the patient throughout the country. So, and you also stressed upon using this stroke app. I think everybody should be using it, and will be very happy if you can just give us the detail of the app so that everybody can download and can use it as and when required. And of course, you talked about the possible treatment strategies also. We are thankful to you, ma'am, for this wonderful talk.
Thank you, ma'am. And I will meet Manju ma'am, and I will give that app personally, which
Yeah,
can
yeah,
use
I
for
think
everybody. And
yes, yes,
ma'am, Renu Swarup ma'am, hopefully I kept up the time. I was a little worried about it. So, ma'am, thank you. Can I go now? Can I go back to the OPD?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I read out the citation for Dr. Padma? So the citation goes like this. Professor V.P. Sharma Memorial Lecture Award 2021. The National Academy of Sciences India felicitates Dr. M.V. Padma Srivastav, Professor and Head, Department of Neurology, All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi, for her pioneering work on stem cell therapy and significant contributions towards the field of emergency stroke research, its clinical management, rehabilitation, and care. NASI congratulates you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sparing your time and all for your significant contributions and pioneering work in this field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now should we move on to the next lecture, ma'am?
आप muted हैं, madam. आप muted हैं.
Renu, are you going to have your
Yes, yes, we can go ahead, ma'am, if it's okay with you. And Professor Tyagi, and I can
No,
request.
he's not here. I don't see him. Anyway, so you can start. Renu.
I'm here, but it is fine with me. No
Okay.
problem.
Only thing is I want to request the speaker to stick to 20 minutes because we are running behind time schedule. Renu, please.
Thank you, ma'am. And first of all, thank you very much to Madam Manju Sharma, to the President, Dr. Ghatak, for having me here, but most importantly for organizing such a wonderful International Women's Day function, which is actually now celebrating the success of women, the achievements of women, and clearly bringing out the theme that is breaking the bias. The session that we have now is a very important session, and I'm very pleased to have Dr. Kiran Katoch as the co-chair for this, and our speaker for the Dr. P. Sheel
Memorial Young Women Scientist Lecture, Dr. Lata Rangan. I think the topic that Dr. Lata Rangan is going to speak about is biodiversity. And if you look at the larger theme of the International Women's Day today, it is gender equality today for a sustainable tomorrow. And what better than having biodiversity for a sustainable development for tomorrow? And the role that women play in biodiversity conservation, in trying to look at the rich diversity we have in the country is so very important. What I will do is, we are running against time. I'll request Dr. Kiran Katoj to kindly introduce Dr. Lata Rangan, and then we will hand it over to Dr. Lata Rangan for her talk. And as Madam said, Lata, if you can try to restrict it to 20 minutes, please. So Dr. Kiran Katoj, over to you to kindly introduce the speaker.
Very much. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Madam Manju Sharma, Dr. The NASI, people of the NASI who have invited me here, and of course, Dr. Renu Sharma, who has given me this opportunity to introduce such a good scientist on who's talking on biodiversity, Dr. Lata Rangan. Now, she is actually from IIT Guwahati, and she has done her studies. She has been a student of in the southern part of the country, and what she really has, that she has more than 140 articles and papers at this young age, including book chapters, proceedings, and reviews. She is an elected fellow of NASI and Biotech Research Society of India. She has won several awards like Professor Hiralal Chakravarti Award of the Indian Science Congress, Women Scientist Award of Biotech Research Society of India, Young Scientist Award of Society of Chemists and Biologists, and J.N. Barua Science Award for a significant contribution to plant sciences. I look forward to her for her talk, in which she is going to talk about from wilderness, how we go on to with the biodiversity, how we go on to making plastocene. So over to Dr. Lata Rangan for her talk.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
You're audible.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I would like to wish everyone present here, every woman scientist and everyone, a very happy Women's Day. So we are celebrating, showcasing the achievements of the women. So it's definitely clear that individually we are all responsible for our own thoughts and actions all day, every day. And we can break the bias in our communities, in our workplace. Together, we can definitely break that. I'm going to share my slide. So kindly confirm if it's visible to everyone.
Yes, it is visible.
So before I go on with my talk, I would also like to thank.
Can you put it on full screen? Lata, can you put your slides on full screen, please? It's not on full screen.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much. At the outset, I would also like to thank the organizer, NASI, and Madam Manju Sharma for giving me this opportunity to share our experience on such a beautiful day, which is when we are celebrating the women achievement. And since this is a platform where I have been awarded the Dr. P. Shil Memorial Award, I thought that I will combine the activities of the work which we have been doing in IIT Guwahati over the last 1 decade and my experiences with regard to if there has been any kind of a discrimination or there has been any kind of inequality as far as the research and science is concerned, and how do we break that bias. So as I was saying, and Dr. Renu Swarup, I'll definitely try to wind it up before 20 minutes, and I'll see that's definitely a challenge for me, and I hope I'll meet up to that challenge. So regardless of the gender, International Women's Day is a beautiful moment for all of us to reflect on our own, celebrate this and strides that women empowerment we are talking about globally, and together we can take it further and make progress in support of women, whether it is the right socially we are talking about, or whether we are talking about economically, whether we are talking about culturally and politically. So definitely it has to be a holistic approach. Since this is a P. Shil Memorial Award, and as I said, I would try to combine the technical aspects of it with my own experience in the particular field. So I thought I'll take up the topic, which is what I have been working, that is on the applied biodiversity. And to begin with, I think we are talking about to feed 1 billion people, which is definitely a very trivial task. And so to attain that food security, of course, we have to amalgamate and integrate different aspects that include not only the agriculture, livelihood, nutrition, but then also the very important aspect is to look into the point of the biodiversity conservation. Now, this is all the more important in the present context because we are talking about the intellectual property rights, which are a major economic factor in driving the economic status of a country, and also for the fact that there is a widespread use of the bioresources and traditional knowledge by. What do you think about that?
No problem.
Your voice is breaking.
Lata, we can't hear you at all. Have we lost her, I think?
Tap to mute. इसको ऑन रहने दो, म्यूट नहीं कर। भाई ये आपका आ गया ये।
Archana, if you can call Lata, I think she's back.
Yes, ma'am.
फोन कर लीजिए उनको.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just call him.
Yes, Lata, we can see you now.
Madam, am I audible?
You're audible. Just put your slides on full screen and just go ahead.
Full screen मेरे तो मेरे.
Is it clear now?
उनका भी फीचर उनकी
I'm
भी
extremely
प्रॉब्लम हो
sorry
गई
for the
है.
technical glitch. Whenever we talk about the technological advancement, I think we are backlashed with some sort of a technical glitch. So I'm sorry for that.
दोबारा से करूं क्या
So
लीव
I'll
करके?
just proceed further. I just
मैं
want to
क्या
quote
करूं
this
अब इसके
particular
अंदर
slide
बताओ आप.
from the living legend, Professor M.S. Swaminathan, who has very aptly stated that if conservation of natural resources goes wrong, nothing else will go right. He has been the champion of agrobiodiversity and biodiversity conservation for its sustainable utilization. So taking from here, I want to just give a brief glimpse of the bioresources of the Northeast India because that's the place where I am actually working and that's my second home as of now. So Northeast India is definitely one of the mega biodiversity hotspots of the country. It's ranked and it's rated as among the top 25 hotspots globally. It's not only a treasure trove for the plant biodiversity, where it houses a large number of plant species, many of which are highly endangered and endemic to the region. But then it is also a treasure trove for a large number array of the animal species that includes the vertebrates, avian faunas, mammals, reptiles, amphibian species, so on and so forth. Now, this region is also inhabited by some of the most fascinating traditional communities of the India who living here for thousands of years have built a very precious knowledge base about the use of the bioresources of the region. While most part of the India and other parts of the world have forgotten the use of the plants for the edible or for the medicinal purpose, this is being still practiced day in and day out by many of the communities from the Northeast India. Now, obviously, it's also clear that there exists a range of plants with ethnobotanically value and much of which are being used for the folk medicine, and they remain endemic and has still waiting to be uncovered, to be dissected for its full potential utility. So when we started our work, we noticed that the dependence on the bioresources for livelihood is extremely high in the Northeast India when we draw a comparison with other parts of the India. So I thought that when I joined IIT Guwahati, with whatever facilities we had, whatever background training I had during my postdoc, during my PhD program in MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, I thought that I have to take a step further. And when I looked into the whole perspective, I thought probably it would be good to begin with the family Gingiberaceae. And so the title of my talk, so I'm coming to the talk, which is The Rendezvous with Gingiberaceae, Wilderness to Mining Classrooms. And we are looking forward to these new positives of research in the field of applied biodiversity. Now, why gingiberraceae? Of course, because the family is well known for its high utility, whether we are talking about from the medicinal point of view, whether we are talking about from the condiments, spices, culinary, or for its use as a green leafy vegetable, apart from its ornamental value. It's also for the fact that Northeast region houses a great number of the genera, close to around 19 genera and 88 species. And world over, we know that there are 52 genera and more than 1,300 species, and this belongs to the monocot. But then there are added problems and there are added dimensions to it because of the neglected group. That is because the habitat is extremely difficult since they are found in the difficult terrains, making it is a very cumbersome process for its collection. And if the collection has to be made for its systematic characterization, for its identification, and then for any future studies, it has to be done only coinciding with that of a monsoon season. Partly also for the fact that the plant remains underground
Slide is not
most of the
changing.
time. Now, slides are not moving?
No, ma'am. Slides are not moving.
Oh. It's moving over here.
Fine. Going ahead, fine.
Is it okay?
It's moving, but it's moving now. If you put it on full screen, I think it's moving.
Yeah, so if I put it on full screen, maybe there is an issue.
Yeah, just put it on full screen, it'll move. Yeah, that's changed the slide. Yeah, it's moving.
Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying, the problem dimensions are many. So with all these problems, we thought that probably it would be a good idea first to have a core collection of the gingiberraceae from the Northeast India and then go for any kind of a documentation and associated ethnomedical informations. So that took our journey. And so we took embarked this journey in 2008-9. And so it was a Herculean task for us. And this is where I want to break the bias, because when we started this work, there were many kind of apprehensions, thoughts, speculations that you are going to go into the remote areas, whether it's a safe process, whether you would be able to do, what if there are going to be challenges, are you going to overcome that? But without considering all that, we took a challenge and we thought that, yes, if we have to start the journey here, there has to be a process where we have to overcome all these challenges. And so we started with our collections. We made collections for 3 consecutive years, going into the remote pockets. And I would say that this has been the most overwhelming response for me over the last 15 years, because we took this exercise, we took up this journey in a very profound way. Almost all the states were taken into consideration when we took this process of the documentation collection of the plant species belonging to the family Gingiberraceae. And as you can see that there were close to around 370 healers which were interviewed. A structured questionnaire were prepared where we interviewed them for the set of the questions based on the ethnomedical value utility that were being practiced by these indigenous communities or the local healers. Altogether 34 plants belonging to the 9 genera were documented, and most of the times we got that the informations were percolated down mostly by the females rather than the males. As far as the frequency of the plant parts used according to the mode of the preparation of the herbal medicines were concerned, obviously the rhizome was the most frequently plant part, and poultice was the most preferred mode of the preparation. And we also found that the preparations were more frequently prepared by the women than by the men. So not only the information is being passed by the woman, but then the preparation and the mode and its further propagation is done by the woman. So that convinces that women definitely have a much bigger role than their male counterpart. And then once we had all these informations, we found that most of the species were being used for treating the gastrointestinal disorder, and use of the single plant was found to be in a greater extent, which was close to around 84%, giving us a clue and giving us the confidence and the strength that these plants could be a good indicator for future research leading to the drug discovery. Once we had done that, we then went in with regard to housing this information, hosting this information for its further propagation. And so we thought that, okay, we should have a basic design of the web portal for the family Gingiberaceae, which would have all the features, not only as far as its morphology, habitat, other features are concerned, but then it would also house the features with regard to its molecular characteristics, phylogeny, and further informations which are of the tool. So we made it very user-friendly. And again, we had a breaking the bias over here, because generally speaking, we have a sort of a prejudice that preparing the website, laying out the design is actually a forte of the male scientist. But then that was not the case here. We categorically thought that, okay, it has to be done in-house. And if there is an involvement and the collaboration by the women scholars and the women scientists, probably I think it would be much more simplified. And this basic design was developed by our own PhD student so as to house the information. So we named and we christened this as an NGRC, which is Northeast Gingiberaceae Resource Center. Anyone can have an access. The beauty of this NGRC is that it's a dynamic portal wherein not only we are housing the information relating to the species of the Gingiberaceae, but then we have also kept it open for others to view it and also share on a mutual basis certain informations which are probably as of now not available with us. So we are also housing the information pertaining to the barcodes, because there are certain signature sequences which are specific to the species of the family Gingiberaceae. Then we moved on with regard to the classification aspect, because classifying the Gingiberaceae family is an extremely difficult task, and it's quite misleading because there are a good number of the tribes which are available in the family Gingiberaceae. That includes Alpinae, Hedychiae, Globae, and Gingiberae. And the most accepted classification is the one which has been given by the Kress et al. But then there was no report whatsoever for the species of the Northeast India. So we thought that we need to have an accurate classification for the species of for the family Gingiberaceae, which are actually from the Northeast India. So not only the classical molecular techniques were used, but then we also thought that to have a holistic phylogenetic relationship assessment, we need to include more markers, we need to include more tools so as to make it much more comprehensive. And this is where we went with regard to the whole genome efforts, wherein we thought that the nuclear DNA content could also be integrated along with the classical information that includes the cytology and the chromosome number. So for the number of the species which we had collected, we then identified the nuclear DNA content using a very simple protocol, a protocol which was given in 1975 for blood cells. We thought that we could use it with certain modifications, which is modified propadium iodide extraction buffer, and we used that, and within a span of 15 to 20 minutes, we could get a beautiful results, and we could get the nuclear DNA content estimated for such a robust species, such a species wherein we have a recalcitrant to a higher number. So based on this, we classified the species into three different clusters, the one which are having the lower genome size, the one which are having the moderate genome size, and the ones which are having the larger genome size. So we were looking for three particular genera, Curcum, Hedychium, and Camphilia, and we wanted to see how they are in the lineage as far as the monopod family is concerned. How are they sparing in the order of gingiberals and other orders for the monopod? And we found that the Hedychium and Camphilia are much more closely related to that of the Curcuma. So I would skip the technical aspect of it, but then I just want to emphasize over here that we included more and more aspects so as to build on our confidence that what we are doing is correct. And the classification of the species for the family is in correct order. So we included more of barcode sequences as well, and we found that the 9 barcode sequences, the intergeneric spatial sequences, PSB, PSB I, PSB K, was the most diverged, and it could accurately pinpoint to the species level.
Can people other than the speaker mute, please?
Hello?
I was saying people other than the speaker, can you please mute? There's too much noise coming. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So we also looked into the chromosome number and the nuclear DNA content, because the report says that the chromosome number and the nuclear DNA content could be correlated, because the nuclear DNA content can act as a proxy to that of the chromosome number to see if the genome size obesity is because of it. And so for all the species which we have documented, we also ensured that we had the good chromosome count for it, and we had estimated the nuclear DNA content. And we found that the regression analysis, which was below to that of the 0, it says that the chromosome number changes for certain species of the Gingiberaceae was because of the fission and fusions with no changes in the genome content. Then we looked into the evolutionary relationship among the Gingiberaceae based on the genome content, where we had the a smaller genome size, moderate genome size, and higher genome size. And based on this, we found that curcuma separated out as a separate clade compared to that of Camphilia and Gingiberaceae, and the outgroup taxa was that of Alpinia, but all belonging to that of the Gingiberaceae. So that gave an indication based on the 2C and 2N value that the Camphilia is a evolutionary younger taxa compared to that of curcuma and the Hedychium. And this is just a snapshot of what we could draw based on the phylogeny of the family Gingiberaceae having the tribe Gingiberaceae comprising of very important genera. We found that there is a positive correlation with that of the genome size and the chromosome number. So finally, then we thought that we have to go with regard to the plastome sequencing and to see if we can develop some kind of a new marker which are signature sequences and specific for the family or to the species belonging to the family of the Gingiberaceae. And so we then embarked on the the journey of sequencing the entire plastome of 5 distinct species which we had collected from the Northeast India. And that included the Alpinia amomum curcuma longa, Gingiber officinale, and we mapped it to the Typha latifolia. And when we mapped it to Typha latifolia, we then came up with the hypothesis, how is it falling out as far as the lineage is concerned in its ancestor? So for the order Gingiberales, we found that the Gingiber officinal plastome genome with that of the Musa genome, they had diverged out from Typha latifolia, but then we found that in case of the Gingiber officinal, there was a deletion of a 3 kb fragment, and there was an addition of 4.7 kb fragment in the Musa acuminata. So this might have happened when they diverged out from a common ancestor of the Typha latifolia, but then this was a sequence-specific deletion or an expansion. I think only when we are able to include in our analysis more species wherein we have the plastome information, it would be a much more clear-cut evidence for us. So when we did the alignment, obviously we were fortunate enough that we got few of the signature sequences which were specific for the curcuma, Hedychium, and Gingiber species. So 9 SSR markers were developed, and those markers are readily available for anyone who are working on this particular species to enable them to identify and utilize it for further analysis. So in end result, we found that Hedychium is much more close relative to the ginger as compared to the curcuma, wherein we see much more effect of polyploidy. Now, what I want is that having given the entire information with regard to my rendezvous with the family Gingiberaceae from mining to the plastome, where is this bias? Now, what I felt was that in our journey and during this process, who gets the credit for the collaboration? Now, since this was the work which we had initiated in IIT Guwahati for the first time, I felt that there was not much of a bias. There was a due credit which was given there, and the collaboration, when we had done the collaboration regardless of the gender, I think the credit was to the person who had developed it. And so women in general get the full credit when they develop the idea and when they are making the efforts for the collaboration, because the performance is based on the evaluation. Primarily, I also want to bring this factor that women use gender neutral profiles more than that of the men. And probably I think that could have been the success why we were able to have much more beautiful collaborations regardless of the gender. Second point which I want to bring in here is that stereotypes definitely affect the evaluation process. So what can we do with regard to that? I think if we want to break these stereotypes as far as the evaluation is concerned, we need to have these ABCs. ABC, so that means A, that means we have to admit it. I think we have to admit that there are going to be stereotypes, and these stereotypes would come in the process of the evaluations. but then admitting it is, I think, probably the right thing, because if we are thinking about a blossom or in form of a rose, we also have to accept that there are going to be thorns. So that is A. Then my second point is that I think B, we have to block it. Having accepting it and then blocking it probably is definitely going to give a much more success rate to it. The third, I think we need to count it. I think count, because targets are the key to the diversity. And so if we are going to count as many as who are going to be part of it, I think that again is going to be a stepping stone for success. And finally, I think the support it. Now, I have been very fortunate that I have got the support from all quarters, whether it was during my PhD days when I did the PhD at MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, where there was no such discrimination, there was no such inequalities, and all were treated uniformly. So I think probably that also gave me the confidence, that also ingrained in my mind that I think we are looking for a platform, we are looking for a bright future where we are going to get all that is due for one, based on the performance and based on the confidence which we are going to reciprocate back. So support from the institutions, support from IIT Guwahati, support from all collaborators has enabled me, and I'm sure that it has enabled my other colleagues, other women faculties, other women scientists also to flourish and take their journey in a very successful manner. So the acknowledgement, my own research team, which is also comprising of many women students, many women scholars, collaborators, which has an equal share from both male and the female colleagues, support from the funding agency is highly acknowledged. I would like to leave with this particular slide where we are saying that combining the old with the new, and who is the best prototype? I think it is the nature. Nature is our best prototype. So if we honor it, we respect it, obviously, I think the due credit comes back to in the same manner. So similarly, we all are creations of the nature, whether it is the men or the women. I think both of us are playing the equal role. And so obviously there should not be any inequalities. But then if there are inequalities, we have the room, scope to mitigate it and to overcome that. And I would like to leave with this particular poem, because we are celebrating the Women Day. So the woman, not only as a scientist, not only as a researcher, not only as a mother, sister, daughter, but then on the whole, one half of the entire population. So a woman in our lives playing different roles, garnering different shadows of it, but at the same time showcasing the success in a similar manner. And this is a poem which has been written by a young boy who's just 15 years old. And this was a dedication given by the boy to a woman, respecting the woman in all quarters of the life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lata. Thank you very much for a very, very detailed and excellent presentation on your rendezvous with the Zinjibers. I think so correctly said that if there is a conviction in you, if you have it in your inherent strength, you break the bias. So that really is what you need to break the bias, the conviction, the determination, and that's really how your ABC that you spelled out. So thank you. We are running very late on time. Dr. Katoch, would you like to summarize what Dr. Lata Ranjan said before we close the session? And congratulations, Lata, on all our behalf for receiving this P. Shield Memorial Young Woman Scientist Award. After Dr. Katoch speaks, Archana will probably read out the citation. So Dr. Katoch, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Renu, I think you have summarized it very, very well. And thank you very much, Dr. Lata, for your very in-depth lecture about this family. Of course, about plants, I don't know much, but it was a very interesting lecture. And we look forward for many more things to come from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much, Lata, and congratulations. And Madam, over to you again.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Will read the citation.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
No, Archana, we can't see your screen. Yes, it's visible now.
The citation goes like this. Shield Memorial Young Women Scientist Lecture Award 2021. The National Academy of Sciences India felicitates Dr. Lata Rangan, Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology, Guwahati, for her significant contribution in documenting the ethnomedicinal uses of knowledge. So, happy congratulations to ma'am for your contribution. Thank you so much for joining us and delivering this very nice lecture. So, move on to next lecture, which is Dr. B.P. Pal Memorial Award lecture. And that is to be Professor Tyagi sir, Department of Plant Molecular Biology. He doesn't need any introduction. He is a renowned plant biologist and he is the past president of the National Academy of Science India and former director of the National Institute of Plant Research, Delhi. Presently serving at the University Department of Plant Molecular Biology. And he led first Indian initiatives on GC5 on rice, tomato, and DCTP, and very significant contribution. So, with this very brief introduction, this is to be co-chaired by Sir Bhadik,
अकेडमी की लड़की बोल रही है ना,
and director of CSIR.
अगला प्रोग्राम अनाउंस करेगी ना.
Earlier, professor and head department of botany, studies in botany.
Voice clear नहीं है. Is the voice clear?
Yes, sir.
No, it is not clear. It's breaking. And there are some mics on. I think members should put off their mics. Dr. Bhuti, your mic is on. Please close it.
Everyone, please mute.
Because there is continuous background conversation going on. Okay. So, thank you, Archana ji, and I would also like to thank organizers, especially Dr. Manju Sharma, for giving me this opportunity to listen to these wonderful lectures. And I would like to congratulate each and everyone involved in this endeavor of women scientists, and all those who are interested in it, and all those who are working for it. With me,
माइक को बंद कर अनम्यूट करिए.
Mic is on.
Professor Bhuti.
So no, again it is off. So with me we have Dr. Barik, who is director of NBRI and is co-chair of this session. Madhulika ji, finally you are there, and it is my pleasure to say that you have been selected for this B.P. Pal Memorial Lecture, which is very prestigious award of the Academy. And it is in the name of famous Dr. B.P. Pal, who was the real wheat geneticist, and also he loved roses very much. So many of the varieties of roses also he has provided. And to remember him, this award has been instituted. Now, at this stage, of course, everyone knows Dr. Madhulika Agarwal, who is the head of botany department and also dean of faculty of science at PHU. And I would like, if Dr. Barik, would you like to introduce her at this stage, or I can continue? With
whatever you like, sir. Either way, I am okay.
Because you know this area so well.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I will just introduce her. As rightly said by Professor Tyagi, Dr. Madhulika Agarwal doesn't need any introduction. A renowned environmental scientist, not only in India but globally. Her works on particularly pollutions and the climate change work is really world famous. Whether it is the sulfur dioxide, or it is the nitrate deposition, or it is the carbon dioxide, or the ozone work. So she is well known for this. So that means any greenhouse gas you name, Professor Madhulika Agarwal will be there. So she not only assesses the impact of all these greenhouse gases on the crops, but also she understands the mechanistic, mechanism of this type of interaction. And also of late, she has started work on the exclusion of the ultraviolet, and by that she has been able to target what is the particular gene which is responsible for those antioxidant enzymes, that is the adaptive strategy of the crops. So her works on wheat, on rice, particularly in Indo-Gangetic plain, and the impact of the ocean that helps us in screening the right variety or the right hybrid to cultivate against the climate change challenges. So I think that is the greatest contribution of Professor Madhulika Agrawal, not only the mechanistic understanding, but also for the societal cause that will make our farmers really robust against the climate change challenges. And coming to her credentials, naturally, she has been rightly bestowed upon several awards and fellowships. If I read it, will be very long, but just let me tell you that she is the fellow of all the 4 national academies, say for Indian National Science Academy, INSA, NASI, our own Allahabad Academy, and also she is the fellow of National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Besides that, she is also the fellow of Indian Botanical Society and also fellow of National Institute of Ecology. She is also the fellow of Jesse Bose fellow of ACRB. Okay, she is the recipient of several awards and her career spans over more than 44 years now. So long career, a big contribution. So she has got the UNESCO Rostak SC Young Scientist Award in 88, Fulbright Fellowship in 88, Bilateral Exchange Fellowship of INSA and Royal Society London, Professor Hirala Chakraborty Award of Indian Science Congress Association, UGC Swami Prabhananda Saraswati National Award for Environmental Sciences Ecology in 99. Of course, Dr. P. Sil Memorial Lecture Award, just now we heard that from Dr. Lata, but she has been awardee before also by our NASI. And 10th RC Dalal Oration Award of the Academy of Environmental Biology India and Professor Sri Ranjan Memorial Lecture Award from NASI. So these are just to cite a few. So the illustrious career of Professor Madhulika Agrawal, and I think everybody knows her. And in this International Women's Day, I congratulate each one of you. And I have been listening since morning. It is a great day to learn that how our women scientists have been contributing greatly to this country's science, growth of science. Thank you so much, sir. Over to Chairman.
Thank you very much, Professor Tyagi and Professor Barik, for introducing me. A very good afternoon to one and all. I am deeply honored to be delivering this lecture in memory of one of the India's most distinguished scientists, Dr. Benjamin Peary Pal. The topic I have chosen is one of the most relevant topics of agriculture in the present time. We all have heard various scintillating lectures on the theme of the International Women's Day, Break the Bias. Bias makes it very difficult for women to move ahead in their careers and even in the personal lives. Institutions, policymakers need to understand the biases and make an action plan to accelerate the gender parity. A woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman. And we all are strong women. But to break the bias, it is about changing the way the world perceives that strength of the women. So that is very important part of this International Women's Day. Mother Teresa has said, I quote, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. I unquote that. And that is what, this celebration of International Women's Day by NASI is really doing. This day belongs to women. May you all prosper and stood affirm in the course of life. I also wish a very good International Women's Day to all the men, including our president and many past presidents who are also, part of this International Women's Day celebration of NASI, and my own session chair and the co-chair. So happy International Women's Day to one and all. Just a minute, it's not moving. I'll just. Yeah, can you see the next slide?
Yes, it is fine. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I have already said.
Break, we can see.
Okay. So the Dr. Pal, a fellow of Royal Society, was an Indian plant breeder and agronomist who served as a director of Indian Agriculture Research Institute, Delhi, and was the first Director General of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Just Professor Tyagi has narrated that he did a lot of work on wheat genetics and breeding, but he was also known for his interest in rose varieties. So Dr. Pal encouraged basic and strategic research in major crop plants and established a school of basic genetics at the Division of Botany at IRI. In 1930s, he launched a search for new genes in wheat and potato in order to achieve resistance tolerance to a broad spectrum of biotic and abiotic stresses in these crops. My talk will be mostly on wheat, and that too, for one of the abiotic stresses for which I have worked for my entire career. So I will be basically speaking on ozone, which is a very special molecule because ozone is a pollutant as well as ozone is a short-lived greenhouse gas. Ozone, by the name itself, it is clear that it is an oxidant and it has a capacity to clean the troposphere by producing the hydroxyl ion. So, and ozone also contributes to 8 to 15% to the total radiative forces associated with greenhouse gases. Ozone is very special because it is not made in the atmosphere. It is made in the atmosphere, not emitted into the atmosphere. It is not a primary pollutant that it is emitted out by burning coal or something or the other thing. Rather, it is formed in the atmosphere because of the reactions with carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, and methane. So in presence of light, and some, especially the VOCs act as a catalyst, ozone is formed and ozone is broken in presence of moisture to form hydroxyl ions, which can again, react with the compounds to form the ozone. So there are a lot of speculations that what will happen to the ozone formation in future, especially in the warming condition. So ozone, the biogenic VOCs are going to increase with the temperature, so ozone will increase. Wildfires and fires will be more, so emissions will be more, and the ozone will increase. Soil NOx as well as the wetland methane will increase, so ozone increase will be there. The only chances of decrease in ozone concentration is if there is more water vapor input into the atmosphere, then only the ozone concentration can be thought of lower in comparison to the warmer conditions. This is a population weighted average of the various countries around the world in 2020. And you will find that India has, of course, China has the highest concentration. But India has also ozone concentration varying between 58 to 65 parts per billion. Of China has higher than that, which is 65 to 73 parts per billion. So ozone is a problem. Ozone is a continuous problem, and it is going to be a problem in future. This is a study which I'm trying to show only for the ozone. So the green areas are within WHO limit value. In the middle map, where you will find more red colors, this situation is under a very high emission scenario, means it is a scenario which is really, expected for a developed country. And the right map shows situation under high emission scenario, which is actually, going on. So any such conditions, either it is very high emission or high emission, ozone concentrations are expected to increase very high, and this may cause effect on human health, on microbes as well as plant. Being a plant scientist and botanist, I will try to say something only on the plant, not too long a lecture. It will be very, very short lecture. So just like, carbon dioxide, ozone also enters into the plant through a stomata. And the first effect is on the at the membrane level, which further affects the cell functioning, which leads to change in metabolism, and then stress response comes in. Now, those which are very sensitive plants, their cell water loss takes place, which used to develop in form of symptoms, either chlorotic, necrotic, or any other pigmentation. But if the plant is showing some kind of stress tolerance, then the visual injury symptoms may not occur on the plant. Some of the plants, especially, in the communities, they show some temporal shifts in the development, means, they extend their vegetative stage, or there may be early set-in of the reproductive stage. But in all these cases, either it's a symptom development or the metabolism is changed for showing some kind of tolerance, or the temporal shifts in the development, the ultimate result is the decline in the productivity. And that decline varies a lot depending upon the cultivar, depending upon the plant, or other soil conditions also. We have done a lot of work on various plants using open top chambers in Banaras. And almost, last 15 years, we are working on this problem, exclusion of ozone from the ambient condition, and trying to see that what are the changes in the productivity. Even we have started giving elevated ozone concentrations to plant, so that we can predict, what can be the future crop losses. And also, how different cultivars of wheat or different cultivars of other plants, they show the crop loss in response to the same concentration of ozone. This is one of the study which was published in Field Crops Research, which is almost 2 to 3 years study in the open top chambers before publishing this work. Generally, it is said that if ozone concentration goes above 40 ppb, the plants start showing some kind of response. But you will find that in both the years, the concentrations of ambient ozone, means what is there naturally at the area of experiment, and elevated means, it's about 20 parts per billion above that particular concentration. So the natural ozone concentration is, on an average, is also higher than 40 ppb, which is a critical concentration for the plants to respond in various ways. So the most important thing is not only, the ozone concentration on an average. The importance is that how this ozone concentration varies diurnally. So in the diurnal pattern, you will find that ozone concentration goes high during the midday, generally midday. But we have found that this kind of scenario is not always true, because if you see in the March, the concentration of ozone is high right from the 9 o'clock in the morning to the 5 o'clock in the evening. So these trends change because the formation of ozone also depend upon the precursor gases, which are NOx, carbon monoxides, and all that. So ozone-induced visible injury symptoms occur in different forms, like stippling of leaves, water-soaked areas, chlorotic flaking, stippling of leaves. So these are different wheat varieties on which, these symptoms come. And generally as symptoms come, when the leaves become fully expanded, and then, the symptoms appear. Generally, when the leaves are expanding, the symptoms are not very clear. This is one of the study in which different wheat cultivars, which are from various regions of India, they have been evaluated for their response based on their foliar injury symptoms. And then, ratings were done. If you see in this table, there are 5 varieties which show they are slightly affected. There are some varieties which are between moderate to severe, and there are some varieties which showed severe foliar injuries. And these all injuries develop at the 20 ppb above the ambient ozone concentration. The foliar injury, finally, it was found that the Kharchia 65 showed minimum foliar injury symptoms. So later on, more studies have been done with these 3 cultivars of wheat, which were either moderate or they were not that sensitive to the elevated ozone concentration. Lot of various parameters were assessed, right from the physiological photosynthesis, stomatal conductance, and a lot of antioxidant level, secondary metabolites, and all that were evaluated. And then a cumulative stress response index was measured. And based on that cumulative stress response index, again, it was seen that the varieties which have been found slightly affected in terms of foliar injury, they were found to be tolerant in terms of various responses of various parameters. So that is how, these cultivars were further categorized into the sensitive, intermediately sensitive, and the tolerant cultivars. Here, the most tolerant and the least tolerant varieties were, their yield parameters are given in this particular graph. And then you will find that this Kharchia variety, which is found to be tolerant in terms of symptoms development also, had less yield reductions, both in terms of number of grains per plant and weight of grains per plant, while the HD 2987 had more negative impact or more losses in terms of weight of grains as well as the number of grains per plant. We also tried to do a lot of work to know that what is the connection between the stomatal ozone influx and their induced response in the plant metabolism. And this is for the first time worked out in totality with some early sown wilt cultivars and late sown wilt cultivars. Now, why they have been selected? Because early sown cultivars are sown, in fact, during the early November, while late sown cultivars are sown in the early December. So the period ozone exposure or high ozone exposure period was also lower in late sown cultivars than early sown cultivars, especially during the vegetative period. But during the reproductive stage, it is not the case. So we have found very good relationship between the reactive oxygen species production, enzymatic and non-enzymatic antioxidants with the stomatal ozone flux. So early sown wheat cultivars had more ozone flux as compared to the late sown wheat cultivars. So late sown wheat cultivars, which are said to develop as a thermotolerant varieties, they also had shown tolerance to ozone as compared to the early sown wheat cultivars. So this is something very good, that the varieties which are really, said to be the thermotolerant, they are also tolerant to ozone, because ozone concentrations are maximum during March and April. So the varieties also, they go up to the March end or maybe the early April. It's very recently, last 2-3 years, we tried to develop some models through which we can understand the ozone flux inside the plant, because ozone concentration may be high in the atmosphere, but that is not entering into the plant body because of the stomatal response. So we measured all the resistances, and then we measured stomatal ozone uptake and phytotoxic ozone dose, that is POD. So for these early sown and late sown wheat cultivars, you will find that in both years, the ambient ozone had lower stomatal ozone flux, while at the elevated level, there is more stomatal flux. If you compare the data of 2016-17 with 17 and 18, you will find difference. And this difference is basically because of the difference in the ozone concentration into the ambient air. So from this graph, it is very clear that late sown cultivars had lower stomatal ozone flux as compared to the early sown this. And that is why, the more negative impacts have been found on early sown cultivars compared to the late sown cultivars. Later on, this phytotoxic ozone dose was also measured with the help of various resistances. And then this modeled species-specific phytotoxic ozone dose above a threshold of 6 nanomole per meter square per second over 2 consecutive wheat growing seasons. It is found, this study also showed that the POD6 spec is lower in case of early sown cultivars as compared to the late sown cultivars. So phytotoxicity occurs at early in case of early sown cultivars as compared to late sown cultivars. Based on this this POD, the biomass and grain yield over 2-year experiments, the relationships were worked out. And these relationships very clearly showed that there is a 95% confidence interval between the relative values of early sown and the late sown cultivars. And these linear regressions were analyzed by pulling out data of 2 years. So they have shown that which I'll just read for that the observed and modeled studies confirm the greater sensitivity of the early sown wheat cultivars due to higher stomatal conductance, low critical POD values, and longer post-anthesis growing period. The modeled ozone flux effect relationship may help. I mean, these models are very helpful in evaluating the sensitivity among wheat cultivars and predicting the ozone risk on biomass and yield across the IGP region in India. So these such relationships have been attempted for the first time in India, and based on that, even from field grown plants, the risk assessment can be done. So this is one of the very important contribution of our lab in last 2-3 years. We have not only worked on wheat, We did work on rice, maize, soybean, mustard, mung bean, and many more. But where the studies are more, that we wanted to tell you. And we have found that wheat is one of the most sensitive crop among all the crops. If you see the rice shows less reduction at the same concentration. Similarly, maize is the least sensitive plant among all which we seen, but soybean is also found to be sensitive. Mustard, especially few varieties are found to be very sensitive, while others are not that sensitive. And mung bean, despite it is a leguminous plant just like soybean, it does not show that much sensitivity as this as soybean show. So based on our work, which we did for many years for many varieties of wheat and continuously using open top chambers for 10-15 years, a paper which came into Global Change Biology. It's not only mine work, but it is all over the world. People scientists have come up with the results of the study, and it was clearly shown that the India, China, Mediterranean region, and even in USA, the concentration of ozone in all ways, like if it is a 7 hours mean, or it is AOT 40, which is the accumulated ozone above 40 ppb, or it is POD 3. In all ways, these areas are very vulnerable, and these areas are very vulnerable in terms of yield losses. And even country-wise losses or region-wise losses were also computed through the modeled work, and it was found that, of course, China, India, United States, Russia, France, Pakistan, Germany, I mean the loss of production were almost in terms of percentage more or less similar in all over the world. So production losses in wheat due to ozone for 7 most affected countries that we have worked out with our joint collaboration with an international project by CISRO. In the meantime, a study from PRL by Lal et al. Also came in, who did some modeling work in Indo-Gangetic Plain. And according to him also, the ozone concentration during wheat growing season is varied between 40 to 50 ppb, especially in IGP and Western Maharashtra. And he also calculated the annual loss in wheat production in IGP region based on the data collected through the production of wheat during 2012 and 2013. And the annual loss was also estimated depending upon the varieties from 4.2 to 15%. So this is just a small fraction of my work, which I am continuing for last 35 years, in fact, as a faculty. And before that, I was doing it during my PhD also. That time ozone was not talked about. So tropospheric ozone is a very important air pollutant in IGP. Government of India had no standard for this particular gas, but in 2009, the Government of India proposed a standard value, a value for that, but that too for human health, not for the crop or the vegetation. And high temperature, sunshine hours, and the low humidity lead to more ozone formation. Ozone negatively affects yield and quality of crops, and sensitivity differs among species and cultivars. And as I said, that the plants which utilize more photosynthesis for neutralizing the damaging impact of ozone are not able to translocate efficiently to developing areas, and hence show greater reductions in yield. One highlight which I have not written over here, we have found that the varieties which are developed very late, those varieties are more vulnerable than the early varieties. So that is something, a cause of concern for all of us. And we screened, at least for wheat, more than 35, 40 varieties. So there are a lot of future research which is needed. I will not talk much upon this future needs over here, but I will certainly acknowledge the team who worked on air pollution and global climate change. And the team working on air pollution and climate change shows more participation of females. So we have already broken the bias. We do work in field, we do work in full sun, and so this is very much befitting to the example of the theme of the International Women's Day in 2022, which is, imagine a gender equal world, but the girl students are more than the boys or male this. So with this kind of thing, I had a lot of experience of working in the field areas, despite, when I contacted my PhD supervisor that I want to do PhD, he also said that girls don't work in the field. They just do PhD for, getting married. I said, no, sir, you please take me. Because I came from a small town. So he was not knowing my parents, or nobody came for me. So then I said very confidently, I don't know if I get a job or not, but I know if I get a job, it will be in something, to do in the environment side or in the air pollution area. And I'm satisfied at this moment that at least, I have shown it to him, who always used to be very, very happy. And he's still alive. He's 94 years old. His name is Professor D.N. Rao, and he is with his sons in United States. So whenever I get time, I visit my daughter. I used to go to him and pay my respect. But, I was not known to the world. I owe my presence in this world of academics to NASI, to Madam Manju Sharma. And this is a very right place to say thank you very much to you, Madam Sharma, for making me known to the Indian academics. And I'm trying to show what I am, and I'm doing it. Otherwise, I was doing my research. I had a lot of publications. I had a few things all the time. I was enjoying my teaching. But, with this kind of confidence you have shown in me and the entire NASI, the president and the past presidents, to make me the general secretary of NASI is a really good thing, which made me very humble at the moment to say, all of you, thank you very much for giving so much strength in having my life to do something for the society, for the students, and not only for my researches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You raise our hopes that we will be able to survive in this changing environment and global change scenario. Since time is less, I will directly ask Dr. Archana Pant to kindly read the citation. Dr. Archana Pant.
Let me.
Yes, sir. I'll just share in the citation, sir. Please unshare your presentation.
Okay, I'm trying. It's not happening. I'm trying. Huh? Yes, now it is all right. Okay.
Punjab के exit polls predict Punjab set for Aam Aadmi Party 8 on March 10, but party cautious after 2007. Yes. यानी एग्जिट पोल्स को पूरा भरोसा है 70 से 100 सीट आम आदमी पार्टी को एग्जिट
My
पोल्स
God. Somebody has the TV on.
2017 में भी ऐसे
I think Dr. Katoch.
Dr. Katoch, yeah. Yes. Dr. Katoch, please mute your.
I would just like to read citation.
Yes, please. Read. Go ahead.
Dr. B.P. Pal Memorial Lecture Award 2021. The National Academy of Sciences in India felicitates Professor Madhulika Agrawal, Department of Botany, Dean, Faculty of Science, BHU Varanasi, for her pioneering work on tropospheric ozone impact on plants and significant contribution for her research work on air and soil pollution and global climatic change effects. Congratulations to you, ma'am, and we are very grateful to you for sparing your time and presenting this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice lecture, award lecture. And
So
we are
thank you, Dr. Madhulika Agarwal, and also the co-chair, Dr. Barik. Thank you, Dr. Manju Sharma and Nasi. Please proceed for the next session. Thank you.
On my behalf also, thank you, Madam Manju Sharma, and thank you, President Nasi. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to co-chair this.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Anurag Sharma here. So the next presentation is by under the NASI Booty Foundation Lecture Award. And it's my pleasure to chair this, and Dr. Pratibha Jolly, who's here, will be co-chairing this session. Since morning, we have had a very great program. I've been listening to most of the lectures, and I think the credit goes to Dr. Manju Sharma and the President, Professor Ghatak, for such a wonderful program. And my greetings to everyone on the International Women's Day also. This particular award is, of course, co-sponsored by Booty Foundation, and we have amongst us Professor Booty herself, and probably she will give some remarks. And I don't think she needs any introduction. She has spent a quarter of a century or so at PRL, and after that she has spent equal amount of number of years in the foundation, and she established this foundation about 20 years back, where she's supporting research and teaching at various levels, particularly of women scientists and women students. I know from IIT Delhi that we have quite a few scholarships and fellowships that she gives, and this one is also an example. So I would request Professor Booty to give her remarks.
Thank you, Anurag, for your very, very kind words. I certainly didn't need introduction. You didn't have to do that. Anyway, first of all, I would like to thank Nasi to give me this opportunity. It is indeed an honor for me to be with you this afternoon on the occasion of International Women's Day being celebrated by NASI. First of all, on behalf of Booty Foundation and my personal behalf, I would like to extend greetings to all the dignitaries, to all the speakers, in particular the award winners, and all the participants in the audience. I would like to wish all of you a very, very happy Women's Day. I'm delighted that the NASI Booty Foundation Award 2021 for the Distinguished Women Physicist has been conferred upon Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, who is the Director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bangalore. In this particular case, I am doubly delighted since she is heading the institute whose founder director, Dr. Renu Bapu, was personally known to me. She has joined the previous two winners of this award, Dr. Pratibha Jolly, I don't know if she's in the audience, and
Yes,
also Dr. Manju Bansal. I extend my hearty welcome to Dr. Subramaniam as a new addition to the extended family of Booty Foundation. She is directly involved with India's first space observatory called AstroSat. She is passionate about music. If not astronomy and physics, she would have been a musician like her parents. Even now, I believe he keeps playing violin, if I'm not wrong. For some of you who are not familiar with the activities of Buddha Foundation, let me give you very, very briefly a little bit of history of Buddha Foundation, though Anurag has already given you a few words about it. I founded this foundation in 2003 for education purposes in general and science education in particular. To meet these objectives, the foundation has initiated a number of projects. For this afternoon, I'll very briefly talk about only a couple of them, not all of them. We have instituted a number of awards for students, for young scientists, and not so young scientists through various institutes like Plasma Science Society of India, Indian Physics Association, and many other institutes, including NASI. We have also instituted gold medals, as Anurag pointed out, especially for women students through different Indian Institute of Technology at Delhi, Madras, and Indore. We also have an award through Gujarat Science Academy on science communication, which I feel is really important. And I feel proud to tell you that we have instituted 3 awards for the visually challenged students of BA, BSc of first year, second year, third year of Marana House of Delhi University. The next one I would like to talk about is about the 4 centers that we have set up under this foundation. The centers are for science and society. And these 4 centers are located at Ahmedabad, Bareilly, Delhi, and Indore. Aims of these centers are to increase interaction between scientists and non-scientists, between natural scientists and social scientists, and also to attract students, in particular girls, to science career. How do we go about it? We organize science awareness competitions for school children. We organize public lectures. We also organize awareness medical camps consisting of human hygiene for the school students. On top of it, we have been very successfully holding first aid training for students, ambulance drivers, and police constables, especially for the drivers and the police constable to take care of the victims of road accidents during the golden hour, which is very, very important. I would not like to dwell upon other activities because they are not directly connected to the event that we are celebrating right now. Now, let me take this opportunity to request all concerned to encourage young girls to go for higher science education and science career. Let me conclude my remarks by thanking NASI for organizing this event and also by congratulating all the award winners once again. Thank you, Anurag.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
The introduction of the speaker to you.
Yeah. So now of course, first I congratulate Professor Subramaniam for winning this award, and we look forward to listening to her. Now I invite my co-chair, Dr. Pratibha Jolly, to say a few words and introduce the speaker.
Thank you so much, Professor Sharma. And Professor Bhuti, it is such a pleasure to have you at this forum and for the wonderful work that you are doing. And as you have already said, so much more is happening, and Bhuti Foundation Lecture Award is certainly on top of all that you do. And today it is my privilege to present Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, a director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bangalore. A trailblazer, she really needs no introduction. And Professor Subramaniam, I'm personally thrilled to introduce you, or though you need none, because I'm a great fan of yours and my students too. Your seminal research with so many publications, and you serving on so many editorial boards and being chief editor at some is certainly very inspiring. And as is well known and has been mentioned by Professor Bhuti, you lead prestigious mega projects for research on the frontiers, putting India on the scientific map, the UV imaging telescope on board India's first space observatory, AstroSat, the common software for the 30-meter telescope being built by an international consortium are some of the examples. And you chair the membership committee of International Astronomical Union, fellow of the academies, recipient of so many prestigious awards, including the C.V. Raman Young Scientist Award for Physical Sciences 2018, the Sub Power Fellowship 2021. Today we look forward to listening to you and have you deliver the prestigious NASI Bhuti Foundation lecture. So without much ado, Professor Subramaniam, over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. I share my screen. In the meantime, I thank the NASI, Dr. Manju Sharma, everyone over there for giving me an opportunity to present my work. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so, okay, I'm audible, right? Yeah. So thanks to Dr. Pratibha Joly for a very nice introduction. And I'm here to talk about my passion, which is astronomy, and I will cover the astronomy from ground and space. Okay. Can you see my next slide? Just confirm.
Yes, we can see, and you're audible.
Yeah,
So,
thank you. So my regards and respect to Professor Bimla Bhuti, and she's a very inspiring personality in the trailblazer herself. She's involved in a large number of visionary activities through the foundation, which you already heard. And I'm deeply honored to have been chosen for the award instituted by NASI and Bhuti Foundation. So thank you so much. To move forward, I know that people over there in this audience are not experts in astronomy. So I would like to give this talk on a general tone, but impress on the kind of work I've done through my journey in astronomy. So ground-based astronomy started with Galileo in 1609 when he pointed the telescope to the sky. And it is said that he was the first to do so. With it, he saw mountains and craters on the moon. Now, there are lots of ground-based telescopes, and many of them are used to obtain data on various kinds of objects, which is giving us more knowledge and new knowledge on daily basis regarding the universe. The ground-based telescopes have been the workhorses of astronomical research. The picture you're seeing here is one of the telescopes operated by the Indian Institute of Astrophysics. And this is a 2-meter telescope called the Himalayan Chandra Telescope. Just wanted to give you just 1 or 2 sentences on this. This is located in Hanle and at a height of 4,500 meters above sea level. The sky conditions are extremely good, and you can see the night sky. This is the Milky Way galaxy, which is a picture taken by Doje Angchuk, who's the engineer in charge of this place. This telescope is remotely operated from the Hoskote campus of the IIA. So the astronomers who want to take data from this telescope do not go to Ladakh, but go to Bangalore Hoskote campus to collect the data. And we have been operating it remotely for more than 20 years now. My early career days started with Venubapu Observatory in Kavalur. I joined as a PhD student in Indian Institute of Astrophysics in 1990. And I worked with 2 telescopes over here. This is the Kavalur Observatory aerial view. This is a 1 meter telescope, and this one is a 2.3 meter telescope. And then 2.3 meter telescope was the largest in India. And this is the inner view of the 2.3 meter telescope. And I used these 2 telescopes extensively for my research. And my thesis supervisor is Professor Ramsagar. And I owe a lot to him for my learning in astronomy and my basic foundation in astrophysics research. So what I have, this telescope is basically a 2.3 meter here. And then this is basically a horseshoe mounting. And you can see the secondary, and there's a huge dome over here. I request those who are not speaking to mute your mic so that I don't get a feedback. Thank you. So I studied groups of stars called star clusters, which are there in the Milky Way as well as nearby galaxy. There are 2 types of star clusters, one which is kind of loosely packed. These are called open clusters, which doesn't have a kind of a shape or a structure, scattered around a few hundreds to a few thousands of stars. On the other hand, we also have globular clusters, which are highly dense, a very large number of stars, 10 raised to 5 to 10 raised to 6. And this is one of the very densely packed star clusters. Now, why do you want to study them? The aim is to understand the evolution of stars of various mass. The implication is stars are, in interiors of stars are actually the nuclear reactors. They produce various chemicals, various elements, they manufacture various elements. And when they explode or when they leave out the outer material, they actually pollute the surrounding, enriching the chemistry of the region around them. Now, the clouds from which the stars form get polluted, and the next generations of stars will have different chemistry. Now, to understand how our sun would evolve, or a very large mass star would evolve to become a supernova, one has to understand how stars form and evolve. The problem is they live for a very long time, much, much longer than a human lifetime. So how do you do that? So we studied through different snapshots. Like you can look at a group of stars which can have this kind of a pattern. But another cluster will have a different pattern. I again request those who are not speaking to mute your microphone, please.
Dr. Bindu, please mute. Dr. Bindu, please mute.
Thank you. So you can see from the graph that as the stars depart from this line, we see that they are evolved from the main sequence and becomes giants. So I studied several clusters to understand how the stars evolve as a function of mass and age. So that is one of the key science questions which was addressed as part of my thesis. Now this comes from the ground-based data, but when you look at the space data, the diagram becomes like this, very less scatter, and you can actually overlay different types of these groups of stars to understand the stellar evolution. Now, if you look at the diagrams, which this, by the way, these diagrams basically plot the temperatures of the stars versus the luminosity or the brightness. So this basically the fundamental HR diagram where you can see the luminosity or the brightness and the temperature on the x-axis. So this diagram is fundamental, and it reflects the various evolution or stages in which the nuclear burning is going on in the interiors of the stars. And this is a ground-based observation of a particular cluster. On the other hand, if you use the space data, the accuracy becomes much better. So there is a demand for space data due to various reasons. I'll come to that. I think probably the first decade of my research are mostly concentrated on various types of clusters and studies of stellar evolution, and of course on star formation as well. The next decade, I kind of changed gear and started studying you can see this night sky picture where this is our Milky Way. You can also see a beautiful comet out here. But other than that, you can also see these two patches on the sky. These are called as Magellanic clouds because they appear as clouds. But if you can look at these regions through a kind of a bigger telescope, you can resolve these into stars. So these are two neighboring galaxies, and these are called the Magellanic clouds. And we now know that these two galaxies are actually on very close to us and probably in an orbit around the Milky Way. This is a schematic which shows the large and the small Magellanic Cloud going around. And you can see them, they are separated. They visually do not appear to have any connection between them. But if you trace them in atomic hydrogen gas, this is the kind of picture you get. So this clearly means that they have been interacting, and a whole lot of gas is spread around them, indicating that a lot of interaction is going around them. So my curiosity was to study these galaxies' effective interaction on what happens to these galaxies. What are the structures of these galaxies? How does this interaction alter various properties of these galaxies? Now, why do you want to do this? Because if you look at faraway universe, there are lots of galaxies which interact with each other. Now, if you want to study them, you cannot bring them closer to you, but this is your test bed. This is your laboratory where you can actually see what happens to a pair of galaxies when they interact, and also to the effect of our own galaxy on them. So I spent about another decade studying these galaxies. Several PhD theses were produced on various aspects of these galaxies, and I'm still known who has actually contributed to understand the structure of these galaxies and how they form and evolve. Coming to space telescopes are needed for two reasons. One, if the atmosphere does not allow wavelength of anything shorter than blue to pass through because of the ozone layer, the photons are absorbed and we are in fact protected. But if you want to measure those photons from celestial sources, you need to put your instrument up above the atmosphere. So there is a requirement for satellites, payloads above the atmosphere. And also the atmosphere kind of blurs the image which you collect on the ground. You need to correct for it. And also it scatters. There are requirements, sensitivity gets reduced, the actual precision gets reduced. So for better precision, as well as for larger wavelength coverage, one needs to use space-based observations. So what is the landscape looking like? The Great Observatories program brought out these 4 major telescopes. One, I think popularly known as the Hubble Space Telescope. And then we have the Spitzer, the Chandra Telescope, the Compton Gamma Ray Observatory, etc. The idea is to look at all the wavelengths to understand various types of emission processes, exotic processes which happen in various kinds of objects, including explosions of supernovae, accretion disks around black holes, supernovae, etc. Now, the current availability is the James Webb. I mean, you would have all known the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. There's a next generation space telescope, which was launched in December 2021. It'll start operation very soon. It'll be the next generation to the Hubble mission. But the wavelength is different. It is actually going to do it in the infrared, but so our capability in the visual and the ultraviolet is kind of lost. It'll be there as long as the Hubble is alive and kicking. So now what we have done, India's first, for the first Indian space observatory is the AstroSat. And I was the calibration scientist on the ultraviolet imaging telescope. So there are many telescopes on here. The ultraviolet imaging telescope is the 2 tubes, the twin telescope of the UVIT. One is for the far UV and the next one is for the near UV. And you can actually see the thing getting integrated here in the ISRO site before launch. It's the ground checkout. And these are the 2 telescopes. You can see the blue pipe running. It's basically because the UV instruments are very difficult to integrate on ground because, as you already have heard, the ozone absorbs the far UV. So no molecular contamination should be there within the tube. So in order to kind of flush it out, we have dry nitrogen being flushed. And it is very important, the entire place where the whole telescope is integrated is a major clean room. So as part of the calibration, I was responsible for the complete onboard calibrations after launch, because you cannot completely calibrate on ground. You can actually calibrate pieces by pieces. Then you have to stitch it together and predict its performance after launch. And then I did that, and I also carried out the onboard calibrations. It was launched on PSLV C30 in September 2015. And it is still working, and it is providing us extremely good data in UV and other wavelengths as well, as indicated here. Now, I should also mention that this is the instrument team of the UV imaging telescope. This is the picture taken during the handover of the two telescopes to the mission. Now you can see no one here. I'm just standing in one corner. So there are areas where women are not there, and one ends up working with a huge pool of men. So you just need to just forget about things. You just focus on your work and get going. Otherwise, there's no way in which one can move. There are many avenues where women are taking the first step in these areas. So it is important for the society as well as all at large to kind of acknowledge and say that it is just a person stepping in with the capabilities. It should not be judged based on gender. It also we have to be making sure that we are inclusive. And for women, for that matter, we need to be confident and should not be overwhelmed that, you don't see your kind over there. So how do I perform? How do I, can I do this? It's a major thing. And I do see women having that confidence problem. And whenever I see this, I step in and tell them that no worries, you can do it. So I think for us, we need to iterate upon the younger generation to make sure that they step in on areas where it is not taken before by women. So to move on, this is one of the very first images which actually gave us the first idea of the capability of the UV imaging telescope. Just to give you an example, this is the previous NASA mission took this picture of this galaxy, and this is the UVIT image in the near UV. You can clearly see the kind of resolution it has produced, and this is the best resolution one can have in the far UV out there. From any other country, this is the first facility. This is the existing facility in space, and this is a ground-based image of it. Now, moving forward, what do I do? I have carried out several studies using AstroSat, combining with various other space missions as well as ground-based missions. So it is important in astronomy these days that even if you have data from one facility, it is not enough. You have to actually add data from other facilities and support it, and then derive science out of it. Now, I just wanted to take 1 minute to explain what we have found. We have found a new class of white dwarfs in star clusters. White dwarfs are actually the end products of the kind of moderate to intermediate to low mass stars. And we know that certain types of white dwarfs exist, but we have identified a different type of white dwarf, which is a product of binary star evolution in clusters. And this is for the first time. And we have done it for a few clusters, and consistently we have gotten parameters. So what happens over here is that if you can consider a two-star system, when one of the star becomes bigger as a giant, when it becomes bigger, it crosses the Roche law. So it's able to transfer mass to the other star, making it bigger and bluer. While the accreted star becomes like this, the donor ends up as a white dwarf. Now, people believe that this the donor ends up like a normal white dwarf, but we have proved that it has got a wide variety of end products it can produce depending upon the parameters of these two stars, as well as depending upon the orbit of them. And it is not an easy task. The main contribution coming from here is that you can see the white dwarf emits more in the ultraviolet, whereas the other star, either the red or the yellow, emits more in the optical to near infrared. So this critical data from UVIT has given us ways to prove that there is a large landscape of the end products exist there. It is not just the normal white dwarf. So this is one significant result which me and my group and my students have produced from data from AstroSat. The second thing is the other globular clusters that you have seen. They have a small number of very hot stars. If you see the globular cluster very dense and optical, its far UV image is looking like this. So there are only a handful of them. So you don't have any crowding. There are only a handful of stars. And what are they? They are the actual end products of stars which are kind of slightly lower mass than our sun. Now, we still do not understand how they end their lives. So we are using the UVIT to study many such clusters and producing a composite diagram to study these are the white dwarfs, these are the hot stars which are kind of transiting between the final states to the white dwarfs. So this is a composite diagram, and this is the another area where in which me and my team have been contributing quite well to the understanding of end states of evolution of low mass stars. I'm just showing a picture of one of the group I have. I just wanted to show you that among my students, I have kind of 50 are girls and the other 50 are boys. So there's only a small group shown, but I personally encourage girls to take up and as well as support them. And I have a couple of students who have gone through a maternity period as well as raising up small children. So I feel that as mentors, it's very important for us to support younger generation. And sometimes they are at the crossroads and they do not know what to do. They might be scared and say, take a step back and say that, no, I'm not able to do it. I will take a break. I will not be able to come back, etc. At those times, it's important for us as mentors to step in and help them and give directions to get them back on board. So this is another project which I've worked on. This is the 30-meter telescope. I have worked with ThoughtWorks as a lead from India to deliver the software. Of course, software is developed by ThoughtWorks and tested by our team over here. And I headed the delivery. And it was a different ball game altogether. It was a project management and understanding the language which the industry speaks, and also the schedules, the managing the entire the delivery milestones and schedules. It was, and the cost, of course, because we are involving the industry to do it. It gave me, it was a big learning experience for me, but it was a pleasure working with everyone. And of course, women have the capability to adapt and learn. I think it helped me in this particular thing. It's a different role altogether. I also have contributed to the instrument and science teams activities from India to the international community of 30-meter telescope. There's one such, I headed the LOC for a big conference in Mysore a few years back, and that also was another learning experience and participating. And my involvement also ensured that India contributed to 2 major instruments in the 30-meter telescope. Moving forward with the experience and the success of the UV imaging telescope, I have put together a team and that we have proposed for a next generation UV optical mission, which is the Indian Spectroscopic and Imaging Space Telescope called INSIST. And many Indian institutions are involved in this. I'm the PI for it. And we have been awarded seed funding for the last 3 years, and we have completed 3 years of all testing of critical systems and initial planning for the design. And we are almost there with the science cases and overall design. And we expect that this mission will take to the next level in the next couple of months. And we believe that this can produce almost like HST-like images in the optical and UV with a large field of view. So I don't want to go into the details of it, but me and my team look forward to taking this forward in the next decade for a launch. And to end, I also am a Carnatic violinist, so I just wanted to give a glimpse of it. As I think earlier speaker Sangamitra Bandyopadhyay clearly mentioned, it's a package deal, right? So we need to look after our family, we need to look after our parents, we need to look after our career as well, and it's a teamwork. Not only at work, but home also it's a teamwork. But I'm also a violinist. There are some concerts which I still play, and this is my father who has been my teacher for all along, and my mother as well. And as the International Women's Day here, I pay my respects to her. She has been the guiding light behind me as well. She was a professor of music, vocal music, and you can see both of them were musicians, and they are kind of honored on the same stage. So they both were very well-known musicians. And I'm also happy to share that my daughter learns from him, and the kind of the culture and the training is imparted to the next generation as well. She's also an accomplished dancer, and this is my family. My son understands how women struggle and what are the kind of difficulties they face in moving forward. So I'm hopeful that he will be very supportive of the family he will have and the women around him, the friends, and as well as his colleagues, to help them out. So it's very important that we share this message to men around us so that they understand what we go through to reach our passion, our goals. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Further proceeding.
Thank you so much. It's so interesting to know you play the violin, and from there to the cosmic symphony. This has been a wonderful talk. I think Archana ji, you will take it forward from here.
Yeah, thank you, Pratibha. I think Archana will read the citation. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
NASI Booty Foundation Lecture Award 2021. The National Academy of Sciences India felicitates Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, Director and Senior Professor, Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bangalore, for a pioneering research on the formation of stars and establishing the structure, chemical map, and star cluster inventory in the Magellanic Clouds, and her leadership role in space astronomy. Congratulations to you, ma'am. And we are very much thankful to you for sparing your time and delivering this lecture, Booty Foundation lecture. And we are
Thank you so much.
The Honorable Chair and Co-Chair.
Congratulations, Madam Subramaniam, Professor Subramaniam. And I thank Professor Booty and Dr. Jolly for being there in this session. And I close the session now. I move to the next session. Yeah.
It's over to Dr. Santosh Pulaji, Assistant Executive Secretary.
Thank you, Archana. Now, welcome to you all in this lecture by women scientists working in the tribal area. As we are aware that the NASI has been promoting many programs for societal welfare through the scientific interventions as per its mandate, science and society. And under this, a very flagship program of NASI is science and technology interventions for the welfare of scheduled tribe population. And almost presently 23 centers are being working for this on this task. And majority of this science and technology intervention for the welfare of scheduled tribes, this program is governed by the leadership of Madam Manju Sharma, Madam. And now presently 23 centers are being working on this. Or majority of most of the coordinators of this program is also women scientists like Kiran Negi from HESCO, Uttarakhand, Mehtab Bamji Madam from Hyderabad, Priyanka Mathur from Jaipur, Vrinda Kate Gadchiroli, Maharashtra, and Dr. Neetu Mishra from Allahabad, Dr. Chituri from Tirupati, and many more. They are working in this tribal population, welfare of tribal population program. And we had requested two experts for share their views on this occasion. And we request to the chair and co-chairs on this program. The chair is Dr. Subra Chakrabarti Madam, who is currently the eminent scientist and plant molecular biologist and director from the National Institute of Plant Genome Research, New Delhi. As well as our co-chair is Professor S.R. Joshi, who is the microbiologist and from the Department of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, NEHU. May I request to the chair and co-chair to kindly introduce these speakers and invite them for their talk. Sir, over to you, Madam.
Yeah, Madam Subra, Namaskar. Madam Subra would come in, I believe. Professor Chakrabarti, are you around?
शुभ्रा नहीं है तो डॉक्टर जोशी आप कर लीजिए शुरू और
ठीक है मैडम
Only
Right,
10
ma'am.
minutes, 7 to 10 minutes to each speaker. Huh? अब
Okay,
time बिल्कुल
okay.
नहीं
Right.
लगेगा.
Very good evening to all of you. First of all, my sincere thanks to Madam Manju Sharma and the President of NASI for giving me this opportunity. We are fortunate because I belong to a state where the majority are tribal population, and it's going to be a pleasure listening to two of a speaker. Not taking much of time, I would like to invite Dr. Neetu Misra, who is an associate professor in food and nutrition at University of Allahabad. Currently, she is the head of the Department of Family and Community Sciences at the university. She has 13 years of teaching and research experience, and she has been working on different aspects of science. She has published more than 50 research papers, and she has received fellowship and as project associate under major research project grants of UGC, and has been awarded many recognitions such as Young Scientist Award, Scientist of the Year Award, and Best Poster Award from different agencies and societies. And also she is a fellow and member of many scientific society. May I now invite Dr. Neetu Misra to kindly take up the presentation, and as Madam said, kindly make it precise as far as possible in 10 minutes. Dr. Neetu Misra, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me the opportunity to talk on this very eminent platform. I'm especially thankful to Professor Manju Sharma. Ma'am, I am listening you since long and always get inspired. Thank you, ma'am, for giving this opportunity. Slides being shared. Shared.
It's still not visible. It's trying to come up on the screen. It's not come yet.
Yes, please, better.
Yes,
It's there now. It's there in Dr. Misra.
Make it full screen.
Thank you so much. So, ma'am, it is full screen now. Okay. Scheduled tribes, rights, responsibilities, and respect. Let's understand who are the scheduled tribes. These are the group of people speaking a common language, observing uniform rules of social organization, and working together for common purposes such as trade, agriculture, or warfare. They may also possess a common name, a contagious territory, a relatively uniform culture, or a way of life and a tradition of common descent. As per the Local Committee 1965, the essential characteristics for a community to be identified as scheduled tribes are indication of primitive traits, distinctive culture, shyness of contact with the community at large, geographical isolation, and backwardness. As per the census 1931, scheduled tribes are termed as backward tribe, living in excluded or partially excluded areas. The tribes are the native people of the land who are believed to be the earliest settlers in the Indian peninsula. They are also called the Adivasis. The total population of scheduled tribes in India is approximately 10.42 crores, which constitutes about 8.6% of the total population. This is the area. This is the graph which is depicting percentage of scheduled tribe population to total population, where the dark green color represents 40.1 and above percentage, which is the highest. Major portion which we have covered in our discovery, in our project, is this particular area, which is lighter in green, that is 20 to 40% of the scheduled population. This consists of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. Now, different types of tribes. There are distinctly four different types of tribes. These are the semi-tribal communities that resides in rural areas tending to agriculture and occupations. Second is the tribal communities that originates in forest habitats. Third one is the semi-assimilated tribal communities who have migrated to urban or semi-urban or rural areas and they are engaged in civilized occupations with adopted traits and culture of other population of the country. The fourth one is the totally assimilated tribals. These are the tribals who have settled down in urban areas and have fully adopted the culture of their surroundings. There are some subcaste of tribes. As per the 2011 census, Heel is the most populous tribe with a total population of 37.7% of the total ST population. Gond is the second largest tribe, and the four major groups, Kol, Koku, Saharia, and Bega, these reside in the area of Rewa, Khandwa, Shivpuri, Shahdol districts of MP respectively. Government has given a lot of provisions in the constitution to promote the welfare of scheduled tribes, which consist of the first point is as per the Article 342, it lays down that the President may, by public notification, specify the tribes or tribal communities or parts of or groups within the tribes or tribal communities or parts which shall, for the purposes of its constitution, be deemed to be scheduled tribes. Along with other constitutional laws, the Forest Right Act passed in 2006 recognizes the rights of forest dwelling tribal communities and other traditional forest dwellers to forest resources, on which these communities were dependent for a variety of needs, including livelihood, habitation, and other socio-cultural needs. Article 15 prohibits discrimination on grounds of religion, caste, race, sex, etc. 17 abolishes untouchability. 46 promotes educational and economic interest. Likewise, 330 and 339 also helps the tribal population. The major problems faced by scheduled tribes are first, loss of control over the natural resources. As we all know, before the coming of the British, the tribals were having unhindered rights of ownership and management over the natural resources. But with the advent of the industrialization in India and the discovery of mineral and other important resources, the state government, the state control slowly and slowly replaced tribal control. Second is the lack of education, and as per census 91, till now 70% of the tribals are still illiterates, on which we have to work a lot. Displacement and rehabilitation is another very important point. Acquisition of tribal land by the government for the projects to large scale displacement of the tribal population. There are no settlements which were provided for this displacement tribals within the industrial areas, and they were forced to live in peripheries and slums or to migrate to the adjoining states and to work as unskilled workers in the condition of poverty. Fourth one is the problems of health and nutrition. Because as we all know, because of the economic backwardness and insecure livelihood, the tribals face health problems as prevalence of disease like malaria, cholera, jaundice, diarrhea, tuberculosis, etc. And the problems associated with malnutrition like iron deficiency, anemia, high infant mortality rates, low levels of life expectancy, etc. There are also gender issues because of the degradation of the natural environment, because of the destruction of the forest and rapidly shrinking resource base. They had to impact on the status of the women, definitely. The opening of the tribal belts to mining industries and commercialization has thereby exposed tribal men and women to the ruthless operations of the market, and thereby giving rise to the consumerism and commoditization of the women. Erosion of the identity is very, very important issue to be discussed here. Increasingly, the traditional institutions and laws of tribals are coming into conflict with modern institutions, which create apprehensions among the tribals about preserving their identity. Because of the extension of dialects and languages, there is another very important cause of concern, which is to be considered, and the erosion of tribal identity is in certain areas is especially we have seen. There are government schemes and programs of forestry, I do not deny, like pre-metric and post-metric scholarship scheme for ST students, national overseas schemes, scholarships for ST students, national fellowship and scholarship for higher education, scholarship for higher education, fellowship, several fellowships, earlier known as Rajiv Gandhi National Fellowship also, grant and aid to voluntary organization, strengthening education among ST in low literacy districts, development of particularly vulnerable tribals, and many more. But then too, the problem remains the same. Then what is the issue? Why these problems are not getting resolved? Because I have jotted down some of the points that I am going to discuss here. First of all, the government failed in successful implementation and reaching to the beneficiaries. Secondly, the scheme shouldn't be made tailor-made as per the local conditions. And there is a need of better coordination among central and government and state governments, which is lacking in many of these schemes. And maybe customized policies may work better than homogeneous one in some states, because in every particular state the problem is different from the previous one. And there is a need of better coordination among private entities, communities, civil society, NGOs, etc. And of course, awareness and transparency for the effective and quality improvement is required. With these many informations, I have gone to the Riva district of MP, and we worked on an initiative for increased awareness and empowerment in tribal women of Riva with a special concern to health, hygiene and sanitation. These are a few of the pictures related to that area. To sum up in very few words, I am trying to scroll the slides very slow soon. The objectives were very clear. We have taken Mangawa and Mauganj to tehsils, and among the Mangawa, Khera, Kori, Panni, Nodia and Gangan villages, 332 Khera, Sitapur, Devtala of MP district were selected. This was to analyze the challenges faced by the tribal women. The aim was to identify the health problems of the tribal women, to conduct the strategies and methodologies to combat deficiencies and uplift the empowerment of rural women, to conduct awareness programs regarding nutrition, health, and health-related problems of the tribal women, to frame strategies and methodologies to combat health-related problems of the rural women. With these objectives, I went to the Riva. And as we know, Riva, Madhya Pradesh, but Madhya Pradesh particularly has 15.31 million population of scheduled tribes, of which 7.0 million are women.
If you can kindly wrap up, we are running against time. Yeah.
Okay, sir, give me 2 minutes more. The problems and issues faced by scheduled tribe women in that particular area was improper sanitation facilities. And during our field observation, we find so many issues of tribal women related to personal hygiene, water hygiene, food hygiene, and waste handling hygiene. They were forced to use the unprotected open wells and walls. The literacy rate of the rural tribal women is very lower. Leg cramps, anemia, and malnutrition, especially the underweight, was very common. Reproductive related irregular menstruation cycle and leukorrhea was the basic problem. Seen there, these are few of the pictures showing the typical condition. Tribal women suffer from many burdens like health problems, malnutrition, etc. Poor quality and inappropriate healthcare services were found there, and there is a need to collect more data on health, hygiene, and sanitation to provide more productive results for upgrading the situation. These were the pictures related to the work done. We have prepared these kind of notes, these kind of brochures. They were pictorial, and they have helped a lot to us to understand the basic situation and what we can do to remove these. The major concerns was, as most of them work as the field or site laborers, they did not want to spend time for such interactions, and even their employers did not want them to interact easily. They live generally very discreet, and one home is far away from another, and some of the families feel insecure in interacting with the strangers. Let's break the bias and help these people, poor people. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to summarize whatever I have done in 2 years.
We are very sorry. We are hard pressed for time. You came prepared for quite a lot of presentation. Thank you very much. But it's so wonderful because I also work in tribal area. There was so much to learn. You brought out the types, the constitutional provisions that you have, the problems they face, and also certain solutions that you advised. Very nicely done. Thank you. We have the next speaker. If Professor Chakravarti is around, she could take it up. If not, I'll go ahead. The next speaker is Professor C.H.M. Kumari Chitturis. He's going to be speaking on empowerment of tribal women through value-added foods and promoting health and lifestyle. She's at the The speaker is now the professor and head in the Department of Applied Microbiology, Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalaya, it's Women's University at Tirupati. She basically is working in the field of bioremediation and waste management, and also taken up work, especially interest. I think there's a personal interest to work in the cellular science and technology project related to Cellul Tribe, which she's working very sincerely with the work that NASI has given, and she has taken it up. Not taking much of your time, may I now request Professor Chituri to kindly go ahead with our presentation. And again, we are hard pressed for time. If you can kindly make it very precise. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, Professor S.R. Joshi ji. Good evening to Honorable Chairperson, Professor Manju Sharma Madam, and eminent personalities and distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to be on this platform on behalf of Sri Padmavati Mahila Viswavidyalayam, Tirupati. First of all, I wish Happy Women's Day to all the beautiful and courageous women who are present over on this online platform. And I will share my screen. Just a second.
आप बताइए मुझे अगर कोई
Mister, if you can
नहीं
unmute,
उठा
please, Elizabeth.
तो उसको लगातार फोन करना चाहिए क्या?
Sir, is it visible?
नहीं, आपको समझना
Yeah, it's
चाहिए ना,
coming.
मैं एक क्लास में
Dr.
हूँ,
Misra,
मैं
can you
जहाँ
please
लगातार
unmute?
आपका
Dr.
फोन
Neetu
क्यों
Misra.
जा रहा है ना?
So I am
तो
extremely
आगे
glad
से
to be given.
इस चीज को
I'm extremely glad to be given this opportunity to deliver a talk on this auspicious occasion on this Women's Day on empowerment of the tribal women through value-added foods in promoting the healthy lifestyle. So empowering women is empowering humanity. So empowering women is a great responsibility at present at the 21st century, and it is necessary for the gender equality and social dignity. And the aim of the project is empowerment of the tribal women through improved processing and value addition to the foods and using health foods targeting the individuals with various lifestyle disorders. And the objectives of the project, the tribal women which are identified in between the age group 18 to 45 years, especially in the Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh, and then the development of the value-added products with millets along with locally available food sources, and to train the tribal women in preparation of the value-added foods and therapeutic or health foods as suitable for various lifestyle disorders, and to encourage and promote small-scale business by efficient tribal women, and assessing the nutritional status of the selected tribal women at selected villages, and to plan and implement nutritional intervention program to combat iron deficiency among the selected subjects. And these are the mandals that we have selected for the training in the Chittoor district. So we have selected 5 mandals: Renugunta, Tirupati, Chandragiri, Ramachandrapuram, and Vadamalapeta. And from each mandal, we have selected the villages, and we have implemented the project in 2 phases. So phase 1 and phase 2. So phase 1 implementation, here among the 220 women, 132 women were selected for the training based on their willingness to participate in the training, and they were trained on millet-based products and green leafy vegetable-based products and some spice mixes. And so among the 132 beneficiaries, 50 members, they have started their own petty shops, and they are selling the value-added food products, and they also arranged the therapeutic outlet in the SPMVV campus. And these are the training stages which are covered. So initially we have given orientation to the group of people who are interested, and then among them we have selected based on the willingness, and we have given training to them on the hygienic practices and the demonstration on the food preparations, and under the nutritional expert guidance. And this is the project outcome. They have developed the products, millet pulp powder, and they have prepared the various laddus from various millets and rotis from various millets, and spice mixes, especially moringa spice mix and sesame spice mix. And this is the outcome of the project, that is the multigrain atta. So it got approval from the FSSAI. So this is the multigrain atta, and this is the nutrient content of the products that are promoted through this intervention. And the values are on par with several products which are available in the market. And this is the phase 2 implementation of the project. We have conducted the survey in selected villages to assess the socio-economic status and the anthropometric assessment. And this is the socio-demographic profile of the tribal women. So we have considered the age, education, and type of family and occupation in this category. And anthropometric assessment here analyzed the BMI and analysis of the BMI, which indicated the majority of these tribal population, which are tribal women, they are underweight, and 20% of the respondents, they had normal weight, and very few are overweight. And hemoglobin levels were also estimated, and we have categorized it into 3 categories, and 54% of the population, they are a deficient level of hemoglobin, and 20% low level of hemoglobin, and 26% acceptable hemoglobin levels. And we have the women with the deficient and low hemoglobin levels, they were supplemented with the products for 2 months during the intervention period, and they were supplemented with iron-rich laddus. And this is the impact of the program on tribal population. So technical empowerment of the tribal women beneficiaries, and it has generated revenue model for tribal women population, and value addition to the locally available foods to increase the market values, diversification and enhancing the nutritional quality of various foods, especially by promotion of the millets and green leafy vegetables and organic produce. So apart from the project that is funded by the NASI, some meritorious tribal students also awarded with Ba and Bapu scholarship. And those tribal students, 3 students have been selected from the Andhra Pradesh, and they have attended the function on 150th birth anniversary of Ba and Bapu, that is held at INSA, New Delhi on 5th October 2019. And finally, I thank I thank one and all for your attention throughout the presentation. I thank the co-chair S.R. Joshi ji, and I thank my team members and co-investigators, Dr. Bindu and Dr. Malleshwari. And my special thanks to Professor Manju Sharma madam, and for supporting us, and for giving this opportunity to talk about this NASI project. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. A very nice presentation. In a short time, you could really present the beautiful work that you're doing, especially involving tribal women and their empowerment. And also the student, there's something that I have learned to work in my area. As I said, I also come from a tribal dominated area. Beautifully done. I don't think Professor Subra Chakravarti is still there, or if she's there, she can just make her remarks. Otherwise, I pass it on to the headquarters to continue the program. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Archana?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir, Dr. Joshi ji, for chairing this session, because Shubhra ma'am already said the presentation. And we are thankful to the speakers also. Now we come to the last part, that is the concluding session of this event. That is to be chaired by Dr. Madhu Dixit madam. She is former national chair, District Faridabad, former director, CSIR, CDRI Lucknow, and
is Madhu there?
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, so over to you, ma'am, and we'll have talks by Dr. Anindita Bhadra, because Dr. Shobna Narasimhan is not there, so we'll have only one talk. So over to you, ma'am, Dr. Madhu Dixit, ma'am.
So, thank you, Archana. Good evening to one and all. I know that we are running very late in the session, but I would like to say a few things. So, respected Dr. Manju Sharma ma'am, Professor Ghatak, respected NASI fellows, and the speakers of today's webinar, my best wishes to everyone as we celebrate the strong, independent, wonderful ladies in our life and their important contributions made by excellent women scientists of India. I wish happy International Women's Day to all. And luckily it has an apt theme this year of gender equality, today for a sustainable tomorrow. It has been so wonderful to start the day with the remarks by Manju ma'am, Chandrima Shaha's informative and insightful keynote address, special remarks by Shobha Tol, then presidential remarks by Professor Ghatak, which was followed by Paramjit's illuminating inaugural address. My heartiest congratulations to all the award winners for their excellent work and wonderful presentations. I feel very privileged and honored to chair the last session of today's webinar on International Women's Day. I thank President NASI and Manju ma'am for this opportunity. So we are well aware of very low representation of women in STEM and their meager representation on top positions and also their involvement in decision making. So we need strong and multiple measures for the constant improvement of their representation in STEM. I personally believe in equal opportunity and affirmative action. Conviction, determination, and perseverance are the key ingredients of successful career in science. I will invite Dr. Aninta Bhadra, who is a behavioral biologist working at the Department of Biological Sciences, ISER, Kolkata. She is engaged in studying the behavior, ecology, and cognitive abilities of dogs using the free-ranging stray dogs in India as a model system. She is particularly interested in understanding the evolution of dog-human relationship. Much of her work on ranging dogs has been highlighted by the scientific and public media. Anandita also believes in the responsibility of a scientist in engaging with the society and is actively engaged in various science outreach activities, including popular scientific writing in both English and Bangla. She is currently the Associate Dean of International Relations and Outreach at ISER Kolkata. So Anandita, I invite you for your talk.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Dikshit. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here today. After all the fantastic talks on people doing excellent work that we've heard throughout the day today, it's my privilege to deliver the closing remarks, and I would like to sincerely thank NASI for inviting me, especially Professor Manju Sharma for thinking of me. I would like to take a step back because we've been celebrating women, and every year on this particular day we celebrate women in science. But then do we remember to celebrate women all the year through over the years, or do we just forget this and relegate the celebration to this one day of the year when everybody feels very privileged to be hosting, organizing? Since the morning, this is the third Women's Day program that I'm attending, one that I had to organize for my own institute. But then all the women scientists are very busy. You cannot find speakers on this day. But then do we even remember to invite women scientists for panels, conferences, symposia throughout the year? Bias Watch is doing a fantastic job on social media of highlighting this discrepancy, reporting the percentage of women that are being invited for such meetings, the representation of women in different disciplines. And that is good that somebody is keeping a watch and pointing these out to people. Then even though there are these pointers, our organizations, heads of institutions, science academies, taking this into cognizance and doing something to change this. Of course, I think we have improved because when I was still doing a PhD 12, 15 years back, the number of women we saw in positions as directors, as deans, as heads of departments, as fellows of academies, definitely there has been an increase since then. But then, of course, we know this is not enough. But, we often try to change the system by making quotas, by saying we have to, be more careful. And I often see in meetings, people will say, oh, please remember to invite one woman scientist as a panelist. That is wrong. And I sincerely believe that we really need to change the mindset of the younger people. Because once we are adults, we have imbibed all the social biases, all the prejudices, and then we think we need to do something which is politically correct. But being politically correct is not enough. Even taking gendered comments or taking gendered perspectives in certain things, where you say that women cannot do field work, or women should only do things in which you can have a 9-to-5 job, that is definitely wrong. And that is where I think we women need to train our younger students, we need to train our children. And here, I think we need to train our sons more than our daughters, because the bias is there. When my son started cooking, people said, but why are you making your son cook? He is a boy. Why is he playing with kitchen toys? You should give him cars. But no, please, we have to teach our sons that you and your sister are just the same. Whether you're XX or XY doesn't make you special. You don't get to get extra food. You don't get to get that special layer of the cake. You have to be treated equally. And equal means equal. We don't need to treat our daughter specially. We don't need to treat our son specially. We have to treat our students equally. And this is why I feel very, very bad when I see there are institutions which say, this student is getting the gold medal because the student is first in their batch, and this student is getting another medal because she is first among the girl students in her batch. In her batch, she might be the topper. You don't need to give extra privilege to the girl student for being first in class, but you have to pull along those girls who did not get the privilege of getting a good education. Give them role models they can look up to. So we used to have this analyzer, which has thankfully been discontinued now. I always used to say, do you think we are biased that we don't treat our students equally, that you have to give a special medal to the girl student? Please don't do it. In institutions like IITs and ISERs, all students are equal. Girl student and best student, that is actually not honoring the girl. It is actually disrespecting her abilities. And there were times when the girl student would get both medals because she is the topper in the class. And then it doesn't make sense. Then you give it to the boy student, the first male in the batch. But you don't do this. So I think we have inherent biases and we have to accept that. The Inter-Academies Panel on Women in Science, of which many of you are members, I am a member, there we are of course trying, but that is one step forward. And I strongly believe, and I know there are women like me, definitely in my generation, who believe we need to have more role models out there whom girls can look up to and say, I want to be this person. Why will they not look up to a Kalpana Chawla? Why will they not look up to a Shubha Tole? Why will they not look up to Karishma Kaushik and want to be like them? A student once told me in an outreach event that, we have celebrities in cinema, we have celebrities in sports. Why don't we have celebrity scientists? We really need celebrity scientists. And because of this, we need more and more public engagement. We need outreach. We need to go out and talk to the tribal people. We need to go out and talk to the rural people. We need to go out and talk to children in schools. And that is how we can tell them that does not matter whether you're a girl or a boy, you can follow your dreams and you can be whatever you want to. There is no boy role, there is no girl role. You can be anything that you dream that you want to be. Just follow your dreams, do your best. And that is where I think all of us need to play a major role. We have to give them these role models. We have to try and aspire to become these role models. And I think I'm going to conclude with that, because I think the gender equality that we really want to look forward to for the sustainable future comes through this, through our homes, through our classrooms, through our institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anandita, for very rightly saying that we need to be treated as equal to our colleagues, male colleagues. As I said earlier, that actually we have to believe in equal opportunity and affirmative action. That is the only thing which can help us in growing to the ladder. So thank you so much. Unfortunately, Shobna has not been able to join us in this session, and we have only Anindita to speak here. So I think our session is coming to a close, and I once again thank everyone. It has been a great day celebrating the International Women's Day with strong, independent, and wonderful ladies in my life. Cheers and reverences to all. May I now request Archana to take over and introduce the last speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for chairing this session and delivering your concluding remarks, sparing your time. And we are also very much thankful to Dr. Anindita ji for a very inspiring lecture, particularly for the youngsters. And they must take some message from this. So thank you for joining, Dr. Anindita ji, and sparing time. And look forward to listening to you again. Thank you so much. And now it's time to express gratitude to those tremendously contributed towards the successful organization of this event. May I now request Professor J.R. Belare sir to please propose a vote of thanks. He doesn't need any introduction. Professor Belare sir is Institute Chair Professor of Chemical Engineering at the Institute of Technology, Bombay, and former Head of Biosciences and Bioengineering, and elected Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences India, the Indian National Science Academy of Engineering, and the Electron Microscopy Society of India, amongst others, and currently the General Secretary Outstation of NASI. With this very brief introduction, sir, may I request you to please take over.
Thank you and namaskar. A very good evening to you all. On behalf of NASI and my own behalf, I express my sincere thanks to all the distinguished dignitaries and speakers who have contributed towards a very successful organization of this event. Firstly, my sincere gratitude to Madam Professor Manju Sharma, the former Secretary to the Government of India and past President of NASI, for her supreme efforts to develop this program and to share in her opening remarks its genesis and its place in the global context. My sincere thanks to Professor Shobha Tole for giving her views of steps taken by the IAS for gender equity in leadership positions. My sincere thanks to Professor Chandrima Shah, Honorable President of INSA, for delivering the keynote address with examples of leading women in science and making important recommendations. It's a great honor to have listened to Professor Ajoy Ghatak, Sir, Honorable President of NASI on this occasion. We express our sincere thanks to you, sir, for delivering your presidential remarks on empowerment of women and giving very quotable quotes. I express my sincere thanks to Professor Paramjit Khurana for delivering the inaugural address and the Archana Sharma lecture to bring out the important role of women in agriculture and the world status and rankings in education and research. I take this opportunity to express my thanks on behalf of NASI to all the chairs and co-chairs of the plenary session and the various memorial award lectures of NASI, including Madam Professor Manju Sharma, Dr. Jaya Tyagi, Professor Sandhya Kaushika, Professor Shobna Sharma, Dr. Suchitra Banerjee, Professor V.P. Khamboj, Professor Nisha Patro, Professor Akhilesh Tyagi, Professor S.K. Barik, Dr. Renu Swarup, Dr. Kiran Katoch, Professor Anurag Sharma, Dr. Pratibha Jali, Dr. Subra Chakraborty, Professor S.R. Joshi, and Dr. Madhu Dixit, all of whom were very kind to accept our invitation and consented to chair and co-chair the sessions and share their expertise. I'd like to place on record the invaluable contribution of all the distinguished speakers and the awardees, Professor Sangamitra Bandopadhyay, Professor Sandhya Kaushik, Professor Shubhra Chakraborty, Dr. Indira Priyadarshini, Dr. M.V. Padma Srivastava, I guess he was not there, Professor Madhulika Agarwal, Professor Lata Rangan, Professor Bimla Bhutti, Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, Professor Chitturi, Dr. Neetu Mishra, and Dr. Anita Bhadra, who closed very well, and all of whom spared their time to present their work and enlighten us all. On behalf of NASI, I express my sincere thanks to all the past presidents, the distinguished fellows and members, council members, as well as local chapters for their various and valuable contributions. I'd like to place on record thanks of NASI to all participants, especially researchers and students who joined the event with great enthusiasm. Last but not the least, I thank the General Secretary Headquarters, the Treasurer of NASI, all executives and the entire staff of NASI, especially our coordinator, Dr. Archana Pant. Thank you, ma'am. Their cooperation and support was vital to make this event a grand success. This event has indeed established that we have broken the bias. Thank you. This brings us to the end of today's program. Have a great evening. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for expressing gratitude to everyone. And we are very much thankful on behalf of NASI headquarters. I am very much thankful to Honorable Madam Dr. Manju Sharma ji for her tremendous contribution to all the activities of NASI, particularly this program. He has developed such a nice program and covering all the experts, President, Honorable President, the past presidents, the general secretaries, the vice president, and also the distinguished women scientists from different areas who could actually contribute toward this event, and we all are very beneficial and we look forward to such fruitful events. Thank you, everyone.
Should we end with the national anthem?
Yes, ma'am.
You okay? I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
let's stand and Jana Gana Mana
अधिनायक
Jaya He
भारत भाग्य विधाता
Ram
गुजरात मराठा
द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल
यमुना गंगा
Uchal Jal
जलद तरंगा
Tab Shubh
शुभ नामे जागे
Tab Shubh Nash
आशीष
मांगे
मांगे
Aahe Tab
आए तब जय गात
Jana
जन
Gana
मन
Mana
मंगल दायक जय
Bharat Bhagya Vidhata
जय
Jai
जय हे
Jai He
जय 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 हे
So
Stop कर दे record.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
thank